Hello, my friends, and welcome to the NECC Overwatch Nationals. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Man of Class, and we're in day 1 of 3 to bring you all this fantastic collegiate action. I can't wait to get into it.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, we're talking nationals here. We're talking about finally these teams that don't have to play against each other ever because they're in different, regions of the same division, different regions, and now they finally get to clash against each other after about a year of not having to play each other. So I'm excited for this because finally we're going to get to see that, get to see who's actually the best.
And we're starting off with two teams that went undefeated through their regular seasons, respectively. So we're coming out here with a banger right out of the gates. It's going to be Howard CC. The Dragons taking on the Falcons from Concordia University of Wisconsin. Both went undefeated. Like I said, 8-0 for the Dragons, 9-0 for Concordia. And it's both teams struggled a little bit in our conference playoffs, but they already had their spot solidified here in Nationals. So I can't help but wonder if they maybe just took their foot off the gas a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. And I mean, Howard CC at least has the experience of winning playoffs at some stage. I mean, they did that in the fall of 2021. But yeah, both of them in spring, in groups, they did great. But then in playoffs, they kind of, I wouldn't say they fell off, but, they didn't get that first spot there. So we're going to see if today they're coming back with that vigorous spirit that they've been showing all season. And of course, the Howard Community College Dragons coming in here with their roster, which we're so familiar with at this stage. Optimal, Paulito, Rico, Chimp Milk, Rosanto, and Reisaku. And yeah, I mean, this lineup, like I said, we've been seeing them all season. We've been seeing them all year, all academic year. And while they barely drop maps, they do drop a couple here and there. And it's all going to be about if they get some, maps taken against them, how they're going to react to that.
And it's Optimal as the cornerstone for this roster, is the IGL, is the team captain, travels 1 hour each way to attend Howard Community College and be a part of this team, is extremely committed to this squad, and a lot of this victory is going to rest in Optimal's hands. Definitely one where we keep an eye on will be DPS player alongside Riseku here today for the Dragons. Let's take a look over at the Falcons. As we've got a slightly older squad, a little bit, still a handful of freshmen. You do have Duckinator as the junior, will be the, well, pardon the pun, but will be the senior in the server here today. She's going to be a support player here for the Falcons. This is a very balanced roster with a lot of synergy. Classy, these players, 4 of the 6 are all roommates. They've done a lot of out of the classroom kind of, outside participation, some team building here in the past couple of weeks since finals have ended. And the synergy between this squad is just outrageous.
Yeah, it's just such a nice thing to see when it's not just about, we play Overwatch every now and then during practice hours, but no, they actually go beyond that, become a proper group of friends, become a proper just group, just synergize that way, because that really gets you through those moments where a team that isn't that synergized or isn't that well versed about just hanging out with each other, moments of adversity will often get squads like that. So definitely the expectation when things kind of go the wrong way, Concordia, Wisconsin, the Falcons probably are going to be handling at least decently with that, as opposed to maybe some other squads that don't have that synergy.
And we do have Kanim as your IGL, the main tank player down there, the freshman with a major in accounting. It's kind of lead this squad as they go against the Dragons here today. This is a group stage in Nationals. Essentially, it's a double elimination bracket. So we will have 8 teams from the Emergence Division. 4 of those will move on to our semifinals.
Exactly. Semifinals taking place tomorrow, and then finals, of course, the day after. But right now, we're going to go into this very first game of the Emergence Division, the Emergence Conference, the Nationals playoffs. Going to be starting here on the map of Busan between Howard CC Dragons and Concordia, Wisconsin's Falcons. And Busan, I think it's a perfect battleground to start on. I mean, we start on control map usually because it's a nice start to a series in general. But Busan brings us a fair bit of diversity. Next to Lijiang Tower, it's usually one of the 2 favorites to be picked in this game mode. And for good reason, because like I said, there's a lot of things you can do. There's not a lot of obstructive maps that really feel, I wouldn't say unfair, but that feel a little bit weird, a little bit off. And aside from, the little bit of walls going up and down on the mecha base, it is a fairly standard map in terms of how it plays.
Yeah, as we got a glimpse of Mecha Base there in the background. Looks like a Shrine will be our first sub-map of the day. Which gives you room for those options. Looks like how RCC starting us off with a little 6-man. A bit of an interesting dive look coming out of the Falcons.
Yeah, and there's definitely room for improvement and room for change, of course. Like with the short period of Overwatch 2 beta being out, certain heroes have seen more playtime because players have kind of rediscovered them. And Genji would definitely be on the list of heroes that people have rediscovered. But then again, Genji was never really gone in other people's hearts.
So true, so true. Gotta make sure they can avoid optimal on this Sombra. Jamara will just be a sitting duck at that point, so the dives are going to have to be very carefully planned. So Fresh just kind of sitting in the back, putting in some spam damage while the rest of Concordia move on to the point, which has unlocked, and teams have chosen to fight around Big Drum at this point. Kaneem up on the high ground with Bubble out, putting in a little bit of spam damage. Just make sure to avoid Reisaku on this Reaper. Could make those tank life very difficult. Optimal already 85% to EMP in. Kaneem goes down. First blood is drawn here in our group stage, our first match of the Nationals here in Overwatch. Optimal super close to that EMP. Might be able to use it to close out this fight. May not even need it with the teammate coming through. EMP is invested. That's going to find 5, including both DPS and both supports. So Fresh falls. Dragons pick up first control.
I mean, I already hear you thinking, like, why use EMP? You were going to win that fight anyways. Like, tanks were down. But the fact that they use it just means that next fight they're going to have another one with the speed they're charging it at. Especially with the excellent focus that they've been having on the tanks. Kaneem and Pectus were just under so much pressure from the hacks and from everything else that if Kaneem cannot jump out, cannot use their bubbles, if Pectus cannot use the Matrix and just a sitting duck, that's how Optimal is charging those EMP so quickly. And that's how they win that fight as well, by focusing those tanks down incredibly fast. So if they keep that up, Concordia is going to have a lot of work on their hands.
Body Tank diving in right now, and Optimal indeed finds that first pick. Leva can't even get the Nano out. Barrage is thrown in. That'll find Big Body Tank. Death Blossom into the back. Nice move, nice kite away. Nobody worse for wear here from Wisconsin, but eventually Optimal finds their second kill of this fight, and Concordia has to reset.
50% for Optimal in a short fight. I mean, that's how you like to see it. Both tank ultimate's going to be online. Rico, the Sound Barrier, they're look to be sitting pretty. The only thing is that because of the EMP and because of the hacks, Concordia has not really been able to use any ultimates aside from the Barrage. So they're going to be sitting on 5. And if you execute those properly without getting hacked, that should be a fight with Concordia here.
They're going to go with the Nano Blade. They are indeed. Jamaro going in, sword in hand. Nice sound barrier from Rico. And that blade's not cutting through anything but shields at the moment. That will fade. Kaneem's going to go ahead and pop a Primal. Try to pull back into it. Big Body Tank doing the exact same thing. Big Body Tank has found Ludba in the back once again. The primary source of healing. The primary target here for the Dragons is EMP and Self-Destruct combined to take Jamaro out of the fight. So Fresh trying to bring it back. Takes Optimal out. But is now sitting about 20 health. Chased down by Rosanto. And Concordia, they're hanging on by a thread, trying to get that res out. They do get Kaneem back in this fight, and that is about double their chances of bringing it home. They just got to take care of Risaku on this Reaper, and they should be able to flip this point. Not a moment too soon, Classy.
Yeah, they haven't flipped it just yet, but it will indeed come through eventually. But they have to use everything they had. Kaneem, so Fresh, and even Pectus, they basically recharged their ultimates throughout that fight, which is kind of ridiculous to think about. But they're not the only ones. You have Polito coming back in with the Coalescence. Everything else on Howard CC looking a bit empty. They're probably going to have to go for one, maybe even 2 dry fights. But they have the time to work with. I mean, it's almost 2 minutes before this point ticks over.
Do have a Coalescence to at least initiate with. They're going to go and throw that in now. Try to take back Small Drum Row. So Fresh has the Barrage. I believe it was coming in behind them if I saw it correctly. Oh no, it's hanging over point at the moment. And just waiting for the Dragons to emerge so the Barrage can be unleashed. Big Body Tank walks right into that flurry of missiles.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Clapback is there. Nano thrown in. That one's going to go on to Kaneem as Rez comes through and the Falcons hang on.
Not a huge fan of the Nano being used there. I mean, you kind of had already won the fight, and now you're only really going to have potentially that Valkyrie in the next fight. Well, on the other side, on Howard CC, they did use that fight to basically build up all the ultimates they have, except for that Coalescence that they just used to kind of bait stuff out. Practice will have the Self-Destruct, but it's usually able to easily be dodged, and especially if Optimal gets a good EMP off, it might not even be able to be used, and Optimal's ready. they're lurking. They're right here, about like 3 or 4 members in the way.
Yeah, but the perfect position between supports and tanks. Only hits the 2 tanks. The supports manage to get out, and the Death Blossom doesn't quite get any kills. Does whittle Kaneem down enough for Big Body Tank to find that final blow. DMAC in as well on Nefectus. So no more tanks left in this fight. The Falcons are going to have to do it without him if they can get anything done. But Optimal has found both DPS, and that's the Dragons taking the point back, taking our first round.
Yeah, we do see a couple of sloppy things coming out in a lot of these fights, but it's the Emergence division. You know, we expect not perfectly clean Overwatch, but there's also like a bunch of smart plays. Like especially we saw Rico with the sound barrier in response to the Nano Blade from Jamaro. Jamaro is already in. Is already slashing once, maybe even twice, and that's when the sound barrier hits. It doesn't hit straight away, and that means that the slashes that will actually eliminate someone get blocked by the sound barrier. And it's those type of timings, those types of I need to not like gut reaction this that eventually make players into great players. So we're gonna probably see more of that from multiple of these players and of these heroes, just of the teams in general in terms of like team play. But yeah, you know, it's just moments like that we look for.
I've also been very impressed with Optimal's hero selection, picking the Sombra now onto the Doomfist. Are DPS players that will initiate the fight and allow this IGL to really shine. As we see Risaku come up with first blood, the Rhine out of the fight. And the Doomfist can kind of lead the charge when alongside a Reinhardt, where traditionally it falls into the German Crusaders' hands. When you've got a Doomfist on the field, they're the ones who strike first.
He charges faster, he charges more reactively. It's a lot trickier to deal with the Doomfist charge than with the Reinhardt charge. The initiation from Optimal has been really good. And of course the Sombra calling out the hacks is a very, very strong IGL move. You see the next fight initiating here. A lot of damage onto Kaneem.
Yeah, Immortality Field came out and still wasn't enough to keep Kaneem alive. It's going to be the Meteor Strike finding the Baptiste. Optimal's going to punch out after getting the D-Mech, and another good hold here for the Dragons.
And it's just good to see how they've set this up, right? So they have the tanks and Optimal kind of sort of dealing with the front line, and anything that that gets past or that gets on the flank or anything else, that's Reisiku's job to clean up. Like right there, that May just being in the back line is like, no, Reisiku, I'll deal with this. You guys deal with the rest. I got the May. Don't worry about it. And that's just a nice role division you have. We have the anti-flanker or the cleanup DPS and the initiators and like the frontline brawlers.
Moving through the right-hand side, Falcons do have this Amp Matrix ready to go. Self-destruct as well as a competing Amplification Matrix for the Dragons up on that high ground. But Optimal goes down, and they've lost a little bit of their punching power. Genuinely no pun intended on that. Self-destruct and a remake kill coming through from Pectus. And Concordia are able to get back into this one a little bit sooner than they did in our opening round of Shrine. Optimal has returned to the fight, but is quickly dealt with. Nice shots from Duckinator there to get that final blow. Falcons flipping this point.
I really like the read from Concordia there before the fight even started. They already told themselves, yeah, this Doomfist is going to initiate on us. So instead of saving that Immortality Field for something like what we consider to be important, like an ultimate or something like bigger to save someone's life, they just use it for almost before the Doomfist even gets there. So whatever he tries to do, he's not going to get an elimination. They can just focus on the Doomfist first. And to their credit, they reacted well, but it was also Optimal going a little bit solo there.
Block and counter shatter. And sound barrier there from Duckinator. Allows time for Jamaro on this Hanzo to find a couple of key picks. It was a good move from Big Body Tank. Unfortunately, not enough to take the Falcons out of the sky.
We've been seeing this a couple of times, also from Rico, but also from Duckinator, where they use that sound barrier not reactively to something that the other team does, but more as this is the way we're definitely going to win this fight and just be able to clean up quickly. Well, I would almost consider them to be better off winning that fight slowly for the time buy-in.
There's a sound barrier engage here from the other side. Dragons move in and pick up a kill and a D-Mag. And the Death Blossom coming in. That one from So Fresh finds Big Body Tank, but Concordia still fighting from the deficit, especially now with Optimal moving in to grab a pair of kills and one fluid combo. Looking for the third, finds it with a little help from Rico, and the Dragons right back on top. Almost tied in percentage, though. Looks like it actually may be dead even. Oh, no.
Now it is.
1% more.
And it's not
there.
Yep. 1.2 seconds per percent, people. Remember the number. It's always important. 80% and counting, though.
Why that 0.2? Anyway.
It's because it makes it for exactly 2 minutes to get to 100. It's just nice.
Yeah, fair. fair. Fair.
That being said, though, we're going to go into the next fight here. Vector set the self-destruct ready. Self-destruct does come out first from Rosanto. Doesn't really get anybody because of all the protection in the way. But both of them kind of don't find anything in the first place.
No, some early kills coming through here for Concordia. Trying to chase down a Lucio now. Rico staying elusive. Buys enough time to get the percentage up to 99. Flip will eventually come through here for the Falcons as they just chase down some exit kills.
And I like the positioning of the self-destruct from Concordia better, because I put it in a position that sort of blocks a rotation. So they wanted to, Howard CC wanted to initiate on the position of Concordia after their own self-destruct went in, but they couldn't because their path was blocked by the self-destruct from Vectus. And it's even if that wasn't intentional, like that really just decides the fight, being able to fight from the place you want to at the right time.
Speaking of timing, here's Optimal who waited for the perfect time to strike into the back line. Sound Barrier prevents a kill on the back base, but Meteor Strike is used. Zofresh and the rest of the Falcons try to focus down Big Body, but the Shatter comes down. A massive Earth Shatter coming through from the Dragons. Cleanup is there. A couple trades go back and forth. Still a sliver of hope here for the Falcons in this map, but that's quickly taken away as Rico drops the Sound Barrier down, and the Dragons start to clean up whatever is left of this objective. A Death Blossom easily gobbled up by the Defense Matrix, finished off by Riseku. Optimal with a good punch there to try to finish this thing. Stragglers moving on to this point as the Falcons try to claw their way back in, but the Dragons will not be budged. Howard CC win Busan with a clean 2-0.
I will say, though, that almost got dangerous because Rico, just as in round 1, used that sound barrier at the end too early. Like they weren't using it at a time where there was really anyone left from Concordia that could do anything. So they should have probably waited to use it before, you know, something actually dangerous come in, like a Death Blossom from So Fresh that actually happened. It worked out this time around, but there might be some comeback scenarios where you're like, oh, you just kind of threw that sound barrier away, and that may have cost you the map there. So wasn't a problem now. It's just something to look out for in the future.
Yeah, perhaps a little celebratory, anticipating that round was going to end a little sooner, and then the Reinhardt and the Hanzo show back up.
And the Reaper.
And suddenly,
yeah.
And the Reaper. Yeah, and suddenly there were threats there.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe got a little anxious on that, but it worked out the end this time. Definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on, though.
Yeah, because like I said, there was some really good sound barriers from Rico, but then you see one of those, you're like, yeah, that happened twice now. I don't know if it's celebratory or like they just want to confirm that last fight, but they can't do it quickly.
Right.
And like those are things as well that if you're Concordia, you're going to look out for, like for those openings, for those mistakes, for those timings. The same way that they looked out for Optimal coming in on the Doomfist, where they used the Immortality Field really well. They read the Shatter from Big Body Tank really well, blocked that, counter shadowed themselves. Like it's all these type of tiny things that if Howard CC is playing too predictable or too over-eager or overzealous, that can really be punished. Like you can be the better team, but the better team doesn't make those mistakes because then you become, well, not the better team anymore. Then you become the predictable team.
And I got the opportunity to talk to Coach Winkle a little bit here before this match, and they were saying that sometimes the squad can get a little anxious. Like they have to maintain a keen emotional level, a level head, if you would, and not get too riled up, because that is when they make those mistakes. So definitely something they're aware of and trying to keep in rein, but it has been a tendency apparently from throughout the season. So we'll see if they can keep it calm and on the level here as we continue through the series.
And if you are Concordia, you might have already figured that out. That being said, we're going to go to Numbani, which is, of course, dive central. It's momentum central. It's snowball central. And if you can break a snowball, or if you can break that momentum for a team like Howard CC, that does feel like a pretty good deal for Concordia. So we'll see if they're going to manage to do that. Both of us, of course, went into predictions for this match. We both said, well, it's going to be Concordia winning because we just looked at a lot of stats. But there are so many different stats for this entire season that you could probably just predict both of these teams to win in some way, shape, or form. I know Sov went for the Howard CC Dragons. I think it's because Sov and me casted them a couple of times. We're like, oh yeah, they're a good team, and they are. But Concordia definitely no slouch. I think that's also a reason why all of us went for Concordia, because they have that synergy, they have that pre-existing sort of group mentality, and that's also why they're more likely to stick with like the consistency here.
Well, when we're talking about those stats, Concordia ended up with a plus 25 in map differential on the regular season, as opposed to a plus 16 coming out of the Dragons, and played one more match. Concordia did. So with only 2 maps dropped throughout the entirety of the regular season across the 9 series played, it definitely, the numbers seem to favor the Falcons. But I'll tell you what, Classy. After talking to both of these coaches, as soon as I talked to one, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, man. They seem really strong. I'm going to pick them. And then I talk to the other one and be like, wait, well, that sounds really strong.
It's almost like it's their job to talk up their own team, you know?
Exactly,
How that works. Yeah.
Coach AWOL just praising his squad. Very proud of the team, clearly, and the synergy that's been built there. On the other side, Howard CC and Coach Winkle were talking about all the prep they did and that they are ready for anything the Falcons throw at them. Yeah. Hey, that preparation worked for them in map 1. Let's see if that good fortune continues.
And it's interesting, right? So when I look at both of these teams, I can see. So we obviously, both of us, we look at like all different levels of play, right? So if I look at this from like an Overwatch League perspective, I'm thinking, yeah, Howard CC is picking the better team here, because Echo and Genji are usually considered to be better heroes on a map like Numbani than Pharah and Reaper. That being said, they're both playable, and if you execute them well, especially on a level where mistakes are more regular and more common, there might be an opportunity here to make Reaper and Pharah work a little bit better. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to, as Concordia starts their attack here. Already, like, things like this usually shouldn't happen, but they do, because it's Emergence, you know?
And it's allowed room for SoFresh to teleport into the back and just start laying down so much damage on those Hellfire shotguns. Rico's going to fall. DMEC on a Rasad. So Big Body goes down. And Concordia University, Wisconsin. They're going to take point A. One and done here. First fight.
Yeah, so in theory, Brigitte and Ana are a really good duo, right? So you get Brigitte, who can like block for Ana, heal her up a little bit, you know, also has some sort of range capacity, and then can deal with more AoE for the team in terms of poke damage. Problem is, as soon as that Ana falls, you have not a lot left on a more divey map like Numbani. That's why the Concordia lineup of Mercy and Ana is safer, because both of them provide that sort of massive boost in healing for the entire team whenever they want to, because of their range capacity, and they're just healing per second on a single target. So we'll see whether or not that plays up more, if Polito is going to be under more pressure than maybe I wouldn't say they should be, but then they want to be. And whether that's going to have consequences for the snowball, or at least more of the team fights here.
Sports hanging out on the high ground there for the Dragons. Jamara in looking for him with the Mercy in tow. Give me a nano boost on to Kaneen. Start off this fight. Goes diving in the back. Nice rip shot. Almost got off the high ground, but Kaneen manages to keep sure footing and continue to pressure down. But Optimal, as well as Big Body Tank, show up. Great peel there for the Dragons to protect those supports. At least make Kaneen think twice. They are back on the battlefield with Primal ready to go. Barrage coming out over the top. Finds 2 before the sleep dart lands, and the supports are gone. This is going to be the Falcons strolling on into point B. Yes, sir.
No problem whatsoever. I mean, a bit of an early nano commitment from Melazba, but eventually just works out because they have that resurrection. Like another, like, sort of argument to use the Mercy over the Brigitte here. But now that we get to point C, where fights are going to be a little bit more close range, where everything's going to be a little bit more clustered up, we're going to see Rico get more value. And Optimal and Big Body Tank now switching over to the Torgrim and the Orisa respectively could also get some value. The problem is, because they barely had to use any ultimates, Concordia is going to come in here with almost a full war chest. And because you just switched 2 heroes over, and Reisaku hasn't been on the soldier for that long, you're going to run in with maybe 3 ultimates of your own, and that might just not be enough. Especially since they're contesting this late. Like, it's one fight now.
It is one fight, and I mean, Ludma's already 75% to another nano. They just used that to engage last fight. We'll be able to have that online here soon. Speaking of, there's a nano boost on to Reisaku, who's moved over to the Soldier 76. Trying to find something to work with on this flank angle. Does manage to pick up SoFresh with a nice little Helix rocket. But Kanima's now on your back line. Polito's stuck in a corner. Oh, loses the juggle, finds the sleep dart. Good peel, and Kanima goes down. Dragons now with an opportunity to stabilize. Res does come through. SoFresh back up. He's looking for this Death Blossom into the back. Needs to get that pesky turret out of the way first. A little help from your friends doesn't hurt, and the Death Blossom is unleashed. The Halt pulls him up in the air, but it's still not enough to buy the space necessary. Rico can't get the shield bash in, and Concordia get this in. How many? I mean, that was like 3 fights, Classy, and they got it all the way through.
2 minutes 33, because you get 7 minutes total on a map like this. So that's how long they took to get through the entirety of Numbani. And that is a ridiculously fast time. especially considering how holdable third is here. Like, yeah, first is a good defense point, which you can lose quickly if you don't have ult advantage. But third is, even if you have a slight ult disadvantage, you should be able to make use of the map geometry. The problem is the positions in which Howard CC Dragons chose to take fights and then lose fights always put them in a position where you kind of only have one fight. Or if you lose this fight, in the next point you're going to be on a back foot. They couldn't hold at the tunnel. They couldn't hold at the corner. They couldn't hold at the corner on the street's face either. So every single time they got pushed so far back, or they held so far back, that they were always just not in a position to even buy time. Even when they were losing fights, they were not really able to buy time for themselves. So I want to see Howard CC Dragons find a better way to come back in situations like this, where they can sort of reset, regroup, and re-engage in a sort of a proper way, because they had like no shot to break momentum at any point in time here.
Well, and a lot of that goes back to those support choices that we were talking about. Duckinator, having the Mercy, was able to get in and find key reses, both on point B and point C, that ended up turning what was a disadvantage for the Falcons into a major advantage. And I mean, it really helped turn the tide. Now we're seeing Paulito pick up the similar theme, as they're going to be there to pocket Optimal and the rest of the squad, but they've got a Zenyatta there with it. Minimal solo target healing here for the Dragons as they make their first attack.
And in general, this is just it feels like a composition where they're like, yeah, we're just going to try something here. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Because Roadhog and then Zenyatta, I mean, I know Roadhog doesn't need them a lot of healing, and Wrecking Ball doesn't necessarily either, so you can argue with less supports. But Rico needs to hit some big shots if he wants to make the Zen worth it.
Oh, Paulito falls early, which means it's just that Zenyatta there to support the team. Tomorrow back in this fight, and the defense of Concordia looking no worse for wear. All six on the point and picking up some kills. And Dragons are going to go back to the drawing board here for this first one.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of Zenyatta not providing all the healing, the only person that can really do anything to help Zenyatta out is either Mercy healing them, or Roadhog just like body blocking and sort of, peeling for them as the off tank, which is both are a possibility. It's just not something that you really want to have Roadhog do, like stay that far back just with the Zenyatta, or Mercy looking to only at the Zenyatta the entire fight. Ooh, close.
That was close. Yeah, Duckinator just narrowly avoiding disaster there. Good Bionade into the pack, and Rosanto goes down as Ludba almost has this Nano Boost online ready to go. So +1 as the Nano Boost is thrown onto Kaneem, and Winston moving in, takes out Reisaku. Ludba does eventually fall, but I think their work is done despite Optimal's best efforts. Even a duplicate coming out late in this fight. Oh, I don't know if there's enough to get value out of that there, Classy.
Oh, could maybe get something out of the self-destruct. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a technical issue here. Not a problem, of course, talking to you that happens in the rest of the fight. But yeah, I mean, so far, Howard CC doesn't really seem like Numbani is their type of map, Bull Skunk.
No, Concordia are all over this one, and they haven't lost a team fight yet from the entirety of the map through their attack phase into the first couple attacks of Concordia's defense. They have been perfect in every single team fight, 5 for 5.
5 for 5. I mean, they do lose a member every now and then, but then it just gets rezzed up. Or even if they lose like 2, it's like at the end of the fight, it's kind of fine again because they can sort of reset. But yeah, it is it's one of those things where it just feels like they're sort of, again, like they're sort of mentally resetting this for the rest of this map. They're like, yeah, we're probably not going to win this one anyway, so let's just kind of do our thing and we'll get them next time, don't know if that's the right mentality to have, but I do understand it, like especially if you just want to properly reset, take some more time for it,
And that would kind of explain the bit of an unusual composition. I don't know how prepared this comp is if they came in thinking, oh, well, if we go to Numbani, we're going to run some Wrecking Ball and Roadhog. Like that seems kind of like an on-the-fly decision to me. Maybe just, not wanting to show everything they've got in their pocket, not show all of their strats if they've already determined this is a losing map. Maybe they just come out with something funny and save the real strats for a map they consider more winnable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, currently we're obviously just waiting to get some back into the game action. I think we're just, I'm not quite sure what the is going on. Yeah, we're just making sure that the lobby is running. That we're just gonna get back into it. That being said, though, I mean, I'm not gonna predict anything, but obviously we have some other maps to go through later. Both teams do seem to be fairly favored towards dive, unless the map doesn't really call for it, right? Like if, for instance, we go to King's Row, we're probably gonna see Reinhardt's because that's how it works, right? But the Winston versus Winston matchup, like especially in Numbani so far, it really has seemed to be more in the favor of Concordia. Which you can maybe attribute to the support choices, to like some other things, but it does seem like I don't want to be that guy that says, oh, it's only the fault because you chose the wrong heroes or because you chose the wrong supports. Because again, like we talked about at the beginning of the map, it's not necessarily like the wrong heroes. It's just that the execution is different. And you saw it even in terms of the Echo DPS, right? Like that almost getting the Mercy out of the sky, like almost the focus beam hitting it, but it's like those last few health points that don't get taken. And that's it. Kind of goes the same thing for the support line. It's these tiny margins that if you don't quite execute them at a specific success level, then the other composition with the Mercy and the Ana is going to usually be better because the margin of error is a lot larger. So you can can make more smaller mistakes that will allow you, or at least they will be compensated for. Because a lot of the time we talk about, sure, they heal more, but you talk about optimized healing, right? If your team takes less damage, you need less healing. Or if you do healing at the right times, you need less healing overall, because otherwise you're over healing, so you have too much healing versus other utility, which is when Brigittas and Zenyatas get value because they have some other utility that those supports don't bring with them. But it's all those tiny factors that eventually, if you execute correctly, yes, that composition is in theory better. But if you don't get the level of execution or the level of reactiveness, etc., versus it, then yeah, it's gonna get less value than the sort of easier to execute compositions.
Well, and I mean, I think Ledba and Duckinator have been doing fantastic as far as just executing in their roles. Ledba has looked amazing on the Ana. I was already singing the praises of Duckinator and the Mercy and able to get those fantastic reses and able to avoid stay alive, maybe to make sure to keep those few extra ticks on their health bar. But we did get word coming through that Numbani has concluded. Concordia were able to take that dub, which implies to me it was about a couple minutes, so I'm thinking that was a full hold. It was a clean 3-0 there on Numbani.
Yeah.
Leaves us with 1-1 at the half. We're going to take a little break, get set up here for map number 3. When we return, we're headed to Hybrid. We'll see you on the other side. We are tied up 1-1 at the half here in our group stage in the Emergence Division for our NECC Overwatch Nationals. Howard CC, the Dragons will take Busan, but Concordia University strike back on Numbani with a perfect round, winning every team fight we saw, and takes us here to map 3 with an even scoreline.
Yeah, now the question, of course, becomes, was it just a control fluke that we saw out of the Howard CC Dragons, or are we going to get into a map pick battle where whoever gets to pick the map wins it? It's a question, and it's a question we're going to get an answer to as this series goes on, as, of course, Howard CC Dragons, after losing, to now pick the map of Junkertown. Havana will be out, so if we go to Escort again for some reason, it will not be Havana or Junkertown, because that's what we're going to see next.
Both with long sight lines. So It was the Falcons out of Concordia didn't want to go to Havana, didn't want to see those long sight lines. So, the Dragons picked the other map that has, at least through point A, has these big sight lines to work with. I'm really curious to see what what DPS heroes. Are we going to get the fabled Widow battle? Do we get to see some sniper duels?
I'm assuming at least some Hanzo. Like Widow
Yeah.
is more evaded. That happens sometimes, but Hanzo kind of always happens. We've already seen the tendency, at least from both teams, really, to potentially throw out some Genji. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Flower and Echo here, because, of course, with those sight lines, it becomes very risky to do that.
Yep.
But yeah, there might be also an opportunity to not see as much dive. I mean, it can definitely work on point B and C. On point A, it's a little less conventional because of all the openness of it, so you can kind of see everyone coming, and the shields are helpful. But we'll see. Like flank management, shield management, just in general cooldown management is always important. A map like Junkertown just brings out the best of that in everybody. But the one elephant in the room we always need to address, or rather the omnic in the room, is that there might be the potential for pirate ship.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time, Classy.
It's Junkertown. You have to mention it. It's like there's like a couple of maps in which it's like, I would say it's a guarantee, but it's like it's the same thing as when you go to Hanamura and you say there's potential for a Symmetra strat. Like it's the same thing. Like it's about 50-50, especially when you get to like divisions like Emergence, where it's more likely that they'll go for, I wouldn't say cheese strats, but sort of straightforward strategies where just there's one bastion on the card, we protect it. And the other team will have a harder time dealing with it than we will have executing it. It's the same thing as in last map. We were talking about the ease of execution for the supports and the DPS. So there is an opportunity, and therefore I would also say it is more likely that Concordia might go for it, but it is the pick of Howard CC, so they might have a strat for it too.
Yes, we did get a side swap here. So Concordia, Wisconsin have chosen to defend here on Junkertown. We'll get the Dragons in red, starting us off on the attack. So far, not showing us any pirate ship. They still have 30 seconds if they want to change their mind on that. Looking at the defense, some double shield. No surprises there.
No, not surprising at all. What Howard CC is going to run out with, we'll see. Of course, they're in attack, so we're not going to get baited. But this defense looks very standard, and I do like the return of the legs. It's been a while, but we all felt his impact in the Overwatch 2 beta. It was super strong there. And like I said, people started rediscovering these type of heroes, right? So now, So Fresh back here on the legs, going to get Jomaro on the Pharah, which is a little surprising. But with only Optimal on the Ashe, this might be possible to hold.
And you can see Jomaro is playing in that deep right-hand side on your screen right now and utilizing what little cover that house provides. Kaneem, the first one to fall. Rez, nice block coming through from Pectus. The experimental barrier comes up just in the nick of time, and Kaneem is back in this fight as Concordia, Wisconsin are going to back up to this next corner to make a real stand.
Going to be Howard CC Dragons trying to push through this, break shields, get some pressure on, but the further they push them back, the more cover that will be for Jomaro, the more utility those double barriers will have. So soon we're going to see the actual clash of these two teams when they sort of get to this corner.
Soccer trying to work the high ground here while the rest of the team moves in down low. We are seeing this Mercy Zen lineup once again coming out of the supports of the Dragons. Landed a few shots here and there, as evident by the 60% towards Chip Milk's Transcendence, who did sub in this map, I believe. Kills going both ways. Duckinator goes down. Res off the table reserved for the defense. Webba trying to hang on long enough to get this Nano online.
We'll be able to get
Misaki
it.
falls. Yep.
Don't think they'll use it right now though, because there isn't really a reason to. Like their fight's kind of at a standstill with like both teams missing 1 or 2 members. And especially now Optimal goes down. I mean, they do extend the res, but that's only so they can actually more of a tempo res. They can actually start the fight when their full team is back.
Mine's
That's
out.
minefield, I think.
Yep. Yeah, right over
not
the point.
really. Not really
Yeah.
a great minefield, honestly, because it doesn't really push them back that far.
No, but it does buy a little bit of space on that corner, which could be all they need. They allowed Big Body to get in there with the whole hog, but does get taken down. Nano Boost was used on a Jamaro during that fight. Res comes through onto the only victim here for the defense. Now, Jamaro doesn't get picked out of the sky once that Nano Boost wears off. And the defense of Concordia have had to back up a little bit, open some space, but here comes Pectus trying to take it right back. Nice flank angle to get around that car. Already found one. Gravitic Flux was looking for the Mercy, but cannot find it. Creation lands onto Optimal, and the follow-up is there. Good focus fire coming from So Fresh and Pectus. Nice block on the hook as well, as this Sigma has reclaimed whatever ground was lost to the Falcons.
See what Reisiku is going to do when they finally get their attack fires online. So Fresh already has got it. We got the barrage and the supercharger as well, so a lot of extra damage application too. Might be up to Chimp Milk to sort of save or sustain throughout all that damage coming in.
Ooh, that was a long distance headshot for that soldier. What a pick, taking Duckinator out of the fight, ensuring this is going to be a +1. Barrage over the top. Nice bunch down there for Jamaro. Easy pickings for the far in the sky. And immediately half the team of the Dragons end up back in spawn.
The reaction to that from anybody was so slow. Rico, Chimp Milk, even Optimal. Like, no one even looked at the fire before they were dead. That is not what you want to see from your team. The awareness was sort of lacking there. But now they've got 30 seconds on the clock. This was their map choice, and they're not even close to getting to this first point.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a huge transcendence coming out of Chimp Milk. It was previously a tank player for this squad, and since moved over to the support, and looking to carry him through here to point A. Otherwise, it's going to be an easy win condition here for the Falcons to move up to match point in this series. Transcendence is out. It's enough to save Big Body Tank. Or, excuse me, it's enough to save Kadeem on the other side. All kinds of backwards on this one. Concordia, Wisconsin have gotten me turned around, but as they managed to hold here in overtime, don't let the color swaps fool you, friends. The color swaps will get you every time. Big Omni Butler was the last remaining standing here for the attacking Dragons. Does get finished off. Rosanto falls shortly thereafter. So much damage with the war drums out, and this is going to be a point A hold here for the Falcons.
81.54 meters. That's not a lot. That's about 40 times my length, I guess. There's a little bit more than that. Trying to relate here. I'm trying to relate here to, you know, the imperial system.
We're judging
yeah.
distance in classes now. That's
In classes, yeah. And it's definitely. I mean, I could do the actual calculation, tell you how many classes they pushed me or pushed it. They didn't push me, of course. 81.54. Let's see. 44.8 classes this would be.
Why did I picture like just your face on the front of the cart suddenly? Anyway, like it's got that smiley face looking thing going on. I just picture your face on the front of the payload, right there, right there. Just classy face
with some glasses and a beard on it, you know. If someone's editing or clipping this, just put my face on there. We'll have a good time, you know.
Put classy on the license plate.
Put Bullskunk's face in the Pachimari, and we'll have a great time.
I love it. Love it.
Yeah, and of course the prize pool of the NECC is in the vault or just on the cart in general. That's what they're trying to push. Yeah.
Yes.
And Concordia now gets
the
to push it further than 44.8 classes to try and get the map win.
They're all smiles right now after that defense.
5, 4.
No changes really coming out on the attack. They are moving off the double shield. Will be the only changes. They're going to go over to the mobile tanks of Winston and Diva. Double shield coming out from the defense of the Dragons as they try to make this miraculous hold to put themselves on match point.
Of course, nothing really has to change from their end. They do go for the dive tanks because they can push more pressure on the defense this time around, and especially if you got big body tank on the Orisa, as soon as you're past that shield, she's not that scary anymore. And you're already looking for that angle, thinking where am I going to jump to? See the Zenyatta orbs, like, oh, I want that on Nick, that's mine.
It could be oh so vulnerable. Even if you just get the immortality field out, that'd be huge value to dive onto the Zenyatta. Chipmunk is standing on the box of victory, knowing that is the line in the sand. They cannot let the Falcons pass. Rockets pouring in over the top, landing on optimal. Chipmunk trying to throw some damage that direction. At least keep Jomaro in check, and will succeed in doing so. Both supports getting in the action, but Far falls way behind the house, so it allows for the res. This does get demeched, and so far Dragons are holding this corner sufficiently well.
Definitely a good start to the defense for them. I mean, what would it be like if they just managed to hold this and both teams just not able to attack? Don't think that's very likely, but there's always the possibility. You've seen crazier things happen on Junkertown. With the ultimates that are coming online, though, especially like a Nano Visor, could just open things up so large, like so massively. Then you got the Valkyrie as well to support a larger dive. Like, it's harder to defend against this than it is to attack with this.
Gonna go down to the back. Nice coach gun. Yeah, as the Nanomus was thrown in, but here's an attack visor to follow it up. Yeah, Matrix from the defense allows them to get a couple kills, and they've got the spare man on the field, and the big Omnic Butler picks up a pair. Dragons able to hang on through an onslaught of ultimates and retaliate with some of their own.
Yeah, that was a combination of a couple of good reactions for Howard CC and Concordia also engaging from kind of just too far away. They didn't really engage from a distance that was, if it goes wrong, we can still attack. They attack from a distance that if we get coach gunned away, all of a sudden their Winston is kind of useless in that fight. And the other problem that they're having is that So Fresh's Tech Visor, he didn't even target Reisaku, who took the Tech Visor out later, and he could have definitely taken out the soldier and then something else. And then together with the Bob, those auto aimers just cleaned up for the Howard CC Dragons.
And now there's even more damage on the battlefield from the supercharger, but it was a tad early, and the Falcons are able to just wait it out, and the War Drums will dissipate from the battlefield. Tomorrow looking for an angle. This barrage is going to be very difficult to use. Going to have to try to catch the Dragons sleep and catch them unaware like they did on the defense. And hopefully pick up a good couple kills to open things up here for all the Falcons fans out there looking to close this out. 60 seconds on the clock, and still poking and prodding coming through as Concordia are slowly making their way onto this objective. At this rate, they are running out of time. Fortify's going to protect the Orisa, but the Gravitic Flux is able to pick up one. Body block from the Rock. Meant that Pexus was able to keep that kinetic grass going, but eventually does get taken down. Duckinator out of this fight as well, +1 here are for the Dragons, and no res on board for the Falcons.
Positioning from Lambda and Duckinator has been a little bit dodgy. They've been able to be caught out quite easily, and they're also not really able to always support their tanks as much as they maybe should or maybe need to. They will have a sort of an overwhelming ultimate advantage coming into this last fight. It's mostly like superchargers, support ultimates, but then there's that tank, that DPS ult from Jomaro. If that gets off, or if Beck just managed to get a good hook on somebody, this fight can go south really quickly for CC Dragons.
3 seconds on the clock as Kadeem moves in for the touch. Initiate overtime. Lubba has to use the grenade defensively to keep those tanks alive, and Pectus still doesn't survive. Transcendence is going to protect through the nano barrage, and Rico finds 2! That and Matrix proven highly valuable yet again here for the Dragons, and they are on par. They are on track to complete this hold as Rico picks up their 3rd kill in the fight, and the Dragons make a miraculous stand on Junkertown. They will move up to match point here in our Nationals Day 1.
That is a ridiculous hold, and a lot of that kind of comes down to Concordia never really finding the right time or space for initiation. They were always either too far away or initiating with certain ultimates too early, where they just couldn't get enough value out of things. Like, you see this Roto just coming from the side? There's no one he can hook until he's past that little toilet house. Farah, that barrage, goes way too far away, way too telegraphed. Transcendence just defends it. And it's like, that's just an example of one fight. But we had the fight, like the fight a couple fights earlier with the Winston that gets coach gunned away because they can see him jumping for 5 seconds. You know, it's those type of things where if you initiate from too far away, you need all your cooldowns to almost get there. They're going to be able to use fewer cooldowns or the same amount of cooldowns to just deny you actually getting your initiation off, and then you're sitting ducks because they're already in a defensive position and you're just in the middle of nowhere because it's Junkertown. There isn't anything to hide behind anymore. So yeah, bit problematic there from Concordia, and as good as their defense was, like again, they just couldn't find the right time to initiate on. That's unfortunate because there was definitely an opportunity there to win that map. Being 44.8 classes, we keep saying it's not that far to push. We'll see whether or not they can pull it back in map 4 though, because of course they get to pick their map now. And so far we've seen map choice matters a lot.
Matters a whole lot. Every team that has chosen the map has won the map here so far in our first 3. And it's given the Dragons just that bit of an edge, that those extra few classes they needed to take Junkertown and take match point. It was quite a clapback. I was worried for him. It was after new body. I was worried maybe the mental had been shook a little bit. Maybe they were getting a little disrupted in comms, like we were talking about earlier. Getting a little too hyped up and not staying calm and focused. But they looked collected on that defense and they managed to hold the line. That was brilliant defense from both teams. Just that much better there from the Dragons.
Yeah, exactly. And map 4, I'm a little bit blanking on which map type we're getting. I've got it
Hybrid.
somewhere.
Hybrid is
so it's going to go back to hybrid. Well, we can't see Numbani. We can't see Hollywood. So, it is always the question of what they're going to go with. Eichenwald's going to be banned out, so that leaves us with King's Row, with Blizzard Worlds. I feel like I'm forgetting another one, but it's definitely I think it's one of those two, honestly. I don't think there's something else that they really were going to go to. So yeah, if I look at what these teams like to play, I'm honestly more inclined to see them going to Blizzard World than to King's Row.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Definitely been sticking with a lot more of the mobile comms. Blizzard World, the ball is very viable there. You've got a lot of angles to work with, a lot of places to hide, grab mega packs, and quickly get back into fights and kind of cycle through, getting a lot of value out of the Wrecking Ball. So that would be my guess as well, but it is just that. It's but speculation until we know for sure.
Until we know for sure, it will always be a question mark, and that's kind of like the fun part of this, right? Where, yeah, of course we could have teams submit picks before we could pick maps for them, but it's way more fun to have that suspense here. Like I don't know about you, but like not knowing together with you guys, like that's what really makes it happen. It really gives us a little bit more to have fun with, and it's gonna be Blizzard World in the end. That is what they're gonna go for. So we were correct. But we got to guess just as much as you did before we knew. So that's, like I said, that's the fun part of it.
It was an educated guess. What can we say?
Yeah.
I love this map. This is a good map. It's got a lot of different kind of layouts to play with. I think Point B is particularly unique and a lot of fun to play, as well as a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Definitely. And I think looking at what these teams have been wanting to play hero-wise, meta-wise, I do think that there's an opportunity for both their styles to really shine through. Have, like the preference is there for them to pick what they want to do. Reinhardt, like as much as it is an option, I don't think will be played that much. Maybe on third, but even there, see a lot of Winston and Orisa and Sigma still come out. The Roadhog that has been shining through from both teams has been an interesting one, though. Like how much value they've been getting out of it, because arguably the value has been pretty much non-existent at this stage.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that maybe sees some light of day, especially at third point where you have this massive, fall down where you could potentially hook someone into it. It's always a fun one. Not quite sure if someone really wants to just pick Roadhog for that, but that would be fun if they get it off. Depending on how the map goes. But yeah, Blizzard World between Concordia and the Howard CC Dragons here.
Yeah, Howard CC on match point, and so far it looks like the Dragons' extensive preparation has served them well, both in map pick and in execution. Aside from Numbani, they've looked pretty solid. The defensive teams, clearly both of our squads. So perhaps whoever gets the better defense here, I think is the way to look at this upcoming map as we head into map 4. I mean, can the Falcons send us back to control? And if they do, can they win control? So Falcons got a long road ahead of them, even though, I mean, these two maps are, I think, the most difficult part for the Falcons yet.
They definitely will be, but, we know how they are. We know how they are as a squad, and as long as they don't get themselves down too much, I'm sure they're going to be able to find some way to come back into it. Of course, this was their map pick, but with the map bans already being so extensive, it's not as much of a pick anymore, rather than just sort of like a second ban. It's like we just don't want to play Kings Row, I guess.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean that they still didn't get to pick. And at least the first time they picked a map, they did get away with a win for that. So Blizzard World could potentially be another instance of that. I think we're waiting for like one last player, and then we're ready to go. So yeah, we'll.
Yeah. We did
You
get
know
a sub.
what? You know what? I think we're just gonna take a little bit of a break before these players are back because yeah, I think that's a wise thing to do, Will Skunk. It's a wise thing to do.
All right, sounds good to me. We're gonna give our players a few minutes to get ready. When we come back, it'll be map 4. Don't go anywhere. All right, we appreciate your patience, but it is time for map 4. Here between the Howard CC Dragons and Concordia University Falcons. This has been the pick of the Falcons after losing Junkertown. As we talked about before the break, Blizzard World will be the stage here for this next map.
Blizzard World. It is not quite Junkertown, but it has some similar features in terms of openness, in terms of, flanks, etc. And it also means we're going to see similar-ish compositions. I don't know if the Sigma, or I don't expect the Sigma Orisa at least to be as prominent, but it's definitely a possibility to have either of them come out, especially the Orisa. It seems to be a fairly standard pick here, just because of the fact that, especially on the defense, you have these long sidelines. You can just put a shield up, right? You can just put a sniper behind it, long range hit scan behind it. Even on the high ground, you can actually put an Ursa up and just make more of like a sniper's nest, more of a bunker. On the attack, though, you will usually see more dive come out, or just some sort of like rush. But since both these teams haven't really played rush that much, aside from a mecha base, I'm not surprised that like Kaneem and Pectus will just run out on this Winston Diva. And it would be the first Hanzo we see from Jamaro, so that would be exciting. I think on this map in particular, that will work really well.
3, 2,
Yeah, I like the Hanzo pick.
attackers incoming.
I thought we saw a little bit of it in Mecha Base, but only for like half of a sub-map.
Not in like a way that it really counted, at least.
Sure.
It did come out, but it was... I think it was effective for like the short amount of time that it was there, so at least there's that.
Yeah.
But we didn't get to see enough of it to really form a proper opinion, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's valid. As we're watching the Falcons, who clearly are on the attack first, moving in through Lost and Found. From a distance, Jamar trying to put down some storm arrows, but Pectus Engage is completely thwarted as they get demeched immediately. So much damage coming out from the Dragons as they're holding down Griffin. And so far, they have not allowed Falcons any room to get through this archway.
This first archway is, of course, not the easiest one to get through with all the spam potential, with all like the small space engage. Might be a reason for Falcons to actually go towards the lower approach, because of course a route through the Lost and Found on the left side for the attackers. And they might actually go through there instead. Maybe leave the Hanzo in the center, just keep spamming a little bit, Junkrat as well, but generally tanks can just go through that Lost and Found angle potentially.
Looks like they're not going to try for it this time, just going for the straightforward approach, and Pectus just gets knocked back by a whip shot. Does prompt a rotation coming through from the Dragons, as they're just going to go ahead and fall back to the far back high ground. Here from the defensive point of view, and sit above point. Build a little bit of space, but once again, very fortified here in their little bunker setup, and giving Optimal a lot of time and a lot of space to work with this Ashe.
Ashe so far finding plenty of value, and if Howard CC Dragons played as similar as they did in Junkertown, where they just don't allow for a relatively close distance to be closed, I mean, this is going to be better, but that whip shot again just stops the engage from the Winston. It's so telegraphed.
Yeah, and Pectus, look at that, his sub 100 health, now 0 health. It was a beautiful whip shot from Rico yet again, time and time again. Rico is able to read these telegraphed as it might be, but that means the Nano went to complete waste, and Pectus is going to change on over to the Hog.
This Hog so far has not been really working out for either team, but if you can't dive on them, then the Hog might allow you to get a little bit closer and just bring them to you, rather than you going to them. So I understand the logic there, and Kaneem has been less thwarted in their approach so far anyways. Wrecking Ball running extra CC there. It could definitely get something going, especially if you create enough chaos for the tire, for instance, to get a lot of value.
I think they got to get the immortality field out. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Nice
Dragon's
hook.
going to be thrown up, and there's that great hook. Optimal off the top. Attack visor through an Ant Matrix coming through from the defense. Pectus just had to scramble to find some cover. Kaneem is able to work around from the backside, take Big Body Tank out of this fight. And the Falcons have a little bit of room to work with. Still have a couple of those ults, including Mines and the Rip Tire. Great move from So Fresh. May not even need to use this tire. Well, now he's not going to be given the opportunity. Rosanto's trying to bring it back. Rez is in onto So Fresh, and the tire is coming out, trying to find out whatever remains of this Dragon's defense. Not even one tick picked up yet, but definitely a strong presence on this objective here for the Falcons.
So far, Falcons just finally able to really get on the objective, start to get some capital process. Just take the Diva out, just let her not remech. There you go. Yep. And it will be a pretty fair thing to do here. Big body tank. Last one to really take position on the point. Everyone else is going to run away. Another hook on the Baptiste. Will not be taken out somehow. They have the immortality.
Immortality, yeah.
But still,
But that's
though,
a 25-second cooldown on that thing, and
Yeah.
Polito's gone. Pecta is certainly getting the most value we've seen out of the Roadhog yet today. 3 good picks, 3 good hooks, and now has another whole hog. Or has whole hog. I guess it's their first of the map.
yeah, right. I mean, if they hook in a tank, that could be like an instant delete, especially if it's like the Orisa, because especially if you use Fortify, just kind of pushed away by it. We'll see what value it gets as this Genji's going to get spotted up by both tanks. And I like that the tanks are taking this off-angle approach together as well. Like, they're not even going straight up with the cart. That's not what they want to fight.
Bob is thrown way into the back. I think Optimal might have overshot that one a little bit. Good prevent rotation. I mean, it forces the Falcons to all move through stairs, regroup here on the stairwell, and collect their cooldowns and figure out their approach here with the bevy of ultimates they have available. Dragon's the first of those to come out and try to buy a little positioning. Just force Dragons off the high ground and right into So Fresh's line of sight, who's able to pick up 2. Both DPS, as a matter of fact. And this is going to be another fight win here for the Falcons.
Falcons doing a pretty good job to try and catch up on some time they lost. But I will say, CC Dragons are doing an excellent job of stalling this card out more and more. In 1 minute 10, they basically need to win 1, maybe 1.5 fights to get this card in. And with 1 minute left, that doesn't really leave them a lot of room for error.
That certainly does not. Isaku's going to move on over. Optimal making swaps as well as DPS changes here from the defense. Immortality used early once again. It's going to keep Rosato and Mech for the meantime. Both support ults now on the battlefield. Rico down low, holding off the cart, provides some extra armor to Reisaku. He's putting a lot of spam damage down, but D-Mech is already coming through. Rosato able to finally get back in Mech 95%. Towards that self-destruct. Supercharger out from the defense as the Tiger comes in. Looking for 2. Finds both. And the Supercharger as well. Max value from the Tiger from So Fresh once again. But triple kill for Rosato isn't enough for the defense to hold. The card 1.5 meters away slowly comes in. Second point picked up here for Wisconsin by the skin of their teeth.
They do manage to make it, but again, they're not going to have a lot of time for third. They do still have a few ultimates in the bank. 3 to be precise. There's nothing much coming out from the CC Dragons, who keep switching up their comp now. We might get into a similar situation as we saw in Numbani, where they kept on switching heroes, especially in the later stages of the fight, and they could never really get back onto like an even footing in terms of ultimates or in comp as a whole. So we'll see whether or not they've learned from that, or whether this is a different like bandit solution.
Well, early picks are going to slow this thing down even more. So Fresh receives the Nano junk right now. Something you see very often. Did allow them to get 83% towards another tire, which they've just used, it felt like. Nevertheless, it's going to be a reset here for the attacking Falcons as we cross the 1 minute mark.
With 1 minute left, still plenty of ultimates in the bank. I mean, they're almost got 5 now at this stage, especially that Rip Tire can just break open a fight. And this could just, yeah, that's the Orisa gone. Like, as soon as you use that Fortify, you just cannot be stopped dying to that Roadhog. This is too much damage. Not even being pushed away, taking that point blank. They're going to have a clean approach without a shield in the way, and that's going to be great for especially things like the Dragons and the Riptire, especially as the Immortality Field could use too.
Oh, Whole Hog at a tiny room. Risako able to get a little bit of value as both DPS ults were used. Howard CC definitely needed to find some kills with that. Rosato able to gobble up those dragons. Oh, no. Jamaro's ult just goes right at the defense matrix. Riz on 11, sure there's 2 supports in this fight. Jamaro still working this outside angle. Falling back a little bit, So Fresh moving in and just forcing back the tank. Self-destruct, buy a little space for this defense. Even finds the kill on the Lunba as well. Tire now out. That's going to take Big Body Tank out of the fight. But with the overtime going, it forces the Falcons to move on to this objective. Their options are limited, and Howard CC recognizes that. They take advantage, they find the kills, and they will not allow Concordia any more room.
And this is such a different look than we saw in Numbani, not because they held first so much better, but because they managed to buy so much time throughout the map. They keep contesting that cart, they keep pressuring forward, back. They aren't like giving so much space away, and that real estate is all you really talk about when you talk about buying time. It's not so much about how many fights you take. It's more so about where those fights take place and how fast those fights take place in terms of geometry on the map. So very nicely done from Howard CC Dragons as a defense as a whole. Of course, they also stopped the full cap, so that's always also a good thing to see. But yeah, Concordia, they could just full hold. Like, it could not matter in the end. But as a defense goes, it's definitely a very good effort.
Ready for battle.
And I don't think full holds are nearly as common on Blizzard World as we see in other maps like Noombani and even Junkertown. But Concordia's defense has been equally outstanding all day. They're going to need one here. This one's important. Now, we are in a double elimination scenario, so even if Concordia drop this map, they will still have another opportunity, but it will propel Howard into their next match, only needing one more victory to move on to our semifinals tomorrow.
Semifinals are only one good attack away for the Howard CC Dragons, but Concordia, Wisconsin's Falcons, of course, try and throw a wrench in those plans by just putting up a stellar defense. And they could very well do that. I mean, we see the Torbjorn from So Fresh come out. It's always something I'm excited to see. Let's see how well the turret's being dealt with, because sometimes teams can just forget that little bugger exists.
Oh, and that's when it chews you up. Momentary defense on the high ground. Nice speed from Howard CC. Yeah, they just move in and bully the Falcons off of that Griffin high ground. Now Concordia are sitting low, just trying to hold this corner with a double shield. Means they're in pouncing range from a speed engage coming through from this rush comp. There we go, M speed out. Amplification Matrix out as well for the attacking Dragons. Nice rotation from Concordia. So far, they're surviving it. Kanima's caught inside stable. Could be in trouble. Indeed, does go down. Now the bulk of the defense is gone. The bulk of the shielding is gone, at least. Clapback is coming through. It's 2 kills, making 3 here for the defense of Concordia, as they try to hang on, but it's just Pectus with Duckinator left on this point. Gravitic Flux being thrown in. That found the Devo, but gets stunned out by a flashbang coming out of So Fresh. Excuse me, coming out of Reisaku. Pectus looking to thwart whatever's left. Yeah. I mean, I can't argue with it.
Time.
It
they
works.
bought enough time. Sigma is a tricky hero to kill on a good day, especially if you only got 2 heroes with you. One of yours is support, the other is a diva. Then a Mercy's plenty to sustain that Sigma through most of it with his own utility included. Sure, the Gravitic Flux didn't get anything, but then the Valkyrie comes out. I think the best thing that CC Dragons could do was reset, because it just drew out through pretty big ultimates. It's only going to be the Amplification Matrix, and look at what they got on their own bank. They got 5 come up in like a couple seconds.
And the Dragons are rushing to the high ground with them, using the sound barrier first. Saku's able to pick up one. Dragons over the point. Game was whittled down low. That Mercy Beam just glued to him, and it's still not enough to thwart that burst damage. Howard CC will take this on their second attempt. Even investing a late Earthshatter to clean it up.
Just make sure they can't do the same thing and stall out with the Mercy and something else again. I do get it. Might be a little bit of an overcommitment, but then again, sometimes you just gotta. And with 4 minutes on the clock, by the time the start card starts rolling, they're in a pretty good spot here. They're definitely in a much better spot than Concordia was by the time they started B. So now we can see how Concordia deals with this. How are they going to be able to stall? How are they going to be able to sort of forward hold?
And it's an interesting placement of their tanks, as the Orisa sitting very far back here by the doorway, and having Pectus on the Sigma kind of pushed up a little bit to challenge the stairs. Dragons looking to stay down low for the moment. I wonder if they're going to try to rush inside, go all across the far right-hand side from their point of view.
I always wonder that when I talk about them, but yeah, this time around, the Wonderment going to get an answer pretty quickly, but we do see a lot of ultimates being online from Concordia now as well, so it's a little more of an even fight, and all of that has been blown on the CC side. There's the multi-core finally just nailing their approach down. Reisaku goes down, big body tank falls. That's over. That's not happening. That is 3 ultimates straight up invested, so it's a heavy investment from Concordia. But that doesn't mean that they don't have anything left for next fight. On the contrary, they'll still have about 3 ultimates. And that means they're sort of evening their situation up with the Dragons, which is always a nice thing to see, that you know that your pace is about even with the other team. That you don't run into a situation where they have 6 and you have like 1 or 2 ultimates. At least not if you control your pace correctly.
Yeah, no, and that discipline's super important. that we're seeing from the Falcons there in that ult usage. And now, same approach here from the Dragons, and they still have the Gravitic Flux to worry about. It's going to be a similar problem. They're just going to bunch up here as they try to exit this doorway of the Nexus experience. And they do have a self-destruct alongside it. Dragons from the other side. Nice pincer move. And Ludwig goes down. So just Mercy heals here for Concordia as they try to fin this off. Damara managed to sweep all the way from the outside, but the rest of the team is kind of scattered, falling all the way to the back of point. Pectus gets caught out.
Pectus died on the cart though, so it's sort of okay, because in that situation you do stop the cart for a little bit at least. Duckinator tries to go for the rest, but that was a bit much. Like, I do understand that they are able to cancel that one. Kaneem is going to respawn though, and that's a nice pick on the Reisaku. That actually sets you up for the next fight quite nicely. No stun on the soldier, but he does get taken down, unfortunately. Like, if he doesn't get taken out there, it's a good pick. Now it's just a risk.
Yeah, it ends up being a trade. Not even the Gravitic Flux is going to be enough. Polito does fall. And this one's gotten a little chaotic, but Big Body Tank is there to just swing the hammer through the chaos and make sense of it all, sending multiple people back to spawn.
Yeah, like I said, that was worth it, getting that pick on the Cassidy, but not if you die yourself there, because then that tech visor could have been a great tool to use to either draw out the immortality field or after the immortality field has been used for the Gravitic Flux. And it just couldn't come through now. Like, it's just unfortunate. Gamaro will still have that tech visor, of course, because they didn't get the chance to use it. And together with Supercharger, it could be big, but they just don't have that much in the chest right now. 2 minutes 30 still to go.
Oh, and those Dragons are very well placed. Jamar off on the flank angle, immediately shut down by the Deadeye. And this is the Dragons pushing through Sound Barrier, Earth Shatter, all in the back. Not even allowing the Falcons to get close. At Howard Community College, the Dragons will take our first match of the Nationals in a 3-1 fashion. Beautifully done. I've never been so happy to have my Preds wrong. Congratulations to the Dragons coming out of Columbia, Maryland.
I was gonna say, it turns out we were wrong, but that doesn't matter because, of course, you know, it's always hard to predict when you never see these teams play against each other, but you have no idea about, like, the power level differences between these conferences. So it's super nice to see that, you know, even for us that have been watching these teams for like a year now, have no idea what actually happens in the end. I mean, we have some idea, of course, but this was definitely a back and forth between these teams and some very close finishes on most of the maps. So I'm happy with the game we saw. It could have gone either way still. So it might have just been right in another scenario. You know, it could have happened. Doesn't mean Concordia is out. The way this works is that now they're going to have to play against the loser of the other match that's also going on tonight, which would be... I'm just getting it up here. I misplaced it. I got it here, right here. There we go. Which would be the NEC Grims versus Carthage. So the winner of that's going to be having to play against the Howard CC Dragons in the next match, which is also coming up tonight. And the next match that we're getting in this group in particular would be NEC Grims versus Carthage, and the loser of that then goes up against Concordia. So neither of them are out just yet, but the loser of that next match would be finally eliminated, and the other one gets another shot to potentially go into the semifinals tomorrow.
Well, the Dragons do get a moment to breathe and celebrate. Headed by Optimal, able to get the job done here today. Being a community college, Howard is a 2-year school, so any major university out there looking for some solid pickups for your Overwatch team, keep an eye on these Dragons. They would love to find a good home here once they are done with Howard CC, and I know Coach Winkle is cheering them on every step of the way to find those good homes. And I mean, they're putting up a good showing for it right now. They still need to win one more to make it in the semifinals, but on track for it, and a big congratulations for a strong start in Nationals.
For sure. And of course, this wasn't the only match that we're doing here tonight.
No, it's not.
Like we said, there is more NECC coming. Stream schedule is very nice. There's also another stream going on alongside us. The next one we're going to be seeing here are the Carroll Pioneers versus Baker University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a unspecified number of minutes in order to bring you that next match.
Activating.
You're powered up. Get in there.
EMP activated. Self-destruct sequence. Mecha activated. Nerf this. I'll show them. Routing power. Forward shield. Heaven shall be made. Matrix activated. Get through this. Some enemies down.
Very rough.
I'm gonna have to shoot you down. Time to raise my ATM.
Gale the Mahal.
I'm claiming this objective.
Justice reigns from above.
You're powered up. Get in there.
My
Now
ultimate
you
target.
endangered species.
Suiting up. Now I'll show them.
EMP activated. This will heal you. Score 1-0. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. Double kill. The
I'll
objective
capture
is
this
yours.
objective myself if I have to. Meteor strike!
Double kill. Triple kill.
No stopping me.
Meteor strike! I'm on fire! Everyone get on the objective.
Let's get you healed up.
Rising uppercut!
You're fully healed.
Barrier activated.
APM 좀 올려볼까?
Fide Balsuyo!
Mega active. Yeah. I got it. I'm on fire.
Double
I thought you were going to be a challenge.
I am loving this.
Meteor strike! Stay down.
victory. Three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Damage increase. Move back.
Restoring health systems. Boosting up.
Defense matrix activated. Booster on.
Enemy target located. Flight routine. Burning them down. What happened the wicked?
No stopping.
Double
High score for
Adaptive circuits
Time to
engaged.
raise my ATM.
Debuff.
Nerf this.
This will restore.
Helden sterben nicht.
Wholly predictable.
score. 0-0. Switching sides. Initiating match. battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
One for my highlight reel. Time to raise my birthright.
Activating the barrier. Barrier is barrier is out of existence. Excuse me.
Clearing the area. You're going to be okay. Someone get that payload moving.
Heroes never.
A closed mind is already defeated.
Get behind the barrier. Cease your resistance. Seconds remaining. The payload is approaching its destination.
Damn it.
30 seconds remaining.
Roadhog time.
Time is running out. Press the attack. Why is the payload stopped?
أنا هاخد بالي منه.
Get back.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroes never die.
Overtime. Play of the game.
Let them up!
Victory. Match. Ready for battle.
Taking off.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
It is time for our second series of the day here in NECC Overwatch Nationals. My name's Jeff, back with Mana Class here as we continue in the Emergence Division, or conference, I suppose, technically. This one, we're headed into Group B, and the start of our double elimination bracket. We've got Carroll University taking on Baker.
Yeah, exactly. It's Group B this time. We just saw Group A, Dragons versus Concordia. That was a very, very exciting match. It almost went to the full length, but they didn't quite manage to go to map 5. So let's see what the Carroll Pioneers and Baker University can bring us today as they go into their first best of 5 or first of 3. Of course, if you aren't familiar with the format, we are looking at a sort of a double elimination group stage. So the winner of this match will play against the winner of the other Group B match 1, which is Marywood and King's College. And the loser will play against the loser of that match, and then they still have a chance to potentially get their way back into the finals of this Nationals Conference Championship.
Yep, 8 teams here from the Emergence Conference. 4 will move on to semifinals. That'll take place tomorrow. First things first, got to get through this opening match here in group stage. This is, why don't we take a look at our rosters? Let's take a look at some of our players that are going to be hitting the battlefield today. We're going to start with Baker University. The Wildcats have quite a diverse squad here. A couple of seniors on this squad, a couple of sophomores as well.
They do, and you always like to see that diversity, not only in terms of maturity, but also just in terms of making sure and seeing that games actually bring people together. So it's not just like that one specific group that's just the gamers. No, it's like people from every single part of that university. You can see it in the things they study, as well as the layer or the tier or the year that they're in, rather. And the same kind of goes for their opponents as well, I must say. I mean, it's not just a one slot team, so to speak. They don't all have like the same background, the same rough age. You see some diversity coming out in that as well. And yeah, I mean, with KTM 6060, Little Duck, Clean Saucer, Lasker Du, Pez, and Grim Reaper are gonna have a fun match coming at us from the Pioneers.
Yep, KTM is the newly appointed captain of this squad, taking over those duties from Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper will be the IGL for this squad. We'll be calling the shots here to try to lead Carroll University to another first place. They finished first place in our conference playoffs, looking to have a repeat performance coming in here to Nationals. Both our teams went 6-3 through the regular season, both relatively small schools, so I'm expecting a very even matchup. And we got some Preds for you. We can do some caster predictions, and I mean, it's honestly though, I think this was one of those that's like 55 to 45%. For a team to go either way. I feel like it's really close, very very close.
It is going to be close, and I mean, you can already see that we both disagree about what's going to happen here. I got Baker winning this one out. Pioneers are going to be Bullskunk's favorite, and we both have our reasons for it, which we'll probably get into as we get further through the map. It's like, see, this is why I think they're going to win. It's gonna have the discussion going on as it goes on. I mean, obviously, we've seen like their season performance, right? Like we know what they have done so far. We've also seen both in the playoffs for the spring and the fall season, as well as just in general group stage play, that predictions and results of the past are rarely an indicator of the future, or at least not always. I mean, we have some consistency here and there, but generally speaking, we do need to always just see what form they come on, like on the day. I mean, we know school's out for a lot of these teams. There's not a lot of academics going on anymore. Maybe that mentality, maybe that activity also plays a role, not being in that same routine rhythm anymore. Maybe some of them have already, been having some fun on the side, which can distract you a little bit. Like there's always a couple of extra factors that come in with, especially like sort of high pressure end of the season tournaments like this.
Well, we do know that with the academics being done, our teams have had more time to practice and prepare. I spoke with Coach Chris from Carroll University, and they apparently went through some extensive practice. But not only that, but took a trip together to the Wisconsin Dells. So a little team building. We got to enjoy some of that time off, but enjoy it together as a squad to help keep the synergy intact and bring some of that into nationals here, as they're going to get into this first game here for group stage for both of these squads. Lijiang Tower, map number 1, the choice of the Pioneers.
It's going to be the choice of the Pioneers indeed. And starting on control, like we said, it's always a tradition, right? Like, you got to start here just because it is the only mode that really gets you in that zone of team fighting and just brawling and chaoticing it out. We will have push eventually, but right now we still got to work with control as the only mode that really allows us to do this. And Li Jiang is, again, it's one of those classics. We had Busan in the last series to start out off. This time it's Li Jiang, and both of those are like the excellent options, the preferred options for a lot of the community. And we already see that both of these teams have a fairly similar approach to this. Big difference would potentially be Saucer on that Pharah and Velocity on the Soldier.
And I mean, Pharah very strong here. It's one of my favorite maps to play Pharah on as well. And then even more so if we head to Gardens. But Night Market here to start things off.
Capture.
Let's get this match underway. Out of the gates we come. Both teams have Symmetras, so we're expecting teleporters into the window. Indeed. Both teams landing almost simultaneously. Nice bio-nade onto Oliktov. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. Oliktov, that's going to be a tough one. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that one, but there it is. Both Reinhardts falling early in this fight. It's going to be up to DPS bring it back. Aside from a good res is there, but in the meantime, Little Duck and Silent able to find some kills, and Carroll University on track to grab first control.
Doing a very good job of it. A lot of that actually mostly coming down to the fact that there was a Lucio versus an Ana. Like, yeah, you got there faster, but it barely matters, right? Because as long as you get that speed boost out of spawn, then you switch to the hero that, like, to the Mercy or the Ana. After that, you will still be able to get there at about the same speed. You don't have to stay on that Lucio for it. So there was just a lack of healing, and the anti-nade and the sleep dart from Grim Reaper just got way more value than the occasional boop and the AoE that Killax brought out.
Yeah, Byron is playing a huge factor in that first fight, and it's the reason Grim Reaper has this nano online, and it's on to Silent here to start things off. Shatter going in, he's going to pick up 2. Client Saucer able to follow up on that and take the Mercy out of the fight. Blue Badger was so close to that Valkyrie as well. Client Saucer continues to put in damage from the outside, forcing Velocity to turn all which ways to keep track of this Pharah. Client Saucer able to Conquest out of there with 11 health, get topped off, goes back into the fight with Barrage in hand. Lands the direct onto Julius, and Baker University just having to back out and lick their wounds.
Nicely done so far. I mean, you do see that the difference between that Pharah and then the Soldier on the other side, like, it provides a different kind of pressure. And the fact that Julius stayed in that Symmetra also doesn't really give them the best entry potential. Like, you do really need that Symmetra on the defense right now because, of course, she provides those turrets, she has the shield in the way, and now that Julius has the photon barrier, you want to keep that too. But they might have, been better off switching up sooner. Right now, though, they've got so many ultimates in the bank. This will be their best opportunity to take this, and they will not have a great one afterwards anymore.
4 of those ultimates immediately hitting the battlefield as soon as they teleport through. Including the sound barrier, which is now faded. But after 4 ults, Killians is still here. Now there's a Nano Barrage, and over the top, that's going to pick up 1. Gets the DMEC as well. The follow-up is there. And the Shatter to clean things up. The second for Pez so far here of this round.
That was a saucy round from our Clean Saucer, or Klein Saucer, as you want to call them. But hey, sometimes the Symmetra strat just works out better for one of the teams, and the other team just doesn't want to swap against it. And then that's what you get, 100-0. Like, it's very hard to push back into a Symmetra comp like that with your own Symmetra comp. There's a reason why you will always see teams swap off the Symmetra as soon as they lose that first point control, because it's not the best one to attack with to get back into it. Even when you try and teleport up, like, they'll be ready for everything with their turrets in place, with just a general spam of those orbs because they know where you're going to be coming from. It's a rough go that you're going to have of it. Now Baker is going to come in with potentially the Tracer and the Widowmaker. They have some seconds to swap, so we're not going to call it just yet. This would be an interesting swap up, especially because, I mean, it's very likely just a reaction to that Pharah being in the way. The Cassidy is going to be the eventual answer. It's still a similar solution to the problem.
Well, and a good draw on the second submap here for the Pioneers. So, like I said, Klein Saucer can have an even better time here on Gardens with that big center tower to work around and use as cover. Wildcats have abandoned the teleport strat altogether as they move through Lightroom. They suffer a casualty, but Rez online. They're back at 6. Looking to find some entry here, but that Klein Saucer just ringing down so much damage, and the Symmetra is set up to protect against this entry.
80% towards Barrage already. Check out the Tracer twice, even after she got rezzed. And now, I mean, what are you really going to do if you're Baker? You don't really have anything to push into this. You don't have to spam to win the shield war. You don't have the heals to keep this up any longer than you have to. But
You do
all
have
of a sudden,
velocity.
From the side, you have velocity that finally finds some shots. The Cassidy swap working out amazingly. And after about 25%, this point looks to already be flipping back. Great play and great read on the flank from Velocity.
That was absolutely fight winning. And we'll get rezzed up. You deserve that second lease on live. And like you said, it seemed like everything was stacked against the Wildcats, but Velocity able to find a nice triple kill to open that up. Beautifully done.
I was really expecting Julius to be more a little bit of a flank tracer, where they kind of just ran with the team, and then you kind of get lost in the spam. You just get caught out in all the splash damage from the Pharah. And they're going to try and teleport back in. The High Noon is already out. It's good shatter from Pez, but they won't stay alive for long enough. That's going to be a quick fight loss for the Pioneers. Not expecting this to last any longer. The investment here from the Nano, potentially the self-destruct if Little Duck sees the opportunity, it's just not worth it. I mean, you don't really have anyone else to help you out here. You're just
they are.
giving time and ult charge away. Then they get some kills, and with a quick teleporter re-engage, this might be worth it, but it's such an investment.
Pez has to stay alive here.
Yeah, he
Pez
has
cannot
to.
go down, otherwise all that advantage is gone, and Pez has no
It's gone.
support. This is going to give time for
They could
Blue
res it
Badger.
maybe. I think the Mercy is close enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're going to do that. Yeah.
KTM, okay. Hey, all right. So still an opportunity for a power play, for an advantage for Pioneers as they push in.
You did just give them like 3 more ultimates though than they had, so
True.
it might still not have been worth it, but we'll see. I mean, no shatter online for either of the Reinhardts, so the engage will have to be clean, and the photon barrier is going to be a great tool to do that with.
They're kind of bisecting the enemy team. And 2 quick picks. Coalescence comes in late here for the Wildcats. Is enough just to keep Blue Badger alive to get Olektov back into this fight. So the Reinhardt is there. The Deadeye from the back corner, from Bridge, is able to pick up both supports. It's Velocity once again, the difference maker here for this Wildcat squad.
Velocity got conked off the map and then woke up and chose violence. They just were not ready for this Cassidy to come in. And Velocity might just be the hero that they needed, and definitely the one they deserve. Like, look at that. The Pharah, just 2 shots. Can't already not attack anymore. It's a nice shatter and antinate onto the Reinhardt, though. Are they going to be able to do this quick enough before they get taken out by Velocity again?
Blue Badger's gonna move in, gets the res, but Field's coming back the other way. Olektov's gonna throw down a shatter once back on their feet. Pez is a little low, but there's a lot of reinforcements there, and Self-Destruct's gonna get that mech back. They got McButler coming in from Julius just to try to buy some time for reinforcements to show up. Baker's already at 99%, so they're not really accruing anything more in that regard. But Pioneers have pretty much everybody
That makes
here.
it.
Pez takes Julius down. Little Duck is able to find one as well. Volcano just running for their life, and Pez
I
finally gets that
really
hammer
thought
kill.
they were going to get that Reinhardt, but
They
they're going to be
really
able to clean
did.
up now. Yeah, they have too much value out of this, and even Velocity with the Dead, I will not be able to grab this back. Like, I know I said this before, but this time it's really too much, even for a lone Cassidy to do. So point will flip about 40% before anything really starts happening again. And the ultimates are, I mean, they're not that skewed, but a little bit in the favor of the Pioneers, since they already have them, and they have 1 more as well. But it will remain to see like what they can get out of the execution. Because so far, I don't think Saucy will really be able to get into a position to properly get a barrage off. And even with the nano boost, it's not going to be enough. It's interesting that they had to go to the Lucio and the Ana instead of having a Mercy with that power as well.
ATM does have the sound barrier, so there is at least that. Pez with a huge fire strike, able to finish off the last of the remaining percentage, so there is an Earthshatter online for that tank, further increasing the economy here for the Pioneers as they look to hold on. With 75%, it could be just one more fight. That self-destruct looking like a dangerous spot. Silent just lays that egg, just sat on it like a mama hen, knowing that they had no other recourse. Coalescence now out as the nano boost is invested in. Little Duck threw up the self-destruct. I think Little Duck was actually the recipient of that nano. Didn't quite catch it, but there it is. It's Velocity. Lighten up the feed as Olektov is going to throw in the shatter. And this is Baker University bringing it back here in this final fight. They're going to send us on over to Control Center.
Velocity has put so much pressure on like 2 sides of the fight. So they wanted to run a Pharah, but without the Mercy. And every single time the Pharah shows her face, Velocities are like, yeah, but I'm going to at least double tap you. So you're already going to be low health. In that last fight, they were 1 HP, had to go to the Mega Health pack. So Velocity was like, okay, I'll just High Noon, kill the Ana, and then I'll go deal with you. I'll just go into the room, flashbang you, take you out that way. In the meantime, Velocity is also providing so much extra value to the rest of the team by just whittling down tanks, threatening supports, and doing all of that. And without the Mercy on that Pharah, you just cannot do enough to distract the Cassidy for long enough. Unless you hit like a double direct rocket, and even then, it's going to be tricky. So, little bit of a wrench in the plans of the Pioneers, because they had to adapt so much to just a single Cassidy pick. And now we're going to see what happens when we go over here to Mecha Base, to Control Center, where Pharah isn't really a pick at all. So now we're going to have see Saucy go over to the Reaper, which we always love in Control Center, but will it pay off?
Both teams just going right at the gut. You can see Klein Saucer on the right-hand side of your screen currently trying to work through Light Room. The rest of the team of the Pioneers going to go ahead and rotate that direction as well. Try to take advantage of the stairwell and a little bit of some height and sight lines and some cover to use. Continuing that rotation, Pioneers going all the way around, looking for a vulnerable target. No speed with this rush comp from either side, but nevertheless, Klein Saucer is able to close the gap. Unfortunately, it's looking to be all Baker from there as they take down the Reinhardt and the subsequent supports. Nothing to top this team off with, and Baker grab first control.
Looking like a very solid start here for Baker. And again, it's like the switch overs that they have been making is working out. Julius, they do provide some value, but it just seems like this extra thing because they have to have 6 heroes, right? Like, not that they're not pulling their weight, but they're just an extra body in the way to distract from the value that players like Velocity are getting at the moment. Two Volcano gets their mech back just before this fight starts. Nice timing, otherwise they might have been in trouble.
Good bio nade over the top means Pez has to back out and just cannot pursue Olektov, who was so low. Now Olektov has got the Nano available. Shatter online. Shatter comes in. That finds Little Doug and another big bio nade. Self-destruct out from Cool Volcano, and Olektov does indeed get the Nano boost and goes in swinging. Find one, finds two here for the big German. Gonna chase out KTM, and Baker continuing to look strong.
Baker continuing here on their winning pace. More and more struggles coming out from the Pioneers. They will have a relatively clean entry here. They won't really be blocked in the doorway as much. It's a good anti-nade at least. The Grim Reaper and Little Duck can be slowed down a little. But with so much space being given to them, they'll be fine. Rally comes out now as an initiation. They should be able to just walk in here.
And hoping the Pioneers can draw enough aggro on this front line that Silent can get up top and drop this Deadeye. It's a lot of skulls. Only ends up taking Blue Badger out of the fight. Could be enough with the Death Blossom in the back. That's 2, 3 there for Saucer. As the pulse goes wide and Carroll finally gets some percentage going here in the control center.
They'll be fine. Like, again, it was just a lot of space given to Pioneers to walk in, because by the time they get there, that Reinhardt shield was already broken. But because they got so much space, because there was so much time as well given with that space, you saw Silent being able to get up to that high ground and just knock down the Deadeye on a Valkyrie Mercy and on like a couple of other things. So unfortunately, couldn't quite capitalize on the shield breaking that they had been doing. But now Baker's coming in. They got some ultimates coming up. Let's see what Saucy is going to be able to do here with that Reaper. Looking for a flank, but there's none there.
I think they spotted Velocity trying to go up high. So Klein Saucer just denied that angle for the high ground. While on the low ground, Pez is able to win the frontline war. And Carroll University are able to hang on through that fight. Velocity never finding the angle to use that tac visor.
It seems that right now, Baker isn't really positioning to win the frontline battle. They're really positioning towards DPS doing their work. But so far, that just leads to Olektov losing those fights pretty quickly, and then they just don't have enough time to whittle the rest of the team down with the DPS. And since Tracer and Soldier aren't the most bursty heroes, you do need a little bit more time to work with.
Tac visor coming out in the back of the self-destruct. Nice heal nade though comes through. Response there from Killua X God. Nano thrown in as well. Pez has one of their own with a rally at their back, and that break proven to be a huge difference maker in these frontline wars that you were talking about. Pez is able to smash through the ranks here of Baker University, and now Carroll have caught up in percentage.
It's just too much. But they can't win that tank battle anymore. And if the Reinhardt keeps going down that quickly, you just cannot do anything. Because the rest of your DPS gets countered. Good Shatter, though, is going to at least take down 2 with that. And that's Pez gone, too. This might just be the turnaround they needed. That High Noon is not going to fight much value if you're constantly in the face of a D.Va, but they're not going to be able to maybe pull it out if they don't get killed by the Reinhardt, and they do. It looks like Baker having potentially won that fight just as they needed it in the last seconds, but there might be a small chance for a comeback here with a Shatter from Pez being close too.
Yeah, Grim Reaper making the swap over to the Lucio off the break just to make sure they can get in touch, but Pez has to sacrifice themselves to initiate overtime. So no Shatter coming out from them. Grim Reaper's going to fall as well. You have Little Duck flying around, desperately trying to stay alive, but the mech is now gone. The Pilot D.Va falls shortly thereafter, one by one. The Pioneers are filtering onto this point in desperation. Wildcats stay in control and take care of the stragglers as they approach. Good focus fire from the Wildcats, and they will pick up this first point. Just a little bit of cleanup left to go. And they're going to start off strong. After losing the opening map in fairly convincing fashion, they come back in our second and third sub-maps to conquer Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, this third map has still been close, though, and it's not over just yet, especially when Salsa pulls out a Death Blossom, and they just haven't been able to clean up quick enough. It's a Reaper, it's a Moira, it's a Wrecking Ball. The Lucio comes back in. They need to start finding some value here, getting some eliminations with the Mercy going down, with the swings of the Reinhardt just not being enough to sustain. It has to be up to Velocity to potentially get some value, but the Cassidy is not enough, and against all odds, in like... Oh, it's not over. There's a self-destruct from Cool Volcano. That could also be a difference maker. Maybe they threw it out a little bit earlier than they had to. They throw it out. The remake gets a lot of damage on the Little Duck, too. Little Duck has to self-destruct in the bank as well, though. And the rest of the teams come back in. Velocity on the Soldier will be back as well at some point. And they have potentially the res advantage if the Chaos doesn't get Blue Badger out of the way. But with the Coalescence, with the Photon Barrier, with all the damage and no eliminations from Baker, it looks like the comeback is indeed real. Just the Soul Lucio to stall it out. But there will be the overtime. Well, first the cap, and then the overtime will blink away in like a second. There we go. Pioneers, you thought it was over, but unfortunately for Baker, it really wasn't.
Wow. Like the Pioneers...
I just want to see a replay of like when that turning point happened and how it happened.
They missed the Reaper. The Reaper comes in
it's like,
and just doesn't get dealt with. And the Wrecking Ball took a little long to kill, a little longer than... I mean, they've been so good. The focus fire was there on that cleanup.
Yeah.
Baker was handling them. Boom, boom, boom. Every time somebody stepped onto that point, Baker was putting all 6 guns right on them. They were deleting them as fast as they could show up. And then the Wrecking Ball manages to stay alive just a little bit longer. And it gives time for the Reaper to show up with the Death Blossom and swing it all back. I do not believe what I just witnessed. The Pioneers read the script, ripped it up into pieces, and threw it out the window.
And now, after that, you gotta go straight back into map 2. Like, that's the problem here, right? It's not like you have two days to like go over what went wrong and how can you improve on this. And no, you have like a couple of minutes maybe. You have to also think about what map you want to play next. Like, at least you have that level of comfort saying, like, we're just gonna go to that map because you've learned about what, you know, they like to play, what you like to play. The next map type is Hybrid, which is always a nice transition from Control.
I'm still flabbergasted.
It's a mental problem, right? Yeah, it's like, it's for us too. Like, we're also like, wait, what just happened? Like, we know what happened. We know what happened, but what just happened? So we're gonna see the ban on Hollywood from the Pioneers. They are very clear about that. Hollywood, not a particularly popular map among these teams today, but there's still, you know, plenty of hybrid maps left in the pool. So let's see what they're gonna come out with on the side of Baker.
That was a 1 in 1,000. I still can't get over it. Like, that was a 1 in 1,000. I've cast that map 1,000 times.
We gotta move on.
And I think that's the first time I've ever seen that kind of a comeback. I can't. I'm stuck on it. I'm stuck. Hopefully our teams are able to move on, right? Like, hopefully.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, if we're stuck on it, imagine them being like in the moment and just in your head, like, oh shit. You gotta reset. You gotta reset that mental and be like, you know what? Map's done. There's nothing we can change about it. Results in, there's going to be the next map. I win that one. And again, you get that comfort of picking the map you go to. You get the comfort of like executing the strategy that you really want to do without having to counter as much of what the other team is doing. You can put way more emphasis on your own pace, rather than at reacting to like losing fights on control where you have to maybe swap comps and like not a lot of time to work with. It's the advantage of basically every other map type that you actually have time to think. And they're having some time to think, of course, between the maps now. So sometimes that's a good thing, right? But sometimes that can also be a bad thing, because if you have too much time to think, then you kind of keep getting the space to remember the last map, and that might also be a problem. So
Yeah, you get in your own head a little bit.
let's hope they get the exact time they need, like the exact sweet spot right there.
I mean, talk about wind in the sails of the Pioneers. Like Carroll University, I'm sure every single one of those players thought that it was doomed to fail. Like it's almost you're going like you can't just stop and wait for overtime to dissipate. You go in, you give it everything you've got, and that is why right there. I can't imagine any of the 12 players in that server expected that to happen. But now this means the Pioneers are going to have a little momentum. They're going to have some excitement at their back, and they need to make sure and keep that tempered and find that sweet spot. So not just a sweet spot as far as the amount of time, but sweet spot as far as emotion and excitement, but still staying calm and collected. I mean, it's been my phrase of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's calm and collected as always. We call a lot of phrases of the day, but we're gonna go back to Numbani, where calm and collected might even be more of a phrase of the day, because that is where that snowball comes in after that first point a lot of the time.
Yeah.
If you can't collect yourself and stay calm in that situation, you might just be snowballed all the way to third, like we saw happen in the last series. So let's see if there's a similar power level difference between these two teams when we get to Numbani. At least the Emergents are so far very unanimous on what type of maps they like to play, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah, so far it's been fairly consistent. I think the only reason we didn't see Li Zhang in our first series was the map that got banned out first. Otherwise, they'd probably be an exact replica. I do enjoy me some Numbani, though. It certainly doesn't hurt my feelings. Looks like we are getting a little bit of a role swap here. So we're going to have Grim Reaper moving up into the DPS role with Saucy, Klein Saucer, moving down into the support role.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this a little bit before this game started. In general, we talk about these teams. There is a high level of flexibility from some of these teams, but not necessarily from the Pioneers. Like when we look, teams always tell us, like what type of roles two players play, etc. On the Wildcats on Baker University's side, they're pretty much all listed as flex. Like Blue Badger is listed as support. You got Jarrell, who wasn't playing this round on tank or DPS flex. Everyone's just listed as flex. On the other side, though, when we look at Pioneers, they have a way more sort of set role distribution in terms of what they like to play. And Saucy doesn't really have the support listed as something that they also do.
Well, funny you mentioned that. It looks like they changed their mind on that and decided Laskardu is better suited for this occasion. So they've decided to go ahead and just pull Saucy out altogether.
They have 4 support players on their team, and Saucy isn't one of them. So it was already like a questionable decision for me. Like, don't really know. Like maybe everyone's gone today or something. Like they all got hit with some disease or something else happened. I don't know, like power outage, something like that. But no, it does seem like they do it. Then you go for Laskardu in the end, and we'll see what that turns into. It's probably more map dependent than anything. It probably tells us a little bit about something what they're gonna do comp wise. As we did see both teams mostly just play the Reinhardt so far. It hasn't really been divey. I mean, they played Reinhardt Diva, so they did have the Diva at least there, which is always going to work, especially in a map like Numbani. But will we see some Wrecking Ball or maybe some Winston come out for this? It's possible, but it's also, again, it's not mandatory. It's just something a lot of teams will start preferring the further they go up the ladder because of the high ground mobility that you kind of, I would say need, but prefer, especially on first.
I like that hat the statue was wearing. You think I can pull that off? Think I could rock that hat?
So the question is whether you'd be able to get your hands on one.
Because
it seems like a very culturally significant type of headpiece. So it's also a question of whether it would be like a sensitive thing for you to wear it.
No, that's true. That's true.
So there's like a lot of.
I did not mean it in an insensitive way.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because the map of Numbani also has this wonderful art exhibition going on. Well, fashion exhibition going on in this particular street. So there's a couple of coutures, a couple of clothing stores. And there's like this whole fashion festival going on, which really mixes the whole sort of African tribal culture with the more modern Omnic and technological influences, which is not only seen in the Sigma Bot Couture shop, but especially in Iteria on the other side of the street. But yeah, this I also wonder if you could call this a hat. It's like the other thing. It's like, it feels like it's more of just like sort of one of those head accessory type of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you
I
know,
don't know. It is very fashion forward though, so it could be
It
could be a
is.
fashion statement. It's not necessarily, you know, something significant into the cultural heritage of New Bonnie. But anyway,
on a statue, maybe though.
yeah, you're probably right.
It's not a poster; it's a statue. No,
You're probably right.
bit different. I do always like the reference to like the bull statues that the rhino has been made. You know, it's a rhino instead of a bull.
Right.
Nice Hanzo shot, almost got the Pharah this guy actually, and not that surprised to see a Pharah come out here. It is funny that it's this time from Baker though, because they had to try to get the Pharah on Li Zhang, and now they get to play with the Pharah themselves with their attack.
I was a little worried for Silent's positioning, and oh man, we were already seeing the Pharah get value. Once Silent kind of backed up a little bit, Julius is able to move in. Julius does have roughly 10 health. Finally gets topped off from Blue Badger, and Baker University make their way onto the objective. Now, light pick comes through, Blue Badger will fall, and there may be time for a recontest, assuming that KTM can stay alive through this. Nice sleep onto the Diva, but Julius will eventually land that direct, and Baker University keep the pressure on. Now, Green Reaper able to chop Julius out of the sky. Falls over the kill out of the pilot Diva as well. Pez is still on this point. Beautiful hold. Health bars low for both Velocity and Killua X-Con. That's a tough one for me to get through, and it was a tough point for Baker to take.
Yeah, the problem that Baker kind of got into there is committing very deep for that KTM eliminations and then like the follow-up. So they were sort of stuck behind the shields from Pez and Little Duck. The point didn't progress any further than almost second pick, and it has lost too many members on their sort of overextension there. They might have been better off to just hold the corner on the objective, stop the Sigma from coming in, and potentially just cap the point or put more pressure on the re-engage.
Yeah, I like the pressure, but you know, as you mentioned, once the Sigma got through, it kind of broke through the ranks. Beautiful job from Pez. Oleg down low, Oletov. Grim Reaper finds first blood. Killua X-God has the amplification matrix ready to go. Don't need it as Pez gets knocked offside. At least don't need it just yet. Grim Reaper trying to retaliate with the attack visor of their own. Foul is just sitting AFK on the low ground. Gets the nano boost to easily take down that kill. Now going on the flank, trying to hunt the supports. Realizing they're there. Oh, everybody turns around, and that's when Silent strikes with the Dragon Strike from the other direction. What a 1-2 punch coming through from Silent and Grim Reaper.
We've seen one of those last weekend. That was a bit of a different position where the Dragon came through, but a very similar story. There's just not a lot of space to work with there. And if you're in the wrong place in that hallway, you're just never going to get out. You are going to go down to those Dragons. There is a very big, interesting thing to note here for the next fight, though. And that is that it is Christmas for Baker University. They have got all the lights on, and they're going to have them probably go out in a big fiesta. Only two ultimates really ready for the other side, Valkyrie and Supercharger. And as much as they can do, I don't think it'll be enough to really hold off if Baker chooses to use other ultimates, and especially with the knockoff onto one of the players. Grim Reaper going down to the high noon. Good start here, and that's looking to be a fairly quick cleanup here.
Yeah, it's ult still coming out here from the Wildcats as the Ant Matrix is thrown on the low ground. We had a self-destruct thrown in as well. Now the Valk is used. Big bio nade. Julius is out after 4 ultimates. Here comes Grim Reaper looking to clap back. Finds the other support. Shatter lands all the way back. That was max distance Shatter to find 2, and the cleanup on the back of it will mean point A is unlocked. Baker University going to get this card on the road.
You can just see there's a little bit of sloppiness going on there, right? So you don't clean up that Hanzo that's still behind you, then you let the soldier just kind of walk all the way through streets without a lot of pressure on them. Get that tack visor off again. Like, at least the tack visor's gone now, you can say that. Pass switching back over to the Sigma as well, but you did have to invest the Shatter that might not have been necessary otherwise. So gotta see whether or not this old bank is enough to push them through streets, or whether they're gonna get halted at all.
Velocity here with another Deadeye. Opening pick on the Grim Reaper, but the Reinhardt is down here for the Wildcats. Deadeye coming out from the high ground behind. That's going to find KTM. Nice flanking mover. Barrage from the front. Once again, it's a 1-2 punch by DPS, but this time it's the Wildcats who pinch him in from both sides and manage to dismantle the Pioneers' defense.
And especially with the tempo res of the Reinhardt, you're just able to keep that fight going. Like, even when those DPS ults don't get that much, you relocate the enemy into a way that that resurrection comes off, and then you're essentially fighting with a third tank in that fight, which is really nice to have. And they do get the quick point 2 cap, which is really helpful, because point 3 is usually a bit trickier, and especially with the ultimate deficit that they've sort of built up over these fights, it will be taking a little bit of time to get to third.
Yeah, Olitol falls early once again, but once again the res is there. Blue Badger is able to get that off. Velocity moving up onto the balcony up top. Put a few shots down before dropping back and rejoining the rest of the team. We're Valkyrie here to help this push from the Wildcats. They're running right into a Gravitic Flux. That is massive. Nearly everybody out. Dragons is there, but Immortality Field so far denying any final blows. Grim Reaper is able to strike back. Blue Badger just dipping in and out of sight lines, doing a wonderful job of avoiding all the incoming damage. Now swoops back in for a second attempt at the res. We'll get that off. A couple kills have come back the other direction, and Pioneers have ults ready to go, including the Nano Boost and Attack Visor, should they so choose. Right now they're trying to get through the shield of Olitov, who's trying to build up to an ultimate of their own. Olitov gets dismantled before that happens. Bionade on to Cool Volcano as well. The Diva will not be able to stay in mech. Res on a Little Duck means this defense isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, we're still seeing a sort of advantageous position for the front line of the Pioneers. Similarly, that we saw that on Control Center, on Legion Tower in general. This time around, though, it feels like it has more to do with the fact that you have the Baptiste versus the Ana. Like the Ana especially with the Bionade, just provides a lot of utility specifically for tanks. And that is really pushing them over the edge when it comes to winning that shield war, winning that tank war in the first place.
Wonderful patience from Velocity on that duel. Just baits out both cooldowns from Silent, then moves in with the flash fan. Nice stuff. Velocity has that Deadeye ready to go, so you can get big value with that already today. He's moving up to the high ground. Okay, he's going to emerge here from stairs alongside their DPS duo and Julius. Good kill on the Little Duck, and Baker University are making their way to the back of point C.
A lot of ultimates on both sides still to work with. It's a good Gravitic Flux, but it will all be healed back up before anyone else can do anything. The Tech Visor does take almost out from Grim Reaper again, but they just zone everybody out with a couple of ultimates. And with 47 seconds on the clock, they will eventually complete Numbani. And after point 1, that's a good effort. I mean, they had 3 minutes going into third, about 2 minutes 15 to cap it. That's a solid effort.
Match.
And even the barrage able to take Pez out there at the very end meant that there was no more point presence. A worthy trade. It's about as good as you can hope for out of a barrage. Often a press Q to die type of ultimate because you're just stationary particularly when there's an Ashe on the other side. But all those little trades worked in Baker's favor there, and it all started once again with Velocity, who was able to come through and take the bulk of the damage and Silent out of the fight early. And Baker able to leverage that into a beautiful push. And I agree that, hey, with considering how point A went to finish with 47 seconds left, not too shabby.
We call that a win in the book right now. At least you set yourself up for a more comfortable defense that way, right? Like, you have a win condition as long as you... I mean, to be fair, if they complete the map, they'll still get another attack. Because, you complete it with less than a minute. But you will definitely have the advantage here in terms of pressure. Like, they know they have to complete the map. They know the pressure is definitely on with that regard. It's not just capping point A and point B. No, it's getting all the way to C. And I know Numbani, again, it can be a daunting task, especially if you get held a little bit on A, held a little bit on B. You don't have that much time to go into the last objective. It's tricky, but we do see that dive come out from the Pioneers, something which is more considered to be more advanced of a strategy. But we've seen before that just because it's more advanced doesn't mean it's necessarily more valuable. It's all about that execution. Can you pull off those echo combos? Can you pull off the dive coordination?
Ooh, we get an immediate
Answer
answer
yes.
to that question. Yes, sir. 2 quick picks plus a DMEC. And Carroll University coming in with a vengeance. Voracious for this point A, as they're going to eliminate anybody who stands in the way of getting it.
What a clean attack. That's all I
Super
can say
clean.
about that. And, you know, as someone who predicted the Wildcats to win, I'm starting to have some doubts, because it definitely does seem like when it comes to more coordinated and more, you know, high effort executions, Pioneers are winning that out. They aren't relying as much on this individual skill prowess of certain players. Like Velocity is definitely one of those players that Baker sort of leans on to get plays every now and then, because otherwise they just won't win fights about 20 to 30% of the time.
Seems more spread out for the Pioneers, that's for sure. And know they had a gameplay coming in, and that's about the key to victory, was just sticking to it, and so far they are, and I'm loving this dive. Nano engage coming through from Pez into the back, but Bionade coupled with it. Pez has to pop the primal, but has that tool. Knew they could stick around a little bit longer than they otherwise should have. Still not really able to get many picks on the back of it. A good, well-timed Valk from Blue Badger. Now it's Attack Visor from the high ground. We'll try to open this thing up. Double kills with the stickies, while Silent lays down the ammunition from the above. Lasker will fall to a Deadeye, but it's just a consolation prize here for the Wildcats, and they're going to have to hold through a pretty monstrous time bank in point C.
6 minutes for C. That's what you love to see if you're the Pioneers, what you hate to see if you're the Wildcats. It's twice as much time as they had themselves. But after a quick cap on A, this is about the scenario you're expecting, right? Like, you don't expect B to last that long, because essentially you won't really have a chance to defend that because of the ult difference. But now that you've been able to build up a couple ults to yourself, they're going to have 3 coming into this fight. You're still fighting against 4 on the other side, but there is more chance to work. You got respawn advantage, should be able to hold a little bit further forward than this though. But that's already a good hook. That should be the Winston down. No, they can't quite finish the execution. There we go. But it's a triple kill from Little Duck on the self-destruct.
Everybody was focused on killing Pez, and the Little Duck's able to sneak a nuke into the back line. It's a duplicated Roadhog coming out of Grim Reaper. Not ideal, but it'll get the job done. And wow, what a difference in time. You know, we thought Baker University had a good attack, and then Pioneers come through and show us what a great attack looks like.
Exactly. It was just a solid attack from Baker, and this is a great attack for sure. Like, there's like two levels of goodness between these two in terms of how great that attack was. And I mean, now if you're a Baker, I mean, obviously you got to attack yourself first. You know you didn't get it on your first go last time because you kind of got, you know, clapbacked again. But they know they have the potential to get it on their first go. Like, they know they can potentially just walk in, grab that point, and then just push through B and C. So they could still put some pressure on the Pioneers if they get a good attack off. But with the Pioneers, they essentially have more time. They have enough time to complete the map like twice compared to what they did last time around. So they completed the map in just under 2 minutes. Or just over 2 minutes, sorry. And well, that kind of means that they have enough time to complete it twice, again, to do the exact same thing. So Baker has got to complete this map. They won't complete it with time left, obviously, because they only have 1 minute on the clock. They can't do it in 1 minute. But they can at least try and put some pressure on the Pioneers. And then just try and have at least a little bit of a better defense on first. There is a world in which this still turns around. It's just very hard to do.
I mean, and it means the Wildcats need to be practically flawless.
Yeah.
They can maybe give up one fight here in the beginning. Other than that,
they
they're
can
going to
lose
have
one fight on first. Yeah.
And I mean, I'm thinking like they need to cap point B if they really want to kind of take that time bank out of the equation. And it's not going to happen on this one. First fight will go in favor of Pioneers.
30 seconds remaining.
Now, still a couple of Wildcats players sticking around on this high ground, trying to bring it back, but now Blue Badger is down, and this is looking more and more disastrous.
Yeah, they wanted to go for like a semi-reset because only 2 players had died. They res 1, so there's still 5. Then Julius is coming back with the Tracer. But as soon as Blue Badger goes down there, that entire plan goes to smithereens. So that's a very good reaction from the Pioneers to see that happen and just clap on it. 5 seconds. They will be able to touch. Julius on the Tracer will definitely get on the point for that reason. Got the D.Va is touching as well, but it's already attack vibes from Grim Reaper. Free on the high ground. No D.Va in their face because cool volcano is already gone. And that's very likely is going to be a full hold on first. And what looked like, yeah, you definitely have to try and cap B and maybe even more. Just now turns into, yeah, 5 minutes 22 to defend on A, and it's only a tick you can you have to defend.
A mere
So
33%.
It's looking, you know, we're not gonna say it's impossible,
Certainly.
but the 1 in 1,000 is turning into 1 in a million that they need here.
Are we going to see another 1 in 1,000 outcome
Yeah.
on map 2?
Well, again,
I mean,
a 1 in 1,000 is one. This would definitely be a 1 in a million. Like 522 on the clock, full holding that is virtually impossible.
I mean, you're looking at almost 3 entire ult cycles. Mm-hmm. Especially with the way that Carroll University's been able to build them.
The pace they've been doing it, it's definitely
Yeah.
3 ult cycles. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why we see these picks come out, right? So you get the Bastion, you get the Torbjorn. It is the Hail Mary type of hold. And I was always gonna say, I was already gonna say that a little bit about that Bastion, it's about the Junker that came out from the Pioneers, because it's a little bit of a cheesy thing, you know. Like, you know, they like to play the Reinhardt. They're probably gonna push through the top floor, so you're just gonna spam a bunch of nades in there, and you're gonna find value, like you always are. And
It's a good read.
It's a good. Yes, it's a good read, but it does feel a little bit cheap, you know.
Fair.
This is the thing, like,
Yeah.
it's one of those, like, I know why they do it. I would do the same thing. Like, I'm not, you know, judging them for it. It just feels like a little bit less of a fair pick almost. I don't know. I don't know how to call it.
We're Nationals Classic. You do what you got to do to win.
We know the feeling. It's fine. It's all good. Junkrat goes after the gold, and that's what they're going after in this tournament. You're absolutely right. Velocity and Julius, Torbjorn, Bastion, they're putting themselves up in that little corner over there. Turret's already down, and Echo spamming away at the shield.
And the Pioneers are going to look to either section off somebody that's not up in the bunker or try to surround the bunker and just force the Bastion to look in so many directions. Might be able to brute force it with a well-coordinated dive, particularly if you can get a Bionade in there. Bionade is used down low, and it's Cool Volcano is the choice. But Grim Reaper finds the Bastion. That was kind of the crutch of this whole thing. Once the Bastion is gone, not much of a leg to stand on. Great heals from KTM, captain of the squad, keeping the Diva just right on that verge. Oh, just right at 100 health time and time again. And obviously that was a beautiful sleep dart in there as well. And there's the 33% necessary. And ding! Not calling it too early this time, but it is Carroll University taking their second map in a row. They're going to head up to match point.
And Baker's idea wasn't even terrible. Like, it's something we've seen happen a lot on a variety of maps. Like, you set the Bastion up on the high ground, and then it's just the off tank that defends the objective. So they sent Sigma down there, like cool Volcano, which works. The problem is Sigma cannot just jump back up like a Diva can. Sigma is kind of just sitting on that objective, and there's not a lot of escapes he has on a map like Numbani. So in that situation, that Sigma needs to be pocketed as hard as the Diva of the Pioneers was, where he almost goes down, but not quite. And then the Bastion needs to do the work in the meantime. And everyone, yeah, like it was difficult because Cool Volcano, I felt like they fell down a little bit early, but they had to because of the tick. So you're always going to be in that pressure situation. If you have the full point to work with, maybe that works out a little bit better because you can give up more space, more time. It was always going to be a precarious situation with 5:22 on the clock, so can't really blame them for losing that one.
No. Nevertheless, I do want to highlight KTM, the senior and the captain of Carroll University. That was a beautiful play. I mean, the Bionade down onto the Sigma forced a lot of cooldowns and resources to come out. Once the Sigma doesn't have any more cooldowns, they're kind of a sit and duck. Obviously, you couldn't top them off while they're purple. And then once the Sigma, everybody kind of looked to protect the Sigma, it left the Bastion open, and there was room for the Diva, or excuse me, for the Echo to move in and find that pick, all initiated by a beautiful Ana play coming out of KTM. But it's time for us to go into the half. We're going to take a quick little intermission. Go hydrate, but don't go far. When we come, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you when we return. Carroll University up 2-0 at the half. Pioneers looking incredible on Noombani, putting up one of the fastest times I have ever seen, Classy, and then come through, put the full hold up in our second round of attacks, and easily take point A with the monstrous time bank that they had given themselves. Put them on match point here as we head into map number 3.
Yeah, map number 3 going to be coming up. It's going to be Havana, and we were talking about this a little bit in the break. The main reason why you would pick Havana, there's like a couple of factors to it, but the main reason to me, velocity. Because if velocity is as good on Widowmaker as they have been on the other hit scan DPS, they might just on their own win out this map, especially on the attack. Problem is, there's more to Overwatch just having one crack DPS, and that's kind of been the issue that the Wildcats have been running into. That the Pioneers have sort of like a team where everyone pulls their weight in a specific way, and on the Wildcats there is sort of that lacking. There's this gap between velocity's really good on hit scan, and then there's like a gap before we get to the next person that also does their job, decently well. And that's not, I don't want to knock the rest of the Wildcats. It's not like they're terrible players or anything, but you do see that there's less of a coherent team strategy going on. It's more you're leaning more on that one DPS. Rather than just being able to execute strategies more as a squad.
Well, and I mean, I think it's arguable that Velocity has put up the strongest individual performance in the server.
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
And Velocity is showing us that Widowmaker could be a big hero pick.
We're still
into
30 seconds away, so we're not going to like put too much weight on it. But
potentially, exactly.
There's almost no reason to not pick it here. Like it's such a good pick on the map as a whole because of the long sight lines. On attack especially, it's really good. So we'll see whether or not they're going to switch. I don't think they will. We see the Sona arrow. Just check what they have coming up from spawn. Cool Volcano on the.
That's why you don't stand on the door.
Yeah,
that is friends. That is why you don't stand on the door.
Cool
until the very
Volcano
last
and
moment.
Julius switching roles though is also interesting to me. Julius going over to the Zarya, which is traditionally, especially from the Goats era, been more of a DPS pick. And then Cool Volcano obviously might have already been playing some Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
Is more familiar with the Doomfist movement for that reason. I don't know. But Velocity good on the pre-angle. The precursor, pre-placement of the crosshair already gets KTM out of the way. No mercy. That's going to be a clean kill.
And a very important one at that. Now Cool Volcano drops, and Little Duck is going to get aggressive. Halt with Fortify to help keep them up. Doesn't really find much with it. Even an Immortality Field spit in that. Nice hook. Denies the res. Coming out from Blue Badger, and the follow-up kill is there. Olaktov is very low, is going to fall. Cool Volcano returns on a Reaper and immediately gets hooked as well. Ooh, but manages to find that kill. Okay.
Doesn't really matter if the rest of your entire team dies. So.
But it's such a long walk back. I mean, it could help.
It's a long walk back. But if Julius dies relatively late, so it kind of gets compensated for. And but this fight kind of perfectly encapsulates what we're talking about, right? So Velocity gets that pick on KTM, who has been a very pivotal player for Pioneers, but in general, just a good player as well. And then the problem comes immediately that what does Baker do after, right? How do they handle with the rest of that fight? And they're kind of expecting of 6v5 to be easy to win, but it's not. You need your Widow to keep getting picks, or you need to slow play it so your heal advantage comes out of it, and they don't do either of them.
Oh, the focus fire out of the Pioneers is so good. Second time in a row, Olaktov has gone down early in the fight. This time the res is successful, though. And Cool Volcano is able to close the gap, find the kill on the opposing main tank, and this pendulum has swung in the Wildcats' favor. Carroll University trying to back up to the Immortality Field to try to hold the bus stop here. Good hook in onto the Reinhardt, but Velocity manages to pick up more than just one this time. Grim Reaper goes down. Pez is eventually able to finish off the Reinhardt with Velocity. You're keeping the supports at an angle. Nice hook in, and it's going to be a nano boost to accompany it to Pez to move forward and try to clean off this cart. Great kill on to Cool Volcano and succeeds in holding down the fort.
Velocity switches over to the Cassidy now, wants to be a little bit more present, put up more damage for the team overall. Understandable. I mean, Cassidy does have a higher damage output per 10 minutes usually than a Widowmaker would have. There's no one-shot potential, but who needs it?
Olaktov dies first yet again. Third fight in a row, and this time too far forward to get res. Not unless they can buy some space really quickly. Res is there. Valk is up, and it succeeds. Huge. Olaktov coming back with the shatter. Big bio nade thrown in on the little duck. It's going to force out the immortality field, but Aleksev doesn't like their chances on the shatter. Has to back up. Gets forced back, as a matter of fact, by a whole hog coming out from the Pioneers. Killua X-Gon with the nano boost, ready to go. Looking for the right spot. Baker University, you're being very patient. That was ambitious. The shatter lands, but at what cost with the Reinhardt going down? Don't think that res is back online. Silent follows it up with yet another kill. We get a little bit of a Reaper duel going on cart. But guess what? Grim Reaper has friends, and it's good to have friends. Silent particularly is a good friend to have.
And it's particularly painful because we saw Cool Volcano walk over the high ground, and like, if the shatter comes out, Cool Volcano can just jump on it with a Death Blossom, get at least 1 or 2 kills. But they just weren't there yet. It was like a slight mistiming. You see the Death Blossom here from Grim Reaper, though, and he has the Immortality Field, so he gets at least the Reinhardt out of the way, which has been such an easy pick for them to find in general, and that Dragon finds their Ana too. It's just everything they try. There's an answer from the Pioneers. They do find some more eliminations here. They do keep on pushing forward, and they look like they potentially can get point A. But it's such a struggle, and the cost is so high.
Yeah, I mean, the cart's not close.
No,
I mean, it's
they're going to be able to re-engage here,
but there's a
especially with that
re-engage
Reaper.
coming out. You bet. Yeah, Pez is already onto the point. Grim Reaper was hiding in the back line, turned the attention of Velocity long enough for Silent to find that kill. Big grab hold point. That's going to hold
Nice.
3. 2 of it goes down. Little Duck kept up with the nano boost coming in from KTM. Velocity
And
res
again, the
back
Reinhardt
up.
somehow
Silent
goes
doesn't
down.
last. Yeah, it's the focus fire. I'm telling you, man, Pioneers, their calls are so good, and everybody acts on it. They did manage to get the clock into overtime, and it's only 2.5 minutes to push through the distillery.
2.5 minutes through Distillery. It's not an impossible push, but it's definitely a tricky one. Velocity going on the flank, trying to find Grim Reaper. Doesn't quite get the elimination out of it. A lot of damage on that Reaper.
All patched up. Much
Interesting to have Grim Reaper play the Reaper. It just helps out for the call-outs.
It makes my OCD happy, that's for sure.
Right.
You know, kind of lines up.
Back in black.
Cool Volcano is taking a nap in black. Get back on their feet as this duel continues between Velocity and Grim Reaper on this outside.
They have the Ana with them,
Oh,
but,
suddenly, yeah, Grim Reaper looks
waiting.
up. There's the back of a Reinhardt right there. Grim Reaper does
Also,
eventually fall as Velocity returns to protect that
Good for a
right.
nice
Shatter comes
shatter.
through. Yeah, nice shatter indeed. That's a pair, 2 with a single charge kill on the back of it. And Baker University have managed to force the Pioneers all the way back out the door. Good volley of kills coming out of Olektov.
Olektov, like, definitely looking for some redemption there. Not just for the first shatter, but also for the continuous focus fire. And while there will be a recontest here, it will be a tricky one to pull off. But you don't stand still when you see the dragons coming. Always be ready to run. The Reaper and the tanks do come back in here, but they're already taking a purple. They need to find some eliminations. They find 2 already. That's a good re-engage right there. It will be a minute for the card to still get there. Nice Death Blossom. We'll at least find the Ana, which is always a good pick to find. To find the Baptiste too. No more heals for the tanks. With both of them getting
that's
down,
Zarya's
being mech. It
charge.
should be it getting there. The Zarya charge. Yep, exactly. Nice teleport from Cool Volcano to block Silent too. They do indeed find that point, and this is the real point to have Widowmaker on. So we always talk about, if you're gonna play it anywhere, this is really the one. It used to be Ilios Ruins, but it really has become Havana third with the castle, especially on the defense, but even on the attack you can do so much. They know the Reaper's there. They know. Velocity knows. They've seen them. Don't show your face. Don't lose your head to that Widow.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You know they're there.
They're gonna teleport somewhere else. They're gonna teleport
Yeah,
like behind
Velocity.
them or
Yeah,
something.
exactly. They're just waiting for teleport to come back online. That's exactly
are.
right.
Oh, we do have a
Ooh,
Silent on the counter
no,
Widow.
Grim Reaper fades it. Ant Matrix up from the defense as they're looking to hold the corner. Grim Reaper sitting in position,
Double some time.
teleports into their back line, trying to find somewhere to use this Death Blossom. Velocity rotates to keep an eye on it. Citra trade. Death Blossom's out. Nano thrown on to Pez as well. Does get bio-nated, and it's a counter pick coming out. Graviton Surge invested from Julius. The follow-up is just not quite there. Even the Shatter can't get followed up on, courtesy of his self-destructive. Both tanks very low here for Baker. And it's going to be Pez coming in to clean that up alongside Little Duck. And after a good back and forth, Pioneers not only win the fight, but by a lot of time.
You can see how much pressure Velocity feels to hit those shots. They just don't quite hit them. Like, it wasn't the headshot on the Reaper. It wasn't the headshot on the Widowmaker. Not the headshot on the Baptiste. Like, they keep missing a couple of those. If he gets all 3 of those headshots, all of a sudden that fight just completely changes. Both Widows have their sights out right now. Actually, Silent doesn't have it yet. So a little bit of pressure, but they'll have it in like 2 seconds. They're probably going to do it straight up.
Matrix again coming out of Laskardu, and there is the infra sight from the defense. Grim Reaper finds 2 kills. A little help from both supports. A Reaper through an Ant Matrix that's just absolute nightmare fuel. Cool Volcano tried to use that ult, but Grim Reaper is able to shut that down as well. So 3K for Grim Reaper in this fight. And the defense have whittled this time down to about 10 seconds.
10 seconds, 1 attack to potentially complete Havana, but it looks very dire at this stage. Very grim, if you want to call it. And the Reaper 1v1 up, of course. Well, it's not really a 1v1 if the Kiva Matrix helps out, but still wins that fight. Velocity does get the counter pick, though. This could still be a good attack, especially because you can res that back up to your Blue Badger. But not if you get
Silent denies that. Nano on to Pez up front. Velocity with the infra sight. Needs to take down something in the back line. KTM falls. Velocity's bringing this thing back as they've got 3 in this fight. But another Ant Matrix, as many as kills as Velocity has had. Laskardu has had Ant Matrices in these engagements. Overtime going. Death Velocity to the back. Off the back of the cart. Forces everybody off of it. And Carroll University stopped this cart just around this second corner here on point C.
Yeah, that was not what you wanted to see. If you are a Baker, you were I think they were definitely counting on a little bit more value from their own Widowmaker, which, again, if you have to count on that value, then it already feels like you're losing, right? Which technically they are.
Velocity got 3.
They got a couple, yeah. But
what more do you want from your Widowmaker than taking down half of the team?
So they take down half the team after those players have already killed someone. Like, they take down Silent after their Mercy dies. They take down Grim Reaper after Grim Reaper has already taken down their own Reaper. Like, its picks are only valuable, or they're valuable if they give you an advantage, not if they even the score back up. Like, that's necessary, but especially as a Widowmaker, if you're late, you're late. And that's kind of the problem. So even if Velocity keeps playing that Widowmaker, which I don't even know if they're going to on defense, like we were talking about this in the break, the defensive Widowmaker here, especially on A and B, is just not that strong. They're gonna have to find a different kind of value, which is more active than reactive, so to speak.
And which is going to prompt Velocity to come out on the Cassidy, where they can keep that consistent damage going. Like we saw on Baker's attack, I think the Cassidy swap served them well and was one of the reasons that they were able to get point A picked up, which prompted to get as far as they did.
In general, like on Li Jiang,
Sure.
on Umbani, like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not at all knocking the Cassidy. And again, like, I'm not knocking Velocity at all. Like, it's more of a problem that Velocity has to be that carry rather than that they are or aren't, you know? That's
Correct.
more what you're looking at. Because if you have a strong squad and then you carry, then it's an overpowered team. But yeah, now this happens, and this is what Velocity was supposed to be doing, right? Before the fight even starts, get that pick.
The cart blocks the view on the Resing Mercy. Otherwise, Silent might have been able to deny that, but alas, Velocity is back in this fight. Moving around the corner. Ooh, Grim Reaper eats a flash, has to back out of there, but does manage to pick up a kill on the Laskardu before they do. Velocity picks up a pair as well. So there, it's the defensive Baker with a decent start, and Velocity with a couple of good picks.
It's actually interesting to me that they're starting this far back, because with that composition, they might as well hold into the spawn door. But you know, this corner, it feels more, you know, mainstream to hold on. So I do understand that they like that position. They got the flank to worry about for Velocity to use a little bit better. It's a logical option. I just, you know, it would have been a fun one if they held at the door.
Well, and even with a bit of a stronger position with that corner to hang on to, Silent Little Ducks are able to get the job done. And there's already 3-4 casualties. And this card's just going to roll on in. Grim Reaper has been outstanding here on the hero with their namesake, and continues just to be a thorn in the side of Baker University.
Definitely, and you know, especially when you look at this particular map, like that's why you want to hold further forward. You get another fight like that, or just don't get another fight, so that points immediately capped when they lose it. 440 to get into B. That's a lot of time, especially if they're not really stopped in B. They'll have a tough time defending this map on the side of Baker. Wildcats are not down and out just yet, though. Velocity has that Deadeye. They got a couple of ultimates aligned in general, but we've seen how much value difference there is in the ultimates they get out a lot of the time.
I mean, on the other side, though, Grim Reaper has his Death Blossom is already behind him. Silent with a good pick early. Pez does fall, but I wouldn't be surprised if they nano Grim Reaper here, where the Reaper's popping off like that. A nanoed Reaper moving in can be terrifying. Grim Reaper teleports back over to the other side. Julius is tracking it. Sniper up on the high ground with the self-struck thrown in. Here comes Grim Reaper moving in through the low ground, trying to put pressure on tanks. Nice bio nade, and Olitov has to get out of there. Nano does indeed go on to Grim Reaper, who once again wins the duel against their counterpart on the other side. Hunting down the Mercy, finds that pick. Blue Badger not getting into this fight at all for the second time. Gets taken out in this single engagement. Olitov is trapped beneath, just can't get out. Finally tries to, and Grim Reaper's right there to greet him. Grim Reaper finds 4 in this fight. And again, a huge difference maker here for the Pioneers.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over. But with 4 minutes 55, we're getting into a Numbani-esque situation. You have a little more than a tick to hold here, but it's definitely an equivalent. You know, we call this, what, about 60-something classes that they have to push?
6.4 classes?
Something like that. Nice pick from Velocity.
Yeah. That was a reference back to the last series, if you didn't catch that wonderful joke. Yeah, you missed it. Velocity, though, coming alive here. I mean, that Baker could certainly use it. 2 early picks, but the spawn for the Pioneers is, of course, just right there at the back of your screen. Olitov, I'm not sure. This positioning is very risky. This is very dangerous to be up this close. Might be rewarded with a great Earth Shatter, but you still got to get through that Orisa shield. Velocity finds KTM in the back. Okay, so taking off some of the sustain here from the Orisa comp, trying to push through. Graviton Surge makes it in. Right in front of the Diva as well, and Grim Reaper tried to invest the Death Blossom to fend it off, but immediately dies. Nevertheless, tenacity favoring Pioneers right now, and they continue to find progress.
And you know why? It's because they have the respawn advantage, slightly closer or about as far away. So if they keep fighting, and if that pick comes out because of the infra side, it's just over. No one can touch. That's the series, and that is Carroll University Pioneers moving on in this bracket in the winner side. It's not over for Baker University, but right now, Carroll can definitely be celebrated.
Yeah, this is a double elim, so Baker University still have a chance, still have a hope, and we saw some good things today. I mean, Velocity still arguably the strongest individual player in the server consistently throughout the day. Fantastic performance from Grim Reaper there for the other side. We saw Pez just tearing through the ranks there. But Pioneers, I mean, looking clean. There's a 3-0, huge time banks in both our hybrid and escort map. I mean, those frankly weren't relatively close. I mean, that was nice and crispy there for the Pioneers, and they're going to move on. As we get a score update from the other side, Marywood was able to 3-0 King's College as well. So we know the Pioneers' opponent in that second match. They will face Marywood University, and King's College will take on Baker University in the loser bracket.
Yeah, both of those will be happening fairly soon as well, like pretty much straight after. So yeah, they gotta get themselves ready to just go straight into the next one and defend, especially Baker. They gotta get ready to defend themselves and not get eliminated straight up into nationals. And then Carroll and Marywood are gonna fight it out for the first spot in the semifinals tomorrow. So that's gonna be their match that they're going into against Marywood. Yeah, I mean, what can we say about the series? I think we made it very clear. Carroll had a team. Baker had a couple of good players, one in particular. And it just seems that team play is still the way to go in Overwatch.
And everybody on the same page. And it seems like that synergy, the hard work from Coach Chris.
Focus down the rain tank every single time.
Every single time. It made life so difficult for Olitov to get anything done. That's about all there is to it. Carroll University moving on and looking clean. But this is the end of our match here in the
In the
We're gonna take
emergence,
it
at
out-
least. Yeah.
Exactly. I was just about to say, yeah, we're going to take it out of the Emergence Conference. We're going to take a break. We're going to sit for our next batch. We're headed to Navigators when we return. We're going to have Co-College taking on Grays Harbor. When we come back, we'll have more NECC Overwatch Nationals in just a few.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NECC Nationals. This is the Overwatch portion, and we're going towards the Navigators division. Should be an amazing matchup. Two teams from the Navigators Scion division, and I'm really excited for this. And I'm here. I'm Joker's Ransom. That's Bull Skunk. Bull Skunk, how are you doing, good sir?
Oh, I'm fantastic. I'm ready to get into some matches here. This is our group stage here in Nationals, so it kind of works like a double elim bracket. I believe 8 teams from Navigators for moving on to semifinals that'll take place tomorrow. This is the first game from our Navigators teams. So as we take a look, we're going to have Co-College taking on Grays Harbor, forgive me, for our first matchup here in Navigators division. And yeah, it should be a strong start. Let's take a look at who's going to be taking to the battlefield.
Well, look at that. The first name on the list, that is their IGL Joker, who, so happens. They used to play on a Korean Open Contenders team, which that's a huge step for a team going forward. Bomber man on that roster as well. That's their captain and the only senior in the lobby today. Anais Twistar there as well. Those are the supports. Anais is a support. Twistar is a tank player. And then Knife Voltage and Creed round things out. Knife Voltage is a DPS, and well, Creed is a tank.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on all of them, but most importantly, Joker in that in-game leader role to guide Co-College, drive Co-Hawk, hopefully to a victory for them. But looking at the other side, we take a look at the Chokers. It's going to be Crunchleaf up top, their captain, with Orblin, IGL for the squad, both sophomores, both with a general major. Going down the list, you will also have, it's me, Rias and Tobias Max. Nope. It's Oberlin and Tobias Max out of your DPS. And, I mean, I think the DPS line is going to be a strong point of contention here. It's going to be a good place to look to try to determine who's going to take the early edge, particularly when we're starting things off on Control.
Yeah, Control is a very, very fun type of map style. And, well, I'm very excited to see where we start off on. We're not going to be going to Busan. That has been banned and done. We're not going there, Bull Skunk. I do like Busan, but there's just so many other good Control maps that we could see just so much good Overwatch to start this day off.
Well, before we let you know where we are going, let's take a look at our predictions and kind of give you an idea how our casters decided to call this thing. I think I was alone in my decision for calling GHS. Everybody else going for the Co-Hawks. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be closer than these Preds might lead you to believe. Co-College did have a better record in regular season. We're 7-2, where the Chokers were 6-3 for regular season. But I believe at Grays Harbor, I think they're going to have the slight edge here today with a lot of synergy and some good preparations coming in Nationals.
Yeah, look at that. We've got our map pick going through. We're going to head into Lijiang Tower. And, well, like I was saying, all the Control maps are great maps indeed because, well, you can see so many different types of compositions be ran. But specifically on Lijiang Tower, I feel like those Symmetra-based compositions just overhaul most of the meta that we see on Lijiang Tower.
They work for all 3 submaps, the symmetric compositions do. Be it just to get in quick, getting in a night market and using the window to teleport in. Similar strat can be used on Gardens here on Control Center, which will be our first map in this series. You can use the Symmetra to really just control these close quarters battles. And this one is such a claustrophobic submap. One of the most enclosed maps in the entirety of Overwatch, which led for Brawl being king. We're going to see a little bit of the Reinhardt-based composition with the Lucio to speed everybody in. Coming out of Grays Harbor on your screen right now. Let's get these Nationals underway.
It's interesting, like you were saying, Brawl is that king on this map, but we're seeing Co-College opt for a Orisa D.Va-based composition. We'll see if it works out for their favor, but Both of these teams are already set up. The Joker looking for this first pick with the Doomfist here, but they're going to go down here to Tobias, and that is not what you want. You want your Doomfist to get those first 2 picks in the fight, because you're fine with those trades if they get that pick. But it's not looking good for Co-College right now as well. Grace Harbor have got this upper hand on the point.
And Co-College are running this Orisa with what is otherwise a rush comp. The support lineup really tells you they want to play fast, they want to get up in your face, particularly when you've got a Reaper and a Doomfist in your DPS role. But Twistar on the Orisa wants to stay put, wants to hold space, not take it. And that's exactly what the entirety of the team did. They sat back on that point and just allowed Grace Harbor all the time they needed to find the picks, to close the gap, and really get the job done. I'm curious to see if they amp up the speed a little bit, no pun intended, but Co-College need to play faster. They've got to find a way to get close.
Well, here comes the Riptire out. They're just biding their time, waiting just menacingly right now as they're going to take out Creed with the Riptire, and that's going to be a huge pick. They're not going to have any more speed, but they're going to invest this Coalescence here. They're going to try to push it without the Lucio. They need to get a pick, and they need to get it quickly, because now the Tactifizer is being used by Tobias, and they've already taken out Bomberman as the side of Grace Harbor continue to hold on strong. They're going to be using the Meteor Strike from Joker here to try to turn it back. They do get 2 picks in this fight. This might be able to be changed for the side of Co-College, because Joker is just going off with the backline with the Doomfist. It's still even all around, it looks like, but they need more picks, and they need it quickly, and it does look like it at the 2 DPS for Co-College coming strong.
Yeah, it was a great performance there from Joker, pretty much single-handedly bringing that whole fight back, finding 3 in that. And it allowed time for the rest of the Cohawks to build up some ultimates, most notably looking at that sound barrier, but Crunchy Leaf has one on the other side. Grace Harbor using only, I guess they used 3 ults in that previous fight, but have another 3 to walk in as they're going to circle through server to make this approach. Try to find a room to use these ultimates, but Joker's already got another pick.
Yeah, that's going to be going in from the high ground. Another one as well with the punch coming through. As Orblin does turn one back. They take out Twistar, but there's just so much damage coming out from the 2 DPS, as well as they're going to try to turn it back. They use the Riptire there, Bullskunk. That is probably something you wish you had back for another engagement.
Fully healed.
Yeah, that was a little ambitious from Orblin. Yeah, I mean, that would have had to been the world's largest Riptire to pull that fight back, as Orblin was the last one alive. But, you know, just going to go ahead and swap off. Perhaps was going to make that change anyway. So decided, why not? Just go ahead and invest the ultimate. And still, Grace Harbor have a couple to work with. They got a couple ults out from the other side. Both DPS ults were used, as well as that sound barrier. But Supercharger at the ready. Joker with another entry pick. And Grace Harbor are fighting a player down already. Make that 2 or 3.
Yeah, as Knife Voltage is going to get 2 picks of their own. The Coalescence, as, oh my goodness, Joker in the sky taking out Crunchy Leaf and almost trying to take out that Farah as well. Who says Farah is Doomfist is countered by Farah?
Joker, your IGL for this squad has been making the calls and making the plays here on this Doomfist. Grace Harbor's got to find a way to shut it down. Tobias Max going to a Sombra to try to see if they can hack up the Doomfist. Self-destruct in the back to start things off. Doesn't find anything.
Oh, but no one can touch.
Oh, unfortunate.
That is not what you wanted to do. But I did not think that Grace Harbor had a really good chance going into that fight, as they did both lob in their self-destructs, but going in, we saw Twistar had that supercharger online, and just so much damage would be coming out from them. It'd be really difficult for them to find any real stabilization on point.
And it's interesting that they were able to make that work. This, what is otherwise, it's basically a rush comp with an Orisa that wants to do anything but move forward. But thanks to some fantastic play from Joker, able to find picks consistently before the fight even broke out, gave the Cohawks a huge advantage. Once they got control of that objective, they never let go, went from 0 to 100, and now going to a sim of their own. As both teams teleporting into the window, this fight's going to break out quick.
Yeah, and you think that Coke or Grace Harbor are gonna have this upper hand just because Rias on this Reinhardt, as it's gonna be Orblin finding 3 picks in this fight to open things up for Grace Harbor yet again.
And that was, I mean, you've got a Reinhardt up there swinging away, and the Reaper was able to find the positioning a little bit quicker, kind of get underneath the skin of Cope. He's already halfway up to a Death Blossom, and I mean, look at how much damage Tobias Max put out. Oberlin was the one lighting up the feed, but Tobias Max almost has that Photon Barrier online, ready to go. Can be used to divide and conquer here on this next approach. Go College rotated in through Lightroom. No ults to speak of, nothing even really above 50% so far.
Well, we're gonna start.
Photon Barrier out. Grace Harbor making a move.
Now they're going to try to make the move, and while they're going to be able to take... Oh, no! I thought Twistar was going down, and no, it's going to be the side of Grace Harbor losing, too, as Joker finds a nice sticky bomb kill onto the Symmetra there, as it's anyone's point right now, but Joker finding another pick with this Photon Barrier is going to open things up into the favor of Co-College. The Coalescence on the board and taking some damage down to the rest of Grace Harbor, as they're going to have to fall back as Co-College get their capture percentage started.
Beautiful read from Co. They're able to kite back from the initial aggression, and once Grace Harbor started to give chase and go into that small room on light side, Co-College were able to find the kills, good focus fire, but a better call. It was that pullback, and Joker doing a good job of making these calls and leading this team. Quick teleport in, though. Grace Harbor have a lot of ults to work with.
Well, the Shatter connects to all 6 people. Both got, oh my goodness.
Yep, that's a good shrug. That was a nanoed Reaper in there for a 5K. Hands down, best single play we've seen all day long. Outrageous stuff from Orblin.
That was a 6-man Shatter followed up by a Nano Death Blossom. I mean, if they're not playing the match, I don't know what's going to be. As we see Crunchy Leaf here set up. Oh, are they going to get it? Ooh. They do. They get Knife Voltage off the side of the map. They're going to try to start things off. Joker is going to use the copy onto the Diva here to try to build up to the self-destruct. There they go. They're going to launch it, and they've got the DMAC as well on the comms, but they need to get some more picks. But it's going to be Crunchy Leaf again making plays with this Lucio, getting Bomberman off the side of the map, which is going to be looking super good for Grace Harbor right now. It's up to 95%, and they're walking into the microwave of Tobias Max's Symmetra here, as they're going to find 2 picks, make it maybe 3. As no, they're going to get 2 picks, but not to be outdone by the rest of their squad. There's 2 more coming in from the rest of Grace Harbor, as the overtime bar is going to tick down, as there it is again, Crunchy Leaf getting another boop kill.
So dramatic.
Crunchy Leaf, I mean, that was 4 kills for the Lucio in that fight. Absolutely unreal. Opens up with that initial environmental kill onto Knife Voltage, follows it up with another one as well, that one onto Bomberman, and it was just right there. Go College had to try to push in a 4v6 scenario before the fight ever broke out, and they just could not overcome the deficit. Once Rias and Orblin combined for that huge Shatter Death Blossom play, it was all downhill there for Great Harbor Chokers. They made that last one look easy. Now they're sending us over to Night Market. No real changes, except for Knife Voltage pulling out the Reinhardt. So the atypical double shield coming out here from the Cohawks as they teleport onto the objective.
And let's see how this works out as Bomberman gets antied up immediately. Not going to be able to focus down this tank line that they would have liked to, but it's going to be okay. Joker has already taken out Savast, so you're going to be able to push forward, and the side of Co-College should get this first point up. It's just Tobias Max, just super low at the moment, and they're going to get taken down. Joker and Knife Voltage getting a lot of work done in that fight.
And that was, honestly, I think that was just an Immortality field difference on that one. Anniance was able to use that Immortality early. Co-College do a good job of bunching up in it and kind of protected it so it got max value. And they're able to find a couple of key picks, most notably onto the supports. and which they just get the knees out from Grays Harbor Chokers. They don't have the sustain to stick around in that fight, and this all-important force control going to Ko, and now they've got ults to work with. This could snowball quickly.
Yes, it could. It could indeed, as the Photon Barrier is on the board from Joker, just denying all this damage coming out. Night Voltage has the Shatter. Can they land something? But another Photon Barrier is out, as they're going to try to do a counter pin coming through. Night Voltage taking out Orblin, as the side of Ko College are going to be able to continue to hold on strong.
And they didn't even have to use any of those ultimates. They're still holding. I guess they used a Photon Barrier, but they're still holding on to an Earth Shatter. Now they're coming up on a bevy with everything else in the mix. They have beat Crunchy Leaf and Savast, and the support ult Savast has to go over to the Baptiste, coming off the Ana, knowing they need to match these immortality fields in this brawly setup. It's given Knife Voltage the edge in the past two fights. Can Grey Harbor bring it back? They're close to a shatter of their own.
Well, they're going to be walking into a amplification matrix, and well, they're going to go down. Rias is out of this fight again. Knife Voltage just getting charge after charge kill throughout these fights. As well, Ko College are going to be wrapping that up quickly with only, well, they had to invest 3 ultimates though.
The key word there is quickly, which means that Grays Harbor will have time for one final opportunity here on Lijiang Tower. 90%. Looks like it will be a full fight. I think they got everybody there. No speed, so this is going to be close. They get the touch, but do they have a good team fight? And the Riz can't get the shatter down.
Well, they're going to walk into Bomberman's Death Blossom. They find 2 there and the D-Mech, and that is going to be all they need in the end, as Orblin does find 2 with the Barrage, but the team kill is there as Ko College take map number 1.
Fantastic support play coming through from Ko. The Baptiste was just a wonderful call. Anniance doing a wonderful job on that. The immortality fields were perfectly placed. As we get a look at this killer combo, it felt good at the moment. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Grays Harbor to take the map. Well, they only get that one little round, but it's Ko College who get the point on the board.
What? I'm still in shock by that play. That was just an incredible sequence of events for the side of Grays Harbor there. It's unfortunate they could not combine it to make for the full map victory, but still, it's good to have something you can talk about and build upon going forward, because you did lose that map and you're going to go forward. You need to win this next map. It's only a best of 5 here, so that's our first to 3. So, you can't really lose many maps here, Bullskunk.
No, certainly not. It's you still have some opportunity to come back. Some teams are particularly good at control, or particularly weak at control, and then not so much on our more payload style maps. I mean, again, there's no assault here in this map pool, so it is hybrid and escort from here on out until we reach map 5 if necessary. But I want to go back and touch on these compositions, because Ko was playing a lot of unusual stuff there in map number 1. We saw the Orisa prominent in a lot of these comps, but always paired with something unique. Be it the Diva that had a Lucio Mora backing on Control Center, or they're paired with a Reinhardt on Night Market. It was a very unusual look, and Coke really made it their own. I think we're seeing this wonderful identity from the Cohawks, and Grays Harbor just couldn't quite find an answer, at least not yet.
Yeah, I know. It's a very odd. We've seen Orisa Diva-based compositions before in prior iterations of competitive, but it's not really normally paired with, like you said, a Moira Lucio backline. It's usually probably something more like a Baptiste and a Brig, or a Baptiste and a Zen, just to get more overall damage outputted, because I just feel like that, because you're not up in their face with the Reinhardt normally, what you'd see with like a Diva. And it worked out well, especially after they were able to get their set up on the point. Because when we saw they were not able to do that, that's when everything fell apart. Because if you go back to the first point of Lijiang Tower there, they lost that first fight. But when they came back, they were able to set up these halt combos with Joker on the Doomfist, and it just took the sails right out of Grace Harbor.
Oh, just cut them right off. They just cut them off the boat, and the sails just kind of fell harmlessly into the water. Grays Harbor were just a dead duck at that point. And it was, I mean, similar instance on Night Market as well, but it was more utilizing the Reinhardt in conjunction with the halts with those greater Orisa pools. But that's enough of map 1. We're going to head into map 2, hybrid style. Hollywood coming up next.
Yeah, and this bodes well for Coe College here. I really like Orisa-based compositions for specifically defense, just because of the points that you normally hold. You have that high ground at front of the first point, or going to the back of the cafe. It works well, and I'm really glad to see it. If you're glad to see it if you're Coe College, but you've got to be thinking, if you're Grays Harbor, you've got to have the strategy in your back pocket if you're going to be picking this.
It's an interesting pick for sure. The first time we're seeing Hollywood today. I'd imagine we're going to get some sort of mobility coming out from Grays Harbor. There's a lot of high ground to work with, both on point A and B. It's a little bit more straightforward once you get into the film studio and trying to finish the map. But that high ground, particularly on point B, is so extremely important. That I think Grays Harbor's plan has to be to take that over. And even on A, I mean, if you can get that front high ground where, the water coolers and the chairs normally sit, that overlooks the main choke there on point A, if you can get control of that as the attackers, you are set up for such a good position to have map control over that entire objective.
Definitely. I would think, I don't know, I'd say Winston, but Winston is just in a weird place, especially in Overwatch 1. I'd probably more likely see a Wrecking Ball and a D.Va, or maybe just a D.Va here. It's really interesting. I'm excited to see how how these teams decide to attack it. But okay, so Grays Harbor is going to be on the defense here. So, but still, no real dive coming out from either of these teams. They're still running with the D.Va, but other than that, it's really a standard composition you'd normally see.
Well, yeah, we'll see what the attackers want to do.
Yeah.
Focusing in on the defense, we are seeing Orba back onto the Reaper. Grays Harbor opting for this more Reinhardt ground-based composition. Something I did not anticipate, but it does tell me like they want to clog these chokes. And what Grays Harbor objective here is just to not allow Coe through the front door at all, not let him get close to that high ground and give them any room to work. Joker just looking for an initial pick here with the Widowmaker. Is going to go over to an Ashe, it looks like. Okay, a little bit more consistent damage than a Widowmaker, in particular if you can layer in some nice Halt Dynamites. Get that Bob up. Look at he split.
Yeah, I do like Dynamite, especially when it is these tighter chokes that we see on Hollywood. We'll see how it works out, but it's going to be Tobias Max starting things off, taking out the Orisa of Coe College, and they're going to just have to back off because of it. You don't have your shield any longer, but no, maybe just as I say that, is taking out Comms' mech, so it is going to be even currently for a bit, so they'll be able to get a little bit more space here, Bullskunk.
And it really just denies the Chokers from being able to push forward and pursue the kills like they really wanted to initially, losing that mech, and now Comms is out of the fight entirely. Twistar had pushed up a little too far out of the Immortality field, gets picked off, and Tobias Max comes through with another huge pick in the second fight to find Joker. Already has the Deadeye online. Orblin looking for the high ground, trying to deny res, but not.
Yeah, and Orblin's going to be maybe focused out here, and that's going to look good for now Coe College. The res is going to come through on Tobias Max. They're going to need a big Deadeye to change his back. They're going to look just to get the support, and they do. They take out a Nines. That is going to be a big pick. They have no longer that Baptiste, that just overwhelming healing presence there, but the Bob has already been built up by Joker, and that should be this first point captured, unless anything to do the Grays Harbor Chokers have anything to say about it with this with these tank lines here on the point. But they're gonna lose the mech of Comms there, and well, they're gonna back up for the time being.
Still might try to recontest. Orblin is close to this Death Blossom.
Ooh.
96% away, gets the Nano Boost.
Yeah, the Nano Boost is going to come out here. The Death Blossom looking to go through, but Bomberman finds 2 of their own, and, well, that's not going to find any real good value from that Nano Boost in the end, as Co-College are going to be able to finally lock up this first point.
Yeah, I believe Orblin got coached gun away once they received the Nano, and Co do a good job of just kind of backing up towards the car itself and not really giving Orblin the space that they wanted to be in to pull the trigger on that Death Blossom. So it was kind of a last-ditch effort there for the Chokers. They tried to make a play. I respect it. Unfortunately, Co were just calm and collected and able to handle it. Now Co have a bevy of ultimates to work with. Look at Joker has another Bob ready to go already.
Yeah, that is incredible stuff. The amount of damage that's coming out from Joker right now is just incredible. The Death Blossom does come out, and Orblin finds Joker and Anniance. That's going to be a good recontest coming through from Gray's Harbor to get this cart stopped up for the time being, as they're going to have to push back and wait for their respawns.
Yeah, good hold, and a very important hold here from Gray's Harbor. If they had let that go any further, then they would risk giving up a lot of the high ground Joker would be able to set up, but because of that beautiful Death Blossom coming out of Orblin, they're able to keep up close and personal and play these chokes like this Reinhardt Reaper composition wants to do. Rios with a Shatter, self-destruct into the back.
Self-destruct comes out, does not find anything you really wanted to. Yes, it was a huge bio, but they're not going to be able to follow it up onto it. As the Dead Eye and Self-Destruct come out, as, oh my goodness, Combs finds 4, as they're going to try to turn it back. Bomberman finds a 1, but it's not going to be enough, as Combs with a massive Self-Destruct cements this team fight win for the Jokers.
And because of that huge bio-nade from Savast, the Immortality field of Anniance came out early. The Immortality had to be used to keep the tanks alive because they couldn't get healed, and that meant there was just absolutely nothing to protect against that massive self-destruct from Comms. Oh man, that one got me excited. And Gray's Harbor, they're doing a good job here, and they're staying disciplined with it. Nano almost online, still a Shatter ready to go.
As the Amp Matrix being used by Anniance, they're not going to find much of value, but Rios is out of this fight now just because of the spam coming out from Co-College, as they're going to be able to push forward now, as they're going to look to continue to get some work done as they get the DMAC and get Combs out in the Baby Diva form, as this is now Co-College going to be able to get some cart progress.
And not only cart progress, but they have the opportunity to snag some high ground here. And this would be really dangerous. Tobias Max knew it initially and opts to drop down. I think that was a bit of a mistake there from Tobias Max. I would like to have seen them just hold high ground and deny Joker that space. Don't have to get the kill, just deny that space. Rios has struggled to find room to use this Earth Shatter. Gray's Harbor have to back up to this corner, looking for the Shatter now.
Well, the Death Blossom finds nothing but the Immortality field, as another Bob is on the board from Joker. Gonna be taking out Rios, as an interesting decision to wake up the Bob there by Crunchy Leaf, but they're gonna be able to get the res in the end as well. The Gray's Harbor Chokers take this fight.
Orblin was able to open up things decently with the +1 on that one. Rios, though, is still just struggling for a place. This is now the 5th fight in a row where Rios has had this Earth Shatter online and just has not found any room to use it. Co-College moved up to the high ground and already have 2 picks.
Yeah, that is huge. The Death Blossom and the Deadeye being used, but the Deadeye finds nothing for Tobias Max, as they're going to be taken out before they can even use it. As well, Co-College come back strong and are going to be able to most likely capture a second point here.
Yeah, Co-College are going to hold this door and just deny Chokers the ability to recontest. Tobias Max and company moving on over. Speaking of moving, Tobias Max pulled up the Hanzo here for some extra frontline pressure, but immediately he's taking out Joker with another pair of kills. Yeah,
Joker has been on top of the world so far, as they're going to be able to look to take out Rios, as they do take out Bomberman, but they're going to get traded out and just get back to the or back to spawn here, as Co-College are going to continue to get cart progress after getting these stragglers.
I think Rios just shattered in spawn.
Oh.
Could have been a fat finger. We'll call it a fat finger. It happens to the best of us. Reyes holds that shatter for the entire map, and then shatters in spawn. All right, Oberlin set up above. Watch for this Death Blossom to drop on their heads.
Well, the Deadeye does come out, but it does not find anything. As the Death Blossom now is going to come out here, and they're going to be able to take out Annias, and a nice retake coming through from the Grays Harbor Chokers with that Death Blossom, as this is going to be forcing the rest of Coe College back.
Yeah, Grays Harbor. It's odd feeling that apostrophe in there. it doesn't seem natural, but hey, alas, that is their name. Oberlin goes down early. Dragons online, ready to go. Bionade onto the defense, onto the attackers. Will prompt an early immortality field.
Oh, as Joker is caught between a rock and a hard place there, and they're going to go down to Tobias Max's arrows, as they are going to pay it back. They're going to take out Night Voltage, and the res is going to be pulled there by Creed. What a nice res, like you said. The Joker gets his revenge onto Oberlin. As they're going to start things off. The Deadeye comes through. That's going to be it. The overtime bar is there, but it's not going to matter as Coe College coasted all the way to the end of the map.
The overtime may not matter yet, but if Grays Harbor can cap with some time, more than a minute to be specific, then that overtime might come into play, in which Grays Harbor could deny Coe College a chance at extra attacks. But that is only if Grays Harbor can cap with more than a minute left in the bank. And first things first, they got to cap it all, and even more pressing than that, got to take point A, 1 point at a time here for these teams. Coe College are able to finish, which applaud to them. Good enough. Big props to Joker, who's able to open up a lot of those fights with some early picks. And a huge res from Creed. I can't believe Creed got that res off. And that got Joker back on their feet and back into the fight, which ended up proving pivotal.
It did.
So some wonderful support play coming out from Coe College as they head on to the defense, sticking with this Baptiste and the Mercy. And
yet again, we're seeing this Orisa Reinhardt composition. I remember it fondly from, I believe it was season 3 of the Overwatch League. It was a Paris Eternal type of composition that we saw in their first week. I remember it fondly because I was there in person for that New York Excelsior weekend. And it works well if it's done correctly. And we did see it worked pretty well for them on their night market of Lijiang Tower. Let's see if it continues to work for them.
I can tell you the big flaw here, though, no diva. Oberlin could have a field day against these two tanks. If this Reaper can get in close, particularly with Tobias backing him up with the Hanzo tree trunks, and you can see Grays Harbor, they're moving down the stairs already and closing this gap.
As Joker is looking to get some damage done, they've got the dynamite ticking down for a little bit. They're already up to 50% of their bob before a real fight is gone underway. As a nice shot coming through from Tobias Max, taking out the Orisa. Not going to be able to deny the res, however, as Coe College are going to be able to continue to hold here for the time being, as a lot of posturing is just going to go about.
Oh, and Bomberman is able to get in and return fire and find Savast. That's a disastrous turn for Grays Harbor, because now they're stuck in this really tough spot. It's difficult for them to back out. They don't want to give up this high ground space that they've claimed, but they have to get their Baptiste back in this fight. Coe College can even pursue this. It looks like they might.
Oh, yeah, they're going to try to, and they do succeed. Tobias Max going down to a dynamite from Joker there, as they do have this Dragon Strike now, Bullskunk. This could be the ultimate they need to open things up. Just separate the team of Coe College.
I worry Grays Harbor are trying to support the Hanzo when they need to be supporting Oberlin on the Reaper. Good kill to start things off. Bomb coming in from the side. Dragons unleashed on the point.
Yeah, as this is the go sign, as Dragon Strike finds one, taking out Joker as well there with a headshot. As Bomberman tries to turn it back. They take out Tobias, but it's not going to be really enough. It's just Bomberman left on the point, They might have a chance to recontest, but don't count it.
Grace Harbor realizing the error of their ways. At the same time, I was talking about it as they send the bulk of the troops down low left around through alley and use the speed to escort not just the Reinhardt but the Reaper up in close so that Orblin could get some work done while Tobias sat on the high ground and was able to click some heads, throw down those dragons. Orblin already with a great opening pick on a Joker who swapped over to a Doomfist.
Yeah, an interesting play. I wouldn't think Streets Phase of Hollywood and think Doomfist, but I mean, hey, I'm all for being proven wrong by better players than myself, which, hey, that's why I love casting. But let's go into the sea here as Rhea does have this shatter. Are we going to actually see a Rhea shatter on Hollywood today, Bullskunk, is the real question going forward as Co-College are going to start things off. And there it is. The shatter does come through, does not connect to anything, but it's still even all around as the Death Blossom now comes out from Orblin. They're going to be able to find 2, now make it 3, looking for 4 here as they're going to try to change it back, but no, they are at 20 HP. Not really a good time to Death Blossom.
It started off looking so good for Co-College. I love the rotation. I love getting aggressive. They were taking the fight at their own terms and trying to go punish the back line, even get opening pick, deny the value out of the Earthshatter, but then Crunchy Leaf drops in a beautiful sound barrier and just absolutely swung that fight 180 degrees. And now look at all of the space the Chokers have claimed. Self-destruct online, could throw this into the back. Orblin's down, though. Joker finding some value with the Doomfist.
Yeah, and proving me wrong yet again is Joker. As they're going to be coming forward. Ooh, Tobias Max is going to be able to take them down before they can build up to their Meteor Strike. Here comes the Dragon Strike out as Creed is going to go down after getting the res onto their Doomfist player here. As now the Meteor Strike comes out as an outpour of damage comes through, but no, and they're no longer because the supercharger is gone. But it is just Orblin left. No, as Savast takes out Joker as well. It's really anyone's game at the moment. Bomberman's still on the point, but the respawns are coming back as Co-College are going to be able to hold on.
I'm ready to initiate self-destruct.
Orblin was able to get a decent amount of ult charge off of that late engagement. Did cost the team, 10 seconds or so. Perhaps 20 seconds after waiting for additional respawns. But a Death Blossom here could be huge. Now, Co-College have made the swap on over to the Diva, so no longer that vulnerability. As Knife Voltage, made that swap a fight or two ago, has a self-destruct of their own. It's going to be an Ant Matrix on the high ground to start things off here for Grays Harbor. They just need to win one more fight to pick up point B.
Yeah, as Joker looking to get a first pick as Anniance goes down early as Tobias Max finds 2 headshot kills here as they're not shooting them in the knee with those arrows as they're taking them down with the headshots as they're going to continue to push forward is Grays Harbor and they're going to look to get this DMAC and get this point captured quickly up before it gets too low as the Death Blossom comes out, finds 2, and that is going to be Grays Harbor's point.
Yeah, they get it in, and you might be questioning, did they really need the sound barrier? Did they really need the Death Blossom? I think yes. If they don't get those 2 kills as quickly as they do, there were 3 reinforcements just about to show up. Bomberman with the Death Blossom of their own. So a worthy investment, in my opinion, from Crunchy Leaf and Orblin as they get that second point on the board and get a lot of space to work with to even catch Twistar in a very awkward situation.
Yeah, as an interesting use of gold there, because you definitely need to respawn with your team as quickly as possible. But it didn't bite them in the butt too much yet. You'll be able to start off fine as the Dragon Strike now comes out, and that's going to find a lot, not as much damage as I thought it was going to, as the Knife Voltage does get demaxed here now, as this is looking really good for Grays Harbor, as Bomberman is going to try to turn it back with a Death Blossom of their own from Orblin, and oh my goodness, Bullskunk, they're going to be able to do it. They're going to get more time on the board, it seems. There's 16 seconds left, and no, they're not going to be able to get that to under a minute. There is Co-College as well. Grays Harbor in a good chance to win, the only chance to win the map, and Co-College have to do all they can, just draw it.
It was that beautiful play at the end of point B. Grays Harbor continue that snowball, roll that in, and find that precious extra 14 seconds necessary to deny Co-College any look at an additional attack. And that goes back to that overtime. It goes back to Grays Harbor's defense where they're able to make that big hold. Big spotlight on Tobias Max. Absolutely outrageous on the Hanzo. Finding some clutch picks when Grays Harbor needed him most. It happened on point A. We saw it again on the back of point C. And definitely a star to keep an eye on as we continue through this series. Coming back on the Hanzo yet again.
Yeah, it's really been the matchup between Tobias Max and Joker throughout this entire series. I mean, Bomberman and Orblin have been very good, but they've been both playing the Reaper. That's not really that pop-off hero that you normally see. Both of these two have been opting for snipers or Cassidy's, which just light up the kill feed with headshots. And I mean, they're doing their teams justice so far.
Absolutely. I think both colleges have teams they can be proud of here. Proud that they are in nationals competing as some of the best in their division, across collegiate. And it's exciting to see. It's a joy to watch, and it's an honor to get to tell these stories. We see Tobias take it back to the high ground here, looking for another fantastic start. This is where it all started for the attack for the Chokers. It's Tobias Max on the high ground with those arrows.
Yeah, and they've already gotten the Immortality field out from Anniance as Orblin's on this flank taking out Joker, and now they're going to be able to brawl this out with Rias on this Reinhardt. And it does look like we're going to be seeing a quick capture coming in from Grays Harbor to tie up the series 1-1, Bull Skunk.
And that's going to do it. And I talk so much about Tobias Max that they are first to fall in that fight. The rest of the team, there to pick up the slack. Orblin gets in a good possession, good understanding of this close-range brawly composition. And a great win here from Grays Harbor, pulling it back, tying up the series. We get this beautiful self-destruct. Look at that. Shield was down. Immortality field was already out. Comms reads that situation perfectly. And that's going to be a 5K there. That's two 5Ks in a row for Grays Harbor players. I just wanted to point out. And as far as plays of the match.
Yeah, I mean, and then finally they get the play of the match and win the match as well, which is something you definitely like to see. And I mean,
it's favorable.
I mean, hey, I feel like it's always a kick in the butt when you lose the map, but you still get play of the game because you say, oh, look at that, I did all this, and then we ended up losing. But it's always good to see when you get it and you win the map. As it's all tied up 1-1 here, Bull Skunk.
It is. We're going to take a quick little intermission for halftime, give our players a chance to figure out where they want to go. When we return, it's going to be Escort. We'll see you back here in a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for map number 3 in this intense matchup between College and Grays Harbor. It is 1-1, and we're heading into map number 3, which is going to be the escort map type.
Yeah, and our picks are in. Grays Harbor get to ban out one map. They chose to get rid of Havana. Didn't want to fight on those long sight lines. So have chosen to take us to Rialto. Our first time seeing Rialto today. One of my favorite maps in the escort pool. And looking back at map number 2, Grays Harbor really kind of starting to find their stride. And I had the pleasure to speak with their coach, Mitch Margaris, I believe is how you pronounce that last name. Forgive me if I'm mistaken on that. But emphasize how important it is for this team to stay calm and collected and not get on an emotional roller coaster that can sometimes, I don't want to say plague this team, but that they have a tendency to do from time to time. We saw that really click. That was also echoed on the other side by Coach Kim. So we'll see if the mental of these teams stays nice and even, and I think that's where this next map is really going to be won.
Yeah, it definitely is. Again, I thought I really liked the Orisa, the pick for College last map because of the Orisa. This is another map that I feel like Orisa can do well on, but we haven't been able to see them really set up like we saw on Lijiang Tower because, well, the side of Grays Harbor are just running into them because they're opting for a rush-based composition, and they need to figure this out, or they're going to lose this map and may possibly lose the third map or the fourth map.
Both of which are options. I mean, whoever wins this map 3, of course, we'll move to match point and make it that much easier pushing through. Can't help but feel that momentum is on Grays Harbor side. College coming out with some unusual looks in Lijiang Tower. Perhaps might have given GHC a bit of a nuance, a bit of an unusual look that GHC wasn't ready for. But Grays Harbor adapted beautifully in map number 2. Going to start us off on the defense here, heading into Rialto, pulling out Reyes on the Reinhardt once again. Tobias Max back on that Hanzo.
Yeah, and I mean, why fix what isn't broken here? Bull Skunk, we saw him just pop off incredibly time after time, and we'll see if it works out for them this time as there's going to be going against Joker, it looks like, on this Widowmaker, unless they decide to swap off here. It's going to be very difficult to get any real value until that Sigma Shield's up in front of the face of the opposition.
Joker hoping to open things up. And then you've got the Rhine Shield on the other side protecting Tobias Max. He's going to kind of opt out of that duel for a moment and just put some initial pressure down, put some poke damage in. But the threat from Grays Harbor won't really start until College trying to round this corner and play it close.
Well, Rios is already taken out Bomberman there. They're going to try to turn it back. They need to get something. Joker is on this Tracer. Probably going to look to get something, but Crunchy Leaf yet again going back to their Lijiang Tower ways, taking off Twistar off the side of the map. They do lose Savast there, but it's going to be maybe a little bit too late as Tobias Max takes out Knife Voltage.
That's an important kill, because that's buying some time to get Savast back in this fight. In fact, yeah, they're going to feel comfortable enough to send Crunchy Leaf back to Taxi to speed the Baptiste up into this battle. An early Ant Matrix, and it was ground they already had, but oh my goodness, it was a red herring. Bomberman goes into the back.
Bomberman finding 2 there, and well, that is going to be huge, and the DMAC as well, as they're going to be able to continue to push forward. Going to get this space that they need to find something out here. But Savast taking out Joker is going to be there, but it's going to be traded back. They use the Gravitic Flux to take out the Baby Diva, but here comes the Tactical Visor. They've taken out Creed. They're looking for another one, but no, they're not going to be able to get any more. They're focused down immediately. The Dragon Strike looking to come back strong as well with the Sound Bear to stabilize on the point, but they get 2 picks. As I was about to say, it didn't really seem like it amounted to much, but Grays Harbor comes back strong with a nice retake of the point.
Beautiful retake indeed. Orblin got a little over-aggressive trying to push past the Sigma with the tack visor. Is able to pick up one, but is immediately traded back. Things were still kind of in Co's favor at that point, but the Dragons, despite not getting any kills, separated the squad. Big sound barrier from Crunchy Leaf to get aggressive and find the separated members of Co and handily win that fight. Nice shot. Almost took Alliance down. They're able to find safety. Joker and Bomberman got in Tobias's face. Big advantage here in this next fight.
As they've swapped back over to this Doomfist here. The Death Blossom did come out from Bomberman, but it does look like it got stunned up there by Orblin, who is on Cassidy now. As they're going to go through, look to get this cart through. They need to get it now because it's down to 55 seconds on the board.
And Joker back on this Doomfist. You can see why. The Joker's just so powerful on this hero. Ooh. And a good hero to use. But yeah, the clapback's already here. Savassa's got two.
Yeah, and that's all off the back of Crunchy Leaf coming in, getting Twistar into the line of that Dragon Strike to take away that centerpiece of the composition for Co College. It's down to 30 seconds here, Bullskunk. Do they have any chance of winning this?
They do, and it all is going to rest on Knife Voltage getting a good flux. I think they should hang on to the Supercharger if they can to try to follow up and close out the fight. Knife Voltage needs to get this on now. There's only 7 seconds on the clock.
Oh, and they're going to shut it down immediately. Taking out Twistar is going to be huge. But Bomberman is going to try to get two. They're going to try to turn it back, and oh my goodness, after losing their two big pieces going first, Joker and Knife Voltage come back strong and find everything they need.
Bomberman has been doing an excellent job of getting in close, which is not easy to do against Orblin and Tobias Max, not whatsoever, and finds the 2 kills necessary to get Co College back in that fight. And indeed, the gravitic flux was massive from Knife Voltage. They were even able to hang on to that supercharger save for this important fight. This is, I think, the most difficult corner in the entire game to take, though, and Grays Harbor already have high ground.
Yeah, the corner of death, as you call it. Here, they're going to try to turn it back, but, I mean, there's just an overwhelming presence already from Grays Harbor, as it's going to be difficult for anything to really change at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful retake and the power of the Lucio, speeding that team back in so they can grab that high ground. And this just, you have the double corner to work with, high ground easily accessible by the defense. This is such a tough place to attack, and it's why you see a lot of teams opt to go right once they cross the bridge from the attacker's POV. But look at this aggressive hold and an aggressive ant matrix from the defense of Grays Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, they've already taken out Joker, and well, they're going to have to hold on, and they only had to use that amplification matrix to win that fight.
Crunchy Leaf has this sound barrier now, and Tobias with Dragons coming over this tiny bridge.
Well, the gravitic flux is going to be out. It is going to connect to a couple of people, but the immortality field and sound barrier are there to counter it out. The Deadeye comes through. Orblin finding an Alliance. They're going to try to turn it back. Knife Voltage and Joker have found 2 picks, but there's just an overwhelming presence of blue left on the board, and they're just going to take a little dive off the side of the map.
I don't know if Tobias robbed a suicide or a boop kill from Crunchy Leaf, but either way, Tobias credited with that final blow. As we see Knife Voltage go swim into the clear waters of Rialto. 0.2 seconds on the clock. Supercharger and, well, basically sound barrier is all they've got to work with. Joker has an ult that can allow them to triple cooldown engage. Boom, right there up on top of the trade. It's there.
Yeah, the trade is there, but Rias is down as well. The Meteor Strike looking to take out a couple. They're trying to get the support. They need to get the support, but Crunchy Leaf again finds a massive boop kill, taking out Twistar. The sound barrier going to come out from Creed to try to turn it back. They're going to be able to get out Orblin and looking to get out this Lucio as well as Co College. Breathe life for the time being.
Some good comms still coming through from Co College. You can see it. Joker kind of took a hesitant step back to grab that sound barrier before engaging on that final target. It tells me that they've still got their head in the game. Co are not freaking out despite this overtime situation. They got to survive this self-destruct, though.
Well, they do not. They lose Twistar. The Death Blossom going to come out as well. They do not find any picks, but they find a lot of damage, especially going in from Rias, taking out the main tank. Is going to be huge, but Tobias Max with a nice headshot kill, taking out Bomberman. But it is even all around currently on this point. But it's going to be so much in favor of the defense right now. They have this respawn advantage. They take out so fast, but Joker pays for it with their life as the Grays Harbor Jokers. I'll get it right one of these times. Hold on before point 2 as Co College not going to get as far as you would have liked to.
No, and it was, Grays Harbor made such a good fight on the corner of death that it forced out a lot of resources from Co, including that sound barrier. And it just means they just didn't have much left. They had Joker's Death Blossom to try to work with, I think it was Bomberman's Death Blossom to try to work with. But like you said, we got some decent damage done. But then, here come Orblin, here come Tobias Max screaming in with their ultimates. And Crunchy Leaf has a sound barrier to throw on top of that as well. Grays Harbor have an overwhelming economy for that final fight, and Co just can't get the job done. Now it's up to them to get it done on defense if they want to take this into map 4 with them on match point as opposed to the Chokers. We're going to come out with a little bit of a new look. Double shield doesn't really surprise us, but Joker on the Genji might.
Yeah, and both if you've been paying attention to Open Division, a lot of Genji play has... there goes my entire analysis. With one swap of a hero. I was going to talk about how Genji has been very prevalent in Open Division, but Joker is going to go over to the Reaper here with May from Bomberman.
This is kind of a college special. We're seeing a lot of up close and personal DPS, and then even a Lucio kind of speed around, which might see in a brawl comp with the May, but combined with double shield. So an interesting hybrid of objectives for this defense, and already Co at a disadvantage.
Yeah, Savast pumping in the damage there with a Mercy Pocket. Not something you see every day here, as they're going to already take some swaps as Grays Harbor are just steam rolling on this offense right now.
Oh, and Grays Harbor have so many weapons. You try to focus one, and two more emerge to find the kills, to open things up, and Grays Harbor are going to make short work of point A. They have a lot of time. They'll end up with over 5 minutes in the bank, and they don't even need to finish point B. Orblin get a lot of work done on the far, doing a good job of pulling attention skyward. Immortality Field used early here from Co College, and ults are about to come out from Grays Harbor.
Yeah, as they're going to use that barrage. They do take down Twistar, but Bomberman is going to turn it back, and now it's looking good for Co College. They need to get these picks, and they are going to start getting them. They've already gotten 3, and they're going to try to get this DMAC as well. But they need to get these quickly because they have to hold for these 5 minutes.
That's a good start. They're going to throw an early bomb out and an early pick onto Orblin once again. Grays Harbor still wasted no time getting back into this fight, though.
Yeah, I threw it over to you thinking the fight was over, but no, they're going to still continue to push this as off the back of Tobias Max. Yet again, just finding picks when picks should not be found for Grays Harbor here, as they're going to continue to look forward. The Amp Matrix is out. They're going to have to wall them away, but you wall away the Hanzo. They take the rocket to the face from Orblin in the sky. They lose Anniance here. They're going to continue to push forward. The sound barrier now going to come out. This needs to be won. They invested the Blizzard. They take out Tobias Max, but that's the only pick they get off the back of Bomberman's Blizzard, and that is not something you should be happy with right now, as it's down to, there's 4 minutes still left. The Amp Matrix now out for Grays Harbor. The barrage coming in from over the top, and that's going to take out the Mercy, as this is still anyone's point. There's the Dragon Blade coming out now from Joker, looking to find one. They find one. The Critic Flux as well coming out. This should finally be Co-College cementing their defense.
Ooh, that was a nasty fight. A lot of dirtiness from both sides. You know, it was not clean from anybody on that one. Co-College do a good job of surviving the original onslaught with the barrage coming out, as well as an Ant Matrix, and they're able to strike back with a beautiful combo with the Blade. The Blade gets the Immortality field out and manages to find a kill in Savast, and the huge Gravitic Flux solidifies this. But Tobias, look at this, Dragon's online. You can see anticipation, but huge Shatter.
Shatter coming out, taking out Bomberman, who is trying to get up to another Blizzard here. That could have been the difference maker, but Joker has found two in this fight, looking for another one to keep this fight into the favor of Co-College. But Rias taking two there late on, as it's just Knife Voltage left defending the point until the Mercy comes and tries to keep them up and healthy.
Oh, and Knife Voltage needs to stay up. Cannot go down right now. That would be an absolute disaster. Deke, some great healing, and Knife Voltage is still in this fight. Back up to full health. Oh, what a huge pick. Bomberman had Blizzard.
Yeah, that's huge, and I don't know if they have res available, but it might not even matter because, well, they're going to die before anything can go as Orblin pops the barrage. The Blizzard going to be used, but it's not going to matter in the end as the Grays Harbor Chokers take map number 3.
In spectacular fashion, they found their pocket, and I mean, they're really just riding this rhythm. And Grays Harbor are looking very difficult to stop right now. I feel like everybody is just getting max value. Whatever hero they choose, whatever role they're playing, Grays Harbor as a team are finding just a ton to work with. We see some beautiful shooting out of Tobias Max, and continues to do work. That Hanzo just looks so nasty, so scary.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see that coming out from Tobias Max to start things off after an all right first round, but then when they locked that Hanzo on Hollywood, it all changed to the into the ways of Grays Harbor there, and well, now they're on to match point, and it is going to be another hybrid map type here. Bullskunk, if you are Co-College, you've gotta get this map win. Which map are you going to?
Well, that's an interesting question. That's a very interesting question. So we've seen a bit of hybrid compositions come out, coincidentally enough. From Co-College. You know, the Doomfist looks really strong, and that combined with Double Shield makes for an interesting dichotomy. Now, with that in mind, I'm almost inclined, the first thing pops into my head, Joker, I think is Eichenwalde. I think that's a place where this kind of hybrid comp that Co likes to run can get a lot of value, both out of the Double Shield tank line and the up-close and personal engage of the DPS. You've got a lot of nooks and crannies for your flanking DPS to hide in if they want to pull Bomberman back in on the Reaper. Can really utilize those angles to close the gap. Same with the Doomfist. If Joker wants to pull that out, it can work with the high ground that's both available on point B and then what little is on point A to try to make that work. So that's the one that sticks out to me.
Yeah, I definitely like to agree with you there. I wouldn't go to King's Row because you're just going to get out-brawled. That
exactly
from what we've seen, I mean, that's been the trouble all day. Rias has just been making so much space, and then Tobias Max is just to be able to use that space created from the main tank. That because the side of Co-College are refusing to run a Reinhardt.
At least not solo. Times we've seen the Reinhardt today, I feel like it's kind of been in an off-tank role, where the Reinhardt isn't setting the tempo or claiming the space. It's more there to kind of protect and provide a shield when the Orisa shield's not available, but it's not allowing Reinhardt to really take charge in the tempo of the fights. So, you know what? They're defying expectations, Joker. Co have indeed chosen King's Row, so we'll see if they make any adjustments to their unusable compositions heading into map number 4.
Yes, this is why I'm raising my eyebrow. If you saw, I was raising my eyebrow at that pick because I just didn't see it to be the pick that I would have thought. It's they've been outbrawled this entire series, and they go to the brawl bread and butter map.
Yeah, this is the home of Brawl. This is where it was born. This map is designed around Reinhardt and in close quarters engagements. Second map ever designed in Overwatch, and arguably the best map in the game, according to a lot of opinions. It's Scrims Row, all those nicknames, because it's such a fundamental map. Particularly in how you use cooldowns and how you take engagements. And right now, Grays Harbor has shown us stronger fundamentals throughout this series, and it's why they're sitting on match point right now.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I'll continue to sing it. As many people, as long as people hear me, I will keep singing the praises of Rias, just being able to just dictate the entire pace of play throughout this entire series and just enabling the rest of their squad. And it's if Coe College have any chance of winning this, they need to be able to dictate the pace of play.
I wanted to take our attention back to Hollywood. I'm reminded of that rotation from Coe when they were playing the defense on point B, and I think we need to see more of that. That was an instance, and even though they actually lost that engagement, they were setting the pace. They were dictating the fight with clever rotations and good pathing, and that's going to be key here on Kings Row. We know they're capable of it. I want to see more of that as we head into this hybrid map. Coe College, they need a win now, or they're headed down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and you don't really want to start off on the lower bracket if you are either of these two teams, but I mean, one of them is going to have to, and right now it does look like Coe College. But we shall see as we are going to be loading into Kings Row. We're not swapping any sides. We're going to stick this out. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the compositions are going to be running, and interestingly enough, we're seeing a Pharah on the defense for Grays Harbor.
Interesting. You're typically more seen on offense, just to kind of corral on point A, and then very strong on point B. I suppose can work. The only trouble with using Pharah on a defense here is it's fairly easy for the attackers to make a swap if they need to. You can see Joker hovering on a Widowmaker right now. That would be the perfect pick to take Orblin out of the sky and deny that value. But also you have easy sight lines for the attackers to work with to really section off the Pharah and not allow Orblin to get a lot of work done.
As we'll see here how this works out. Joker is going to be on the Widowmaker for the time being. We're not going to be seeing any merry-go-round strategies here, as Orblin does take the out Joker, but are going to pay for it with their life. Bomberman going to be able to get that. It's still all even all around currently, but they're not going to like what they see. They're going to swap Orblin off here to the Soldier 76, and well, it looks like the Grays Harbor Chokers are going to be able to hold on for the time being here. Bull Skunk as Orblin comes back and takes out Joker.
Yeah, and I like this swap. Soldier 76, another hero alongside Genji that has seen a massive resurgence since the Overwatch 2 beta. Got speed, got mobility, you got heals, much better for dealing with this attacking force. Nice eat though, Tobias just loses that Blizzard.
Yeah, and that's going to probably be the end of the defense right now. The sights are up from Joker. They are going to go down here before really anything can be used in the end. As well, Knife Voltage, who needs a mech if you're D.Va? Taking out Orblin there, as they're going to be able to push up to the spawn, or sorry, push up to the point here now, as Bomberman looking to get up to this Death Blossom, get a pick and get it quickly, as Rias goes down. Now Bomberman has this Death Blossom online, as they're going to be able to pop it. Not going to find any real value, but space is created. That's all you really need in the end. As Orblin going to try to turn it back, they're going to pop this tactical visor. They haven't found anything yet, but they do. They take out Anniance. They take out Creed. As, oh my goodness, that's going to give enough time for them to come back from spawn. But just as I say that, Joker and Bomberman are going to be able to win this fight out for the side of Go College.
Orblin almost able to bring that back, denying the res with the second kill on to Creed. Essentially 3 kills for the price of 2, but Rias had to stay alive, and unfortunately there's just too much pressure there. Joker going back over this comfort pick of the Doomfist, already has Meteor Strike up and is heading into the back line with it.
Yeah, as they almost get Tobias there, which would have been a big pick as Tobias has Blizzard online. As they cannot let this Blizzard get eaten up if you are Tobias this time around.
And not only does Rias go down trying to hold point A, but ends up using the Earthshatter, so they don't have that for this huge choke. But nice shot from Tobias Max, and they do have another Blizzard online. Let's hope this one doesn't get eaten for their sake.
Well, it might not even be needed here, but nope, they are going to pop it in the end after the res comes through, as that's going to clean up everyone in the end. It's just the Baby Diva left, and Tobias takes them out in the end with a 4-piece coming in for the May of Grace Harbor.
Yep, and a little celebratory emote there on the end. Well done, Tobias. You've earned it. And the Blizzard was huge. And it was not only needed, but it was perfectly timed. I would have been hesitant to throw it, try to be too conservative with it. No, that was the right play. Tobias coming in with a huge 4K. That was a really important hold. Now Grace Harbor in a great position.
Yeah, they're going to be popping the Valkyrie early on here from Creed, try to open things up, as it is looking good for Co College. They've already taken out Savast and Rias out of this fight. Orblin still alive, pumping in some damage with the Soldier 76. Gonna find a pick, maybe 2 here, but not going to be enough to flip this fight back into the favor of Grace Harbor.
And if Grace Harbor don't win the fight, they want to make it as expensive as possible for Co College to bust through that point A, B archway. And they managed to get 3 ults out, including both support ults. So not too shabby, not too shabby. We see a little compliment coming from Orblin on over to Joker, and I'd have to agree. The Doomfist doing work already. Self-destruct into the back.
And it's going to take out Savast. That is huge. You might not have had your Amp Matrix up, but Immortality Field is just a game-changing ability that not having it for this fight is going to be huge. But, I mean, just as I was talking about, the red's going to be burned for said Baptiste here, but they're not going to have it any longer. They do lose Twistar, but there's just an overwhelming presence coming in from Co College right now as Joker takes out Tobias Max as they capture the second point.
Sure, res is available. Savast ends up back into that fight, but at the cost of Rias. While there were no supports, one down, one being rezzed, one doing rezzing, means there's nobody healing your main tank. Rias takes a ton of damage, and after that, the dominoes just fall. Great focus fire from Co College. They do have this Death Blossom to work with. Bomberman is looking for it from the high ground.
Yeah, as it's going to take out Twistar and get the D-Mech onto Knife Voltage. This is going to be a nice opening play for Grace Harbor, but Bomberman is going to find 2 with the Death Blossom, make it 3 after it, as they're going to be able to continue to push forward, even after losing a couple of people early on, just off the back of these 2 DPS players from Co College.
Oh, I was worried. Bomberman might have been a little late to the party on that one, but no. Reaper shows up exactly when they intend to. A Reaper is never late. And we see a huge Death Blossom there. And Matrix into the back. Joker with a huge engage. Meteor Strike.
Yeah, they're going to try to get out the Mercy and the Soldier 76. Not going to work out for their favor. But they're going to be able to take out... No, they're not going to get Savast. It's a nice plays coming in, being able to stay alive for the time being. Didn't have the cooldowns to keep them out. They do lose their Baptiste in the end, but they pay for it with their mech and their life. And the res is just going to be there as well to bring them back to the fight immediately.
I'm not even sure if the res was necessary with the spawn so close. Though College thought about re-engaging quickly, but they're just getting pushed back. Savast with another nice kill. Has been so lethal on this Baptiste. Great work out of Savast so far here today.
Yeah, and that's what you like to see from your Baptiste, as it isn't just about healing your team with heroes like Baptiste. You need to be able to pump in damage as well. As the self-destruct is going to come in from over the top. As Joker's taking out Savast, it is a huge pick. The main healer gone, but the res there yet again to keep them in their fight, as that could have been a lot worse for Grays Harbor if they did not have that res up and ready. As the D-Mac coming in from Tobias Max, Joker trying to do something, trying as he may, but still have not gotten a pick, but it's going to be Bomberman finding two yet again with the Death Blossom to open things up into the favor of Co-College.
Bit of sleight of hand there from College. Everybody's looking at the Doomfist, looking at one hand, and then here comes the other hand with a huge left hook. This one in the name of Bombermaker with another big Death Blossom. College, they're on a good pace here. They should be able to finish this map, just cleaning up a few stragglers.
Yeah.
The question is, can Grays Harbor get it to OT?
Well, it does seem that way. Combs getting that pick onto Joker is huge. Now the tactical visor being popped, and they're going to be able to take out Creed as well. The respawns are coming back, Bull Skunk. They might have been able to hold on here and not even let them get to the end of the map, as they're going to pop the Death Blossom as Bomberman finds three. The swift swamp to the Bastion is going to be all they need to keep it stabilized and keep the defense into the favor of the Grays Harbor Chokers, as they stop them right on the doorstep.
Oh man, that is heartbreaking for the Cohawk fans out there. That looked done and dusted. Co not quite able to find the kills quickly enough there at the end, and Grays Harbor able to just pry their way back in with a crowbar. I mean, a good attempt from Bomberman. You get the 3K Death Blossom and a very exciting finish there at King's Row, but a great hold here from Grays Harbor, and the Chokers now have a win con before them. They pretty much need to finish the map, but there's going to be no additional attacks from either side. We will determine a winner on Kings Row here. Can Grays Harbor take it home, send themselves forward to the winner's bracket, or Co going to send us to map 5?
Well, look how Bull Skunk, look at it. Look at what Grays Harbor are locking currently. I mean, they are on the offense, so they have a lot of time to change, but
I was more drawn to the Cerisa Zarya.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was talking about the AC-130 strategy.
I know what you're talking about, the top hat strat that we're most likely going to see, but to continue with the oddities of compositions that the Cohawks have been showing us, this one might just take the cake.
Have we seen? I think I've seen it before, but I don't think I've seen it often. Maybe when hero bands were a thing in Owl, maybe I saw Orisa Zarya, but it just does not make any sense. But hey, maybe it'll work out. Maybe it's what they need to change it back. But they're already locked up away. They've got to stay away from the point, because Tobias Max will just chew them down with the Bastion set up. As Orblin on the ground as well. It is the definition between into the I don't remember the what's the catchphrase? Into the frying pan.
Out of the frying pan and into the fryer.
That's what it's called.
Or into the fire. One of those.
One of those. I remember it from Lord of the Hobbit, and I wanted to make that reference, but my brain denies me again for witty things to say, as that was an immediate cap from Grays Harbor there, as Joker has swapped over to the Genji now to try to deal with the Bastion up front, and well, it worked out well, as an immediate flip comes in from the side of Go College.
Yeah, first point was kind of a forlorn conclusion. There's nobody to deal with the Bastion, but once that swap came through, Joker's able to get in the face of Tobias Max and really help shut it down. Ant Matrix from Anniance in the perfect spot, perfect time. Really assisted in that as well. Now the question for Co College, do you hold close or you hold the bookstore? It looks like they're going to opt for the bookstore.
Yeah, well,
Ooh.
they still have not swapped off this Bastion, which, I mean, you have tank configuration here, but usually when the pirate ship composition has been denied, it usually is very difficult to get back on, but Co College did lose a lot of people, so they were able to get back. Here comes the Graviton Surge to try to turn it back, but there's just so much damage coming out from Grace Harbor that it makes it almost impossible for Co College to follow up onto that ultimate.
Oh man, an unfortunate series of events there for the Cohawks. The indecision on whether to hold up close or sit behind Bookstore early on point B really cost them. Alliance doesn't get back around the corner in time. They lose their Baptiste, and it just goes downhill from there. Even forcing a Graviton Surge out. Now that one of their biggest win conditions is off the table, Joker's going to have to make a huge blade here if they want to stop this push.
They are indeed, and well, the sound barrier is going to be the starting off of this defense that they need, and it does look like they're going to be able to stabilize for the time being. Joker finding two with the Dragon Blade here as Tobias Max is going to be found out as well, and now we should be seeing maybe some swaps from Grace Harbor because they are not most likely going to be able to get back onto this point with the Bastion.
I'm surprised Tobias Max chose to sit on cart that whole time. I think Tobias Max should have turned the corner and just been putting damage down range with the rest of Grays Harbor who were trying to push forward. As it stood, their primary source of damage was not even in the fight. They are coming back. They are sticking with the Bastion. Tank configuration still ready to go. Death Blossom, though, it's already what the... Oh, my!
Bomberman with a 5-piece, 6-piece, there it is! They get the solo 6-piece Bull Skunk.
Oh my goodness. A little bit of help from Knife Voltage there, but wow. Just absolute wow. The second 5K Death Blossom we have seen in this series. This one coming from the other side. And Bomberman making a huge statement right out of Grays Harbor.
As now the Bastion, the tank configuration is out as they're going to find two picks with it. Looking for a third. They do find it as Grace Harbor come back strong after getting annihilated on that last push.
Yeah, they're able to put that last fight out of their head immediately. Smart play, teleporting the Bastion up to the high ground. Well communicated, well executed. And Grays Harbor keep their calm about them. They stay focused and pull out the exact right play to get the job done. One more fight win will give them this map.
Well, they're going to try to start this back. They've got the Amp Matrix out from the side of Co College. The Graviton Surge needs to be huge, but Orblin's already found 3 picks in this fight, looking for a fourth, and they get it. As they are stalling out for the time being, but they need to get something quickly here if they're going to have any chance of coming back. But they're walking into the mixer here. Tobias Max just set up on the point, pumping in damage after damage as the tank configuration is used in celebration as Grace Harbor take the map and the series.
It was just a beautiful start. I mean, Tobias gets set up on the point, and it's just so difficult for anybody to get close. Orblin doing a phenomenal job on the Symmetra as well. Able to burn down a lot of targets. Here's that fantastic 5K once again. It was a big halt at the beginning of that. The halt caught 5, including the mech. And that's kind of what set that up. But just a bit of a saving grace there for Bomberman and the rest of Co College. But the Cohawks aren't done. This is a double elimination bracket. They will have another opportunity to claw their way back in and get into the semifinals. That'll start tomorrow. But it's Grays Harbor who now have a big vote of confidence behind them. Their patience is rewarded. They definitely stayed focused. Big congrats to not only all these players, but Coach Mitch Margaris as well. And, I mean, just a true leader on this team. The fans in Aberdeen, Washington should be very proud of this squad right now.
Yeah, you definitely should be. After a rough first map, you turn it back around and just dominate. Go from there on out. And yeah, like you said, they've got to be feeling very confident going forward into the rest of the series. And I'm super excited to see how this team does.
I mean, if they keep this up, they will do well. They will do well if they can keep their mental strong and just play as unified as we saw throughout this series. We saw a lot of great communication in action, a lot of outstanding plays down the board. If we're talking about Rias in the main tank role, down this Vast just doing outstanding on the Baptiste, the 2 DPS popping off over and over again. Tobias Max still, I think, the most standout player for me on the day, but just goes to show any one of these players are a deadly threat here from the Chokers, and as soon as you focus on one, the other 5 will step up and get the job done.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, as we're going to head to a break before the 4th and final match of the evening. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of NECC Nationals Day 1. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the final matchup on the mainstream today for Nationals Day 1. This is going to be the matchup between the Valpo Beacon and the WCU State, Western Colorado University.
Slate. Yeah. That's their Slate squad.
Slate.
It's their Slate squad.
Okay. It's Slate, not
it's
State.
all Look, you've had a long day, Joker. I understand. I understand entirely.
I mean, hey, but I'm back. It's me, Joker's Ransom, with Sov Danum this time. And Sov, I'm excited to see this matchup. We've got the two teams that ended first and second in the Navigators division. So this should be an incredible matchup, to say the least.
Oh yeah, this is the rematch. This is the grudge match. The spring split went the way of the Valco Beacon first time, but it's hard. Like, the Slate are out for revenge. Western Colorado is here for more. We were kind of discussing this in the prior, but they're a good team. Their if you looked at their records, you'd be like, "What are you talking about? They got second place." But they are clearly a good team. They know how to play, and I'm sure they carried that learning, the strats, the botted reviews. They've probably put in that downtime between them.
Yeah, as we're going to take a look here at the Valpo Beacon, as we've got a Broth and Lil Flaps, Scoot, Fruity Bops, Night Fury, Churro, and Churro rounding that off. No seniors to speak of at the moment here.
Very fresh squad. This means you'll see this for a while, and considering they went the spring split undefeated, this is a good team to lobby behind. They're going to be hanging around for a while. So if you are a Valpo Beacon fan, you're in a great place to be, because you'll see these names for a pretty long while. But on the other side, for Western Colorado, we've got Disagree, Beast Mode, Jay Rizzle, Mr. Mango, MNW, and Boo. A little bit more of a rounded squad, some older, but still a pretty fresh squad, all things considered here.
And a bunch of English majors there. An interesting tidbit, and a musical education teacher, a music education person, which I do like a music education.
Hey, shout out to that. Yeah,
music education. Hey, need more music teachers in the world, and more teachers in general. So, but here are the predictions, as we're gonna go with an even split here for today. As I've picked Valpo, and Sov has picked WCU Slate.
It's hard for me not to pick the underdog. The team who came so close and took second. They're hungry. They want more. And I know you always pick winners. I know you want to pick, who's not going to pick the undefeated team. There's no wrong choice here, but it is going to be wrong at the end of it. So we'll see what happens when they get there. And where are we going for the first map, Joker? Let's talk about that, because we got to open this up, right?
Yeah, well, we definitely do. And we're not going to Nepal, because that was banned outright. But as we're going to be starting out here again on Lijiang Tower. And like I said before, the previous series, Lijiang Tower is dominated by a certain hero, and that certain hero is Symmetra.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the standby for most of this. You kind of have to be running it, especially for that. And hey, if you were hanging with me over on the B stream for the most of this, I'm kind of excited to see this. I've been seeing Busan all day, so I would love to see some sim strats paired up with that nice brawl, that Reinhardt Diva comp that we've seen a lot of. But I'm excited to see this. I know you guys have seen this all day, but I'm excited to see some sim get out there while she's still, dare I say, relevant in the Overwatch metas.
I'd say relevant indeed, because from what we've seen of Overwatch 2, not very good hero. Let's hope we see some more conventional compositions coming in from both of these two squads. We did see some Orisa Diva coming out from Coe College. It did work out well for them on Lijiang Tower, but didn't go well the rest of the series. But hey,
I mean, Joker, it's the anti-poke comp. Orisa Diva's anti-poke. It does work, but it requires so much, it requires so much more teamwork and so many things to go well. But here, we're navigators, right? Mm-hmm. This is probably just going to be some Ryans rushing at each other and smashing each other, right? That's what I came here to see, at least.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I love to see, indeed. Just two Ryans just swinging their hammers, having no care in the world of putting up their shields. But right now we're seeing a throwback. We're seeing pulled pork currently. There still is 15 seconds to change it, but a pulled pork composition, not something thought I would see coming out from WCU Slate, which pulled pork is that Roadhog Orisa composition.
Not on Control Center here. Like, this is the home of Reinhardt, and this Cassidy May comp is like basically what I would expect it, but they want to run this. They are ready to throw some circa 3 years ago bunker comps here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Let's see how it works out as Disagree is super low. They're going to be taking down Berchuroro early on in this fight, and well, that's going to be a major sort of damage gone for WCU here. They're going to have to turn it around eventually, but it's not looking good for them currently as Little Flaps is going to come in, take out Boo. Going to pay for it with their life, but Valpo Beacon are going to be able to get the first capture percentage of the evening here, so as they're going to stabilize on the point for the time being.
Yeah, you can't really press on. You're still short a couple heroes. You can kind of start to contest and move forward, but now that we've got the pressure on, let's see what they do, Joker.
Well, they're going to be taken away by that Maywell. A nice Maywell coming in from Scoot. Little Flaps is going to go down yet again, as Jay Rizzle is going to be the person to try to take them out of this fight. As now they're going to come back. They've got the sound barrier on the board. They got to change this back. The attack visor is going to find two. That's going to be a huge play coming in from WCU Slate to get back into this fight and get the capture percentage into their favor.
Great counter versus that blue. That was in a world where the rest of your team needs to get basically kind of bailed out there. That was a great visor to come on top. And Valco Beacon, they will have two, Self-Destruct and High Noon. It's going to be the old look both ways before you cross the street here, and we'll see where they go.
Well, the Self-Destruct is going to start things off. Going to get rid of the Immortality Field and a nice stun. And a fan of the hammer from a Broth there is going to take out Boo, as Little Flap's going to go wild with this hammer, finding two picks of their own. And, well, Valpo going to come back strong right as it does. They do get eclipsed for a time for a second.
I'm not sure I'm sold on this Orisa Hog right now. Like, the sustain you're getting isn't really worth it, and now you're seeing supports change. Beast Mode going to swap over. Eyeing Mercy now on Moira. Like, I just don't... I'm not sold on this right now. You kind of need to play their game at this, but you are 3 ultimates down, and this is going to be a tough time to try to make these changes and succeed here.
Yeah, especially with the walking into the absorbent amount of ultimates Valpo has right now.
Oh, yeah.
The Deadeye is going to push them away, but they're going to be pushing them into the oncoming swings of Little Flaps there. But there still has not been any picks here, so they're still looking to get something doing. It's anyone's point right now as Boo drops the Death Blossom. It is countered out by the Earth Shatter of Little Flaps as the Blizzard gets dropped on the board. And this should be Valpo winning this fight out. Beast Mode on the Moira, trying to keep everyone up and healthy, trying to get to this Coalescence. But Chiroro finding 2 picks in that fight as Valpo continue to hold on strong. It's down to 97. It's up to 99%. It's on the overtime. Can they do something? A Broth takes out Boo, and can anyone even touch? They do. They get the Baptiste there. The attack visor gonna be used, trying to turn it back. They've gotten Scoot out of this fight. Can something change? It's 2 picks into the favor of WCU, but it's still there's people from Valpo left on point. They need more picks, and they need it quickly. Beast Mode with 2. The Lucio. Oh my goodness. They might have been able to flip it at the 11th hour here. Sovdanum. They done it.
Beast Mode activated indeed, Joker. He came to life there, and that's kind of all you really need. But it's just one fight, and there's 3 ultimates for Valpo Beacon, so you're fine with that, I think, if you're them. Like, Shatter Noon's going to be huge here if you can make it work. Worst case, you put it through the amplification matrix. I think if you're Valpo, you're not worried, but I think you need to be aggressive. You need to play into this, and they will do just that.
Ooh, the Shatter connects to 4, but they need to get a follow-up from it. They get Beast Mode out of this fight, as well with the Deadeye pick coming into J-Riz. This should be enough, but MWM are still alive, trying to take some people out of this fight. They need to get rid of this soldier, and they do indeed. It does look like it's going to go back into the favor of Valpo for the time being. And any one touch here is the real question now. They've got the Baptiste. They're going to get booped away as Valpo take round 1.
I mean, it was a great effort made from WCU. They looked good once they kind of got themselves in that position where it's like a comfort almost. These actually kind of late picks almost look better for them. I might even carry this over if I was WCU slate. You've kind of found some more value on a lot of these things. And like I said, like I'm not sold on this Orisa. I'm not quite sure what the thought is. Maybe we're just not comfortable on the Reinhardt. Maybe we don't think we can beat them. But I'm not sure why we're running the Orisa, not the Reinhardt. Like we should just be taking the mirror. We don't really benefit by playing the Orisa.
Well, here comes the Orisa Diva composition coming in from WCU. This was not the map that the side of Co-College ran. Orisa Diva. They ran Orisa Reinhardt, but we'll see how it works out for them here as both teams opting for the Symmetra. Whoever can get that microwave up and running is going to be the one who finds the most value. But Little Flaps has already taken down MWM. If it can continue, Boo is super low. They need to be picked off if Valpo have any chance of stabilizing here. As they do, they take them out. And now it's just a Broth running rampant with the Symmetra beam, just mowing down opponents.
That was my concern, was that this was going to get going, but they do have the staying power, Joker. They're going to try and draw this out. They'll commit that barrier, but I don't think they really needed to. It was kind of done there. That was my concern, is that you're just going to be able to keep placing these shields down, and the Symmetra's just going to keep being able to stay charged off of it. So in a way, Broth has kind of this advantage from the Sim fight. They committed that wall in a little early, so at least Boo will have that going into it. There's at least that ultimate for Slate. Meanwhile, there's a Blizzard coming online too for Valpo Beacon, so if you can time that wall properly, you can sustain this, well, bad weather, quite honestly.
Yeah, and I feel I do. I won't talk about what I feel like as we're going to start off with the wall and the Blizzard out, but it's just going to be all blue in the kill feed here. So as they do not be able to mitigate the damage coming out from with that photon barrier. And what I was going to say was Symmetra being the shield eater that it is easier to get up that photon barrier ultimate, which can, so it's not a very much of a loss in the long run.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong there, and they will just turn around and give it up. 3 ultimates for UC, WCU Slate. They're going to commit one right away, and let's see if they can make it work. I mean, can they even enter the doors here?
Well, they're trying to. There's an absorbent amount of damage, but a massive shatter comes through as Fruity Bob finds 2
huge.
With that self-destruct coming in strong as the Remac self-destruct does come through, but not going to find anything with it as finally we're seeing Spongy Bob swap over to the Reinhardt.
Yeah, I think we've just kind of realized the Orisa's not going to cut it. I'm not sure what the play was there. MWM still also holding on his visor, going to try to make something work, but there's nothing for it. It's just going to get walled off. It's so hard to get value with this soldier right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, as both immortality fields are gone. Photon barrier is now on the board, and Chiroro is just sending Jay Rizzle for a nice little trip off the side of the map. It's overtime, and it's all Valpo Beacon right now. So Venom, as this is going to be Valpo's map, taking it 2-0 and going up 1-0 in the series.
It was just, I hate to say it like this, but it was a little bit of a mismatch, Joker. It just was kind of, they were playing 2 different games in some ways. We saw Valpo just playing this brawl comp. They were playing it so well. It was effective. The team was communicating. Everything looked great. You can even see it. Little Flaps just trying to wait and just figure out the right timing for that. Great Shatter Bomb here. They were just playing a different game here. Meanwhile, WCU Slate, it has to just be comfort picks, right? That's the only thing I can think of as to why you would try to force this Orisa Diva kind of anti-poke, anti-dive comp versus Brawl. I just can't see a reason other than just this is what we think we are best at, therefore we are going to do it. And if that's the case, sure, I see nothing wrong with that. It's a little bit of an odd choice, and flexibility is going to be a concern down the line. But I think that based on that showing alone, you need to focus now your map choices around that. You need to pick where you're going to be able to run these kinds of stable comps and where you can force dive to play into anti-dive. That's the only way you're really going to succeed if you're WCU Slate.
Yeah, well, and that was the biggest problem for Co. They thought they were picking maps that were benefiting their map or their composition, but in the end, when a team is running a Reinhardt into a stable composition with a Lucio, you can just run rampant. They can't get away because, well, they don't have the speed.
Yeah, there's just no disengage. Like if they can just close in on you, it's not quite like the hyper rush, kind of like with a sim you might run on what you might consider, but just having that Lucio alone is enough support and enough advantage to move. And then not to mention your team's just putting out damage a little bit faster too. The hog kind of ends up eventually that we started with kind of ends up just soaking up damage and being a sponge. So with all that in mind, you're just going to have to kind of find a way to force them off of this brawl comp because they've shown they can beat you in it. And they've shown that if you aren't willing to play it, they're going to win. So depending on where we go for this hybrid map, because that is where we're going next is hybrid, depending on where we go, Joker, where do you think we should go? Because I can't even think of where would be the best place we could force this dive is kind of a strange thought to me. I've never had to consider what don't I want to play. I've always considered what do I want to play.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Hollywood, but Valpo made the smart decision here. They've taken away Hollywood.
Yeah.
Which I was saying earlier, Hollywood, it really is a good map for Orisa-based compositions.
Yeah.
So going into a different hybrid map without that, probably Blizzard World is your next best bet. With it being with the high ground so prevalent on 0.2, maybe even
okay, that's not a bad choice. It looks like Numbani was the pick, and I don't disagree to that. You can kind of, there's a lot of important high ground on the capture point, so maybe the goal is to try to just control the capture point segment. If you fall into streets phase, you can force them up onto the high ground. You can kind of take all that high ground that is on the streets phase as long as you can stop it there. But once you get towards point C is where you look concerned because you can still brawl in this. You can still brawl for most of Nimbani. You kind of have to force a dive or something on the capture point segment. But if you can just play to not get to that point, that's a pretty decent success plan.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. It'll be interesting to see how both of these two teams take it. I always love to run Winston on this first point just because just because I'm a Winston player. It's the most fun main tank in Overwatch 1 as
I feel like ball players might have a word with you, but I don't know about that. But I agree. Also, as a Winston player too, like I would much rather be playing Winston. And given that the high ground is so important to capture and maintain, there's so much mobility you need. I could see that being a thing, but I would also be a little scared. If you've been watching the footage, the 9-0 team probably has a dive in their back pocket. So you've probably got to be aware of that. So I think if you're going to commit to these comps, like whatever your plan is, if you're Slate, you've got to commit fully to it and not waffle on any sort of picks or just be firm in what you want to make changes to. And that'll hopefully lead to a little bit more success.
Yeah, let's hopefully we'll see. We are swapping sides here, so Valpo is going to be attacking first, which is not what you normally see. Normally, you will be the one if you're usually attacking or defending. If you have the choice, you're going to usually choose defense. I'm all for both of them, but usually defending is the more sound option because you can set your win condition if you have a good defense.
Yeah, knowing the win condition goes a long distance in your own morale too, not to mention that. But again, if you think you can win before you even get to, point A, point B, point C, I think that's something else. We also worth noting MWM, who was playing Soldier on the last map, is going to go over to Tank, and Disagree, who was playing off Tank there, is going to be going to DPS. And sure, I'm pretty sure that this was a team of flexes on WCU. yeah, like most of this team is just listed as flex. So they're just like, that's fine. They're probably going to make these changes based on like who's having a good day, who's not, who's available. We're navigators. Everything's kind of up in the air, and it's all kind of a bit of everything anyway. So if you feel comfortable, like if the whole team feels comfortable on pretty much everything, who am I to judge? I kind of view this and say, I would rather have a little more consistency in my players to say like, okay, my tank players, I want them to just focus on one thing. I don't want to have to worry about, can my tank player also play Tracer? I don't want my Orisa player to also have to worry about playing Mercy. You know, that kind of a deal. Like that seems to me like a more better span. But I mean, WCU made it to second in the spring split, so who am I to judge?
Yeah, I mean, hey, they've came back to back second in fall 2021 as well. I mean, they've got to know what they're doing here. As well,
oh yeah,
we're still seeing some more Roadhog, which
sure,
hey,
okay, but I think the interesting part of that is it's defensive Roadhog, yeah. So we're foregoing Diva, which is kind of odd to see. Usually you want the Diva. Diva does so much for you. Disagree picking up that Sim. I mean, I'm a Sim player. I would play it here too. I like it for just the ability to quick back, but this comp is interesting. It does a lot of things. It's high sustain. There's a bunch of damage, but it's also kind of like Hanzo's not going to be playing in. You kind of don't need to pay attention to the Hog, so you can put more resources elsewhere. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when Valpo realizes what's in front of them here.
Yeah, let's see how this works out. They're going for the small little rotation as MWM is going to already start things off as taking out Chiroro early on in this fight. No more speed boost. This is a nice hook
picks.
Comes through. MWM is swapping over to the tank role, finding 2 picks early on in this fight as they're going to just have to reset his Valpo.
And, you know, we used to joke about Hog just being a fat DPS, but MWM really making it look like a real deal here. The changes will come in. They realize there's no hit scan to deal with it, so they are going to bring in that far end. Yeah, I agree. The Zarya, a little interesting of a pick. I might have kept the Diva just because eating pretty much anything is good, but I think that given how many beams and non-bullets are in your face, that makes sense to me. A little bit of a hybrid rush comp, I think it can work, but it's going to take a little bit more now that they aren't as deep into the pools here of ultimates. Ooh,
as that is going to be big. Little Flaps is down out of this fight. Boo on the Hanzo now, not to be outdone by MWM. Looking to get multiple picks in this fight, looking for another one here as they are going to get picked off by Fruity Bops. They're going to get res off immediately, but and they do have this Dragon Strike online, which
Valk
is going to be cute. Oh, they're gonna.
Wait, we committed Valk 2 into a basically done fight, I guess? That's sure. We lost Boo again. But yeah, I don't know. That might have been early, Joker.
Yeah, and Spongy Bob using Shatter as well, not finding anything to do with it. As the Shatter comes out in response, this is a massive one from Little Flaps, as the rest of Valpo are going to collapse on the fallen enemies and will take the point in response.
All right, so they are still, Valpo is still playing Brawl, essentially. You do have a Pharah in the sky, but there's no support, so the question is, what do you have to deal with that? Because all you have right now is Baptiste, who's really kind of just getting pushed out. There's no reason for the Pharah to push in, so they can just rain from afar. This is a tough spot for WCU to be in, because they don't really have an answer, and you don't necessarily want to give up these ultimates, so this might be if they can get value to these ultimates, they can stall the fight and then make any changes they need to, and I hope they do, because there's 3, almost 4 for the side of Valpo, and if they don't get any value, it's just they're just gonna keep this rolling.
Yeah, they are indeed, and now we're gonna see how this is gonna go off. The whole hog has been gone, as well as the Dragon Strike, but no picks have come off it. Just as I say that, Little Flaps is gonna be hooked and taken care of immediately. And, well, that's going to be the rest of Valpo going to have to be back up because all these picks coming in from WCU.
Yeah, credit to MWM. Has been getting value with this Hog, has been isolating, has been finding these moments and mistakes and punishing them effectively. So yeah, this was a great call for this Hog player. And considering you don't have to put that many resources for that value, that's a great pick. But it is an early Lamp Joker, that may punish them.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Scoot's going to be popping the Tac Visor,
Oh, no.
finding 3 into the Graviton Surge from Fruity Bops there. And they as well. That's just so much damage coming out from Valpo. And they still have 3 ultimates to go.
I mean, they used that Graviton to build up the last of what they needed, so Shatter Barrage could be good if you can hit some success, but the changes coming in for WCU Slate make a big counter to this. Sombra is going to be kind of rough. If you maybe you can hack the back line a little bit, they'll just give up B there. That makes sense. You're going to hold this corner instead. And the Cassidy, yeah, now there's finally an answer to Aberoth, and who's just going to be looking for this. I think these were the changes that come in, and with 4 minutes on the clock, they have to put their foot down somewhere, Joker.
They're going to have to, and well, MWM is going to take out Aberoth right before they can even use that barrage. They're going to need to find some value as they're going to be a flanking Hog. MWM in the back line is still alive for the time being, too. They don't pay for it with their life.
No reason not to. I mean, fight's still going to go, but they didn't commit anything, but that Shatter is in.
Yeah, the Shatter
and
gonna
the success is there.
Yeah, Little Flap's gonna lay 3 people on the board, and then Scoot's gonna round them up as Valpo continue to push forward as they are gonna look to get J-Riz out of this fight late on as well. That's gonna be a huge pick.
It is, and there will be the contest eventually, but is it going to be, are they even going to make it in time? Is there going to be anybody to touch it? Aberoth is just going to wait for this. They'll launch that barrage eventually.
Yeah, and there comes the barrage from over the top, looking to get Disagree. They do.
Damage is done.
As that is going to be incredibly hard for anything to happen, as Scoot pops the Tac Visor again, finds 3 with it, as Aberoth takes out MWM. Wow. Scoot with 4 in that fight, as Valpo would take a blistering pace on Numbani there.
I mean, great rotations of ultimates out of Valpo, great decisions, great adaptions. It looked a little touch and go for a minute there on that first segment, but just once they got themselves in the rhythm, they looked really good. Man, it's just so tough because if you're WCU, that's pretty pretty painful to think about. It's your map pick. They just ran through for what, 245 basically. How do you manage that? And like MMW is putting up their best effort. Boo is looking really good. It's just the moments where Valpo looks like puts their things together, puts these ultimates together, and puts their teamwork together. They look great. If they can find a way to keep creating these issues, creating these moments where like MWM, could create and capitalize on that chaos. They looked good, but they're going to opt into this dive, and I think that's sure. I think they can do it. I think they can make this work if they can do this, because it's basically going to be a brawl on the other side. There's Soldier, Scoot, there's Soldier, but like Scoot has looked incredible on that. Scoot has gotten so much value and has kind of gone uncontested in the backline. So I think that's another thing you need to consider is how do you disrupt the backline of Valko Viken, and how do you create yourself an opportunity that way? Because that's kind of the thing that hasn't really happened, Joker. There's not been any disruption to the backline. Yeah,
I mean, maybe this this dive can deal with that. It's going to be incredibly difficult with Chiraro on the Moira and Night Fury on the Baptiste to really get rid of that backline. We'll see how it works out for them here as the dive has already started off, as SpongeBob looking for that lone target. They're going to go in here, look to get something, but they're going to stunned immediately and almost get finished down as Aberoth takes down Beast Mode here, as SpongeBob's on the point, not really looking for a point, but now there they go, looking to get a pick off as MWM's off the side of the map, as Scoot with this Soldier 76 yet again finding so much value.
And that's just kind of been the story here, right? Is that the DPS has gotten value of pretty much everything for the side of Valpo Beacon. They'll have most of their ultimates intact, and MWM again, just going back to the Hog, I don't disagree with it, but it's such a shame that we, like they're falling back into this kind of a rush comp. It worked pretty well before. I think you can make it work, but I wonder what value you're going to get out of this Echo at this point. Like, you're not even really close to the duplicate. Maybe you want to give that up as something to kind of fight the ground fight a little more.
Well, the Shatter does connect to MWM, but that Immortality Field is going to keep them up for the time being. But Disagree in the midst of that is going to go fall down to a flashbang from Aberoth, as now Valpo are just going to be holding them at bay yet again for the time being.
The other part of this equation right now is that Valpo Beacon has such a damage-centric backline right now. Like, Moira and Baptiste can put out so much damage, but also so much healing. So even if someone falls low, they don't really need to commit any of these. Like, they have all 6 ultimates. They haven't needed to commit any. They've just been able to win fights based on Scoop putting in bullets and the rest of the damage coming through, while also keeping their team up with not a lot of commitment, honestly.
Yeah, you're going to see here the Coalescence is going to take down Spongy Bob. The Self-Destruct coming out as well, getting rid of the Immortality Field as, well, they're going to get hooked up and demeched, but the damage has already been done. You've already lost someone, and you can't really push in until you get this. Oh, but a nice hook from MWM. It changes everything. The healing of the Moira is now gone, but a massive shatter comes in from Little Flaps again.
Man, what a clutch moment for the side of Valpo Beacon. A minute left. All right, the ults are coming in for WUC Slate, though. So you have tools in your pocket. If you're the Echo, you probably copy either... Maybe you copy the Soldier, maybe you copy the Rhine, kind of depending on what you're feeling, but you have options, you have some good opportunities. And I mean, at 5 ultimates, you can kind of just press Q and win, right? Like, there should, in theory, be a point where you just throw everything at the wall and it keeps you going. So this is it. We're going to commit the Valkyrie. Let's go. That's the signal. Let's charge. I like this.
Well, here comes, as MWM takes out Aberoth, but as both Tac Visors going to be invested here, but Boo is going to get the better hand for the time being after they get sent off the map by those Diva thrusters. But it's going to be WCU finding this upper hand for the time being.
I mean, that's enough. They didn't commit everything either, so if there's a chance for a regroup, they'll take it. They'll have a couple tank ultimates. They shouldn't need to commit it, though, so it'll be split spawns that maybe you can get a punish or two, but Slate's still in the game here. It's not over yet. They just have to keep this going, but it's been a tough fight to get here, so Boo going over to the Genji. I do like that. And Disagree falling early. I think it's time to give up that Echo. There's too much in your way now. There's double hit scan in your face. I think you give that up and go to something different.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, as I do like this Genji pick. We saw a lot of Genji being played in open division and getting a lot of value when played correctly, as we're going to see going forward. Let's well, we're going to see if the Self-Destruct coming out here. Coming in, not going to find anything, but it's going to be MWM on that flank, but another shatter coming in from Little Flaps, finding 3 on the ground, and, well, they get 2 picks, looking for more, but Valpo are going to stabilize on the defense.
I'm just not sold, I think, on this Reinhardt at the moment. Everything else about this comp from WCU strikes me as very, like, divey or very play for picks, like a pick comp. So I kind of almost feel like, aside from having the shatter, like, maybe you give this up and go to, like, my instinct says, like, go to ball, but yeah, you could even go to a Sigma, go to something else to, like, give yourself, because you don't need to take the Rhine fight. You really don't.
That's what I was really thinking about, that Wrecking Ball, but the shatter coming out does connect to 2 people there.
Oh no.
But Spongy Bob is going to go down before they can really connect to the wall to take out Little Flaps, as that could have changed that fight entirely, as now there's already 3 picks into the favor of Valpo, as it's going to be almost impossible for it to flip into the favor of WCU now, as J-Riz going down, the shatter back online for Little Flaps. They're going to connect to Disagree, not going to get that pick. The Self-Destruct coming in from the back, as it's going to find 2. They didn't know where it was, so...
No, they were too busy caught. That's cleanup in less than a minute. Disagree has this duplicate. Again, like, what do you pick, though? Especially given that if you've been tracking, if you know, or if you're watching, both DPS have ultimates. I don't know who you pick there, and It's so unfortunate because there's nothing you can really pair with MWM. MWM has just kind of been this solo entity who's been trying to deadlift not really well. That's gonna be the Rhine duplicate to kick it off, Joker.
Yeah, and they are gonna be able to. No, they don't even get little flaps.
No.
As Scoot comes out with a tactical visor, finding 3 yet again. As Boo pops that Dragon Blade, but only gets 1 pick. They only get the Apparoth, who wasn't really doing much. As the rest of Valpo just annihilate WCU's chances on Numbani and take a commanding series lead 2-0.
That is a dominant force from the side of Valpo, and you have to be slightly concerned if you're I didn't even say slightly. Let me react to that. You have to be terribly concerned if you're WCU Slate. You can't even get through on your pick. Like, look at that. Little Flaps put in 4 there. The fact that beat out Scoot, who had, I believe, 2 at a minimum. I think it was 2 triple visors, which to me is kind of harder to really get the value off of. That says something. Valpo just has players that can pop. You can see it. There's no one really deadlifting it. Like, everybody's kind of doing their moments where somebody can put in the work, but like, everybody's playing well. Valpo Beacon, everything's just going right for them. And meanwhile, WCU Slate, well, your consolation prize is a map pick, but we're going to escort. And again, I don't know what to tell you here, because this is a rough place to be. Maybe it's time to dig into the bench, make some more changes. Something's got to give here, because we're at the end of day 1 and this is not looking good.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be, as they're going to have a couple of minutes to take some deep breaths, figure out what they want to do, because we're going to head to a short little break. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of day 1 of NECC Nationals. Welcome back, everyone. It is almost time to go into map number 3, but a quick recap for those if you're just joining us now. Well, we started off on Lijiang Tower, so then, well, it wasn't really that close. They did have some, WCU had some good moments on Lijiang Tower, but in the end, Valpo taking that map, and then, in the end, then we went to Nambani, and that's when it really came into a disparaging of differentials here.
Yeah, Joker. If I had pick'ems right now, they would be absolutely in shambles. And needless to say, that would be pretty sad for me. But here we go. New map, new half. WCU has picked Havana, and there's still a few more changes to come in here. We've got J Rizzle going to tank, MWM going to DPS, and Disagree going to support. And it's just kind of been, I think that's like the story of WCU slate here. They've just been trying to find the answer to the problem in front of them. And that problem is, how do we deal with this? And their pick of choice, one Havana, they think that's where they can do it.
But we've seen a very good brawl comp coming in from Valpo. And the Brawl is
I don't know.
meta.
I can't. Yeah.
Brawl is meta for the first 2 points of Havana. You can still run it on point 3, but you're rarely even going to see point 3. It's just with how.
Yeah.
But if you get to point 3, you're most likely going to see more of a dive or 6-man or something other than rush, because it's so open. But I don't know. I don't
so
understand
hard.
it.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard. And I'm trying to think, like, what are we doing with swaps? This is a flex team in WCU slate. Most of them can, they claim that they can play most of these positions. So we're moving MWM back to DPS. MWM has looked good.
Mm-hmm.
Looked good on Hog. On the initial control point, looked good on DPS. Sure. J Rizzle going to tank tells me they're probably bringing in something for a double shield is really big here. You might be moving towards like a Sigma Orisa. That kind of is what I think of. We do have a late sub coming in also for the side of Valpo. Orm Corvus is coming in for Fruity Bops. I'm sorry. Flex position, I don't even remember. I honestly, it's hard to remember what exactly. Fruity Bops was playing tank, I believe. Yes. So probably coming in for tanks there. Yeah. This signals to me we're looking to double shield comps, which I mean, it's not. If we're moving to that and not brawl, you stand a chance at WCU slate. Mm-hmm. If we're just kind of changing and getting subs in time on Valpo Beacon, I still might be concerned if that most of that brawl piece is there, because you didn't change a lot of pieces. You just changed 1 or 2 pieces, and we'll have to see what all these various changes bring out here.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting indeed, as we're going back to anti-dive from WCU slate here, as Jake Rizzle is going to be opting to go for the main tank now, as Spongy Bob has had enough. They're going over to Diva.
Yeah, that checks. You kind of want this shield. You're expecting to play and support your range a little bit more. That seems fine. Double flex support's a little interesting. We're putting a lot of value on the Baptiste that I don't like. You're gonna stay with the Orisa for the most part, and that's fine. But why the Ana? What do you what is the nano boost necessarily gonna do? You might boost Cassidy. You might boost the Orisa. Like, there's a lot of pieces that just don't totally line up, so I'm assuming this is at least partially into comfort picks too. But meanwhile, on the side of Valpo Beacon, it's double shield. They may or may not keep this Echo, but Scoot, I'm scared for Scoot on this Widowmaker. Never mind. I was right to be scared. They are gone.
Yeah, they're going to get rezzed up immediately. Not going to be opting to swap off of it anytime soon, for at least, as Scoot. Well, you might have been scared for a bit, but they've taken out Disagree early on. Is huge. They are running a double flex support composition here to get as much healing as they possibly can. Is WCU slate, but it's not working out well for them currently, because, well, they're down 2 people now in this fight, as Aberoth going to be taking out J Rizzle. as it's just beast mode left here. Trying to get
Yeah,
away.
and he will fall. He's out too. I don't think there's going to be a contest either. This was worst case scenario for WCU. Like that just kind of fell apart just slow enough, and there was no contest of the cart too. So if we're gonna like slow and feed this down, we still need to play objective, right? Like we can't just let this cart roll the whole time. Otherwise, it's gonna be one fight, and we're moving on to the next point. You said we may not see the that third segment. I think you might be wrong here, Joker. We might see full complete at this rate.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this dominant of a showing so far from Valpo, but going back to the previous maps, you might have thought about it. But yeah, like you said, great nade coming in. Scoot gonna get the pick onto Spongy Boy as the Gravitic Flux now gonna come online from Little Flaps to try to get some damage down. Not gonna find any picks on the back of it, but now after that damage is done, they do take out MWM, and the rest of WC Slate are soon to fall with them.
They've just been rolling. There's not been a contest really, and there's going to be like a last second touch here, but the tanks are just stuck in there. There's no support for them. They're just going to late stagger, and it's just going to make this even harder to finally put their foot down and really stall this card out, Joker.
Yeah, they're going to try as they will, but J-Riz is going to go down, and it's still 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the board here. It's about, is it 30 seconds more than they came in to on point number 2?
Wow. Flaps is absolutely just punishing everybody. This is so aggressive from this tank line. You know, he did switch to Sigma, right? Like, this isn't just a Reinhardt going deep again.
Yeah, they're just playing very well, and Scoot being set up here. It's going to be like a shooting range day for them here as is waiting to get that soldier in their cross sights. As Spongy Boy's going to turn it back.
Okay.
They've gotten 2 with self-destruct here, as they did not have that Orisa shield to keep them up. As it's now gonna be Scoot popping this these sites here. Not gonna find anything. They are gonna be found out before can get really any information for the rest of their squad, as they're gonna be able to swap over now because of it. As Valpo looking to do something, but MWM gonna be taking out their Echo player, as it does look like WCU are gonna be able to stabilize for the time being here. So.
Yeah, but Joker, it cost them pretty much everything. Beast Mode's the only one with anything. Boo did manage to build most of another High Moon, but like, it cost him everything to finally put this down, and Valpo still has ultimates on board. Like, they still have ultimates. I don't know that they're going to make it through this next. I want them to, don't get me wrong. But like 4 minutes on the clock, there's still so much in their way. They have to find a way to make this window very valuable.
As that's going to be a good Gravitic Flux, taking out J Rizzle, and the D-Mac going to come through onto Spongy Pop. Going to be followed up after that by Scoot taking out the Baby Diva form. Scoot yet again on this on the soldier has just been incredible. The attack visor going to be popped out as well, as this is looking like a very fast completion for the side of Valpo Beacon. They're going to come back here. The Deadeye is going to come out from Boo. They're going to try to get something, but no one is going to go down. The Amp Matrix coming out from WCU to try to keep people back, and they do. They get 2 picks off the back of J Rizzle to come back, and they're going to be able to stabilize finally on this defense again.
But it cost them everything again, Joker. You know, there's not much left in the tank. There's 2 ultimates coming in for WCU, so if they can get the rest of this damage in, and they will at least find one to stall this out, Corvus will fall there. But if they need these ultimates faster than they can make them work, because there's support ultimates on the other side, and they can just push right back with those.
Yeah, well, they've already came back strong, getting picks into their favor here is Valpo Beacon, as Eberoth finding out the disagree on that Lucio. The swap, the attack visor from MWM finds 1, but that's all they're going to find here. It's just Spongy Bob left, as well as the Sarissa from J Rizzle, as the Gravitic Flux is going to be used to stop people from coming to the point. They're going to miss the Tracer, but for how much longer are they going to be able to stall is the question, and not much longer is the answer, as Valpo complete the map with 2 minutes and 3 seconds on the board.
Man, that was a dominant showing. Just the cart didn't stop through A and B. It slowed up when they got to C, but it took everything WCU Slate had, and I don't know, Joker. This is a rough time to be. Like you said, rarely do we even see completions like this, let alone with 2 minutes left. Usually you can stall it a bit longer, but they burnt it down quite a bit. It was a 4-minute clock prior, and going, if they can even make it to Brewery, would be a good place to be. And so, like, what's the plan here? What do you have to do? There needs to be pressure on Scoot. Scoot has just been uncontested, just getting full value. There's nothing. There needs to be even if it's just taking the duel. Even if you know you're going to lose, like a distraction and trying to force the duel is something. Even if it's just drawing attention away from the squishier heads of your teammates, there's got to be something. Send a tracer, take the duel, go back to a dive. I don't know, but there's got to be something that pressures out Scoot here, because you're running out of options. And even on the front line, Lil Flaps has just been a dominant force on the Sigma. Corvus came in off the bench, clearly ready to play. That front line is pretty tough, so you got to go around them. You can't just take that in that front line, and they're going to try to run at them, Joker. I don't disagree with that, but I'm not sure about this Ashe right now.
Yeah, well, you're not only running out of options here, you're running out of time. So this could be possibly the final map of the series if they do not turn things around. And I do like the idea of just running into them, but they aren't. They're playing a bit passive with this brush. You don't have a second DPS like a May to follow up on the damage that could come out from your front line that you have. As Night Fury finds out 2 there with the Zen, as that Discord Orb is just going to be brutal for the side of WCU.
I mean, they burnt speed boost to try to get onto them at first, but the disengage was there, and I don't really this is a slow comp. How did they disengage? How did they escape you? You should have just been able to hold W and keep going, and they were waiting there to try to get Disagree's speed amp back. It just didn't show up, and by the time they really did, they were reset up. They were ready to go. You can hear the tracer coming in, MWM. I like that better. I do like that. I really do. I think this is a great way to get around what's in front of you.
Yeah, they're going to speed on into the tank line of Valpo, but they're going to be able to get away, and they're going to get healed up thanks to that Amp Matrix coming in from Chiraro. The Shatter now does connect to 3. That is going to be what you need in the end for WCU, as they're going to be able to get that team kill.
There we go.
And they're going to be able to most likely get to the first point of Havana now.
Yeah, I don't expect a contest here. They'll let this roll. They'll reset up this bunker comp really needs to stay set up. So they'll have both ultimates. They'll have both tank ultimates. They'll have a trance. Trance is probably gonna wait out this Graviton Surge. If they've been counting, they'll know it's coming. But the rest of the ults coming in for WCU Slate, they need to just buy a little bit more of the space, and MLM and NWM needs to go faster. Just needs to get into the back line and keep it going, because Boo is down, and now there's time to clutch.
Well, yeah, and there it is yet again, the Discord Orb coming in from Night Fury, just being the menace that it is, as the Deadeye gonna come out from Aberoth, looking to find something here, as they almost get the kill onto J Rizzle. I don't know how it didn't go through, but the bubble did get in the end, as the Graviton Surge was used from J Rizzle and does find a pick off the back of it. Now the side of WCU continue to push forward. They've got the numbers into their way, as MWM is going to be in the back line with this Tracer, just harassing the respawns now coming out, as WCU continue to push forward.
Yeah, this is what you needed to do. You needed to create that crossfire. You're doing it with the Tracer. You need to put the pressure on the double shield tank, and you need to create pressure on the Scoot. And Scoot again getting punished there early. That's exactly what you need. Spongy boy not looking so spongy this time around.
Yeah, not at all, as they're going to be able to complete this fairly quickly as well here. So not as much time as Valpo had, but still a very respectable time to get through this. And knowing how Havana third is, you're going to need all of that time you have.
Oh yeah, 100%. They sure will. And the ultimates work in their favor, though. They have 4, so that's at least something they can keep us going. And maybe if they're lucky, they can kind of top out this time and just be ahead of them. That's all you can really ask for. It'll keep you in the game. But let's see what happens with this Death Blossom. This Death Blossom's got to be big. If they can sneak Boo around and get in position, you can come up huge with it. It has to be.
Oh, and it's going to be up to Aberoth to really shut it down with the flashbang. But, I mean, also killing Boo as well is going to help, as the Coalescence now going to be used out. Charge is going to be canceled. It's still anyone's point, but the Shatter is going to be huge, coming in response from Little Flaps as they're going to come back here, taking out MWM. They need some more picks. They need it quickly. Spongy Boy does take Aram Corvus out of this fight, but it's still looking good for the team in red at the moment. J-Riz having this grab is going to be huge, as Boo not going to have the health to go in and use that Death Blossom. Might be the story that we're talking about, because that could have been a huge play.
Yeah, there was no, like, the setup was just missed, and you were kind of hoping for J-Rizzle to drop the Graviton Surge and Boo to sneak in that, but it just never really got there. So both DPS ultimates there. Some things can come up big. You can maybe get MWM to get the stick on the scoot, and that would be huge. You just need to shut out the counter DPS ults, and you can keep this rolling. And you have to do something, because there's 5 for Beacon. There's 1 to kick it off.
That's a big play, as the Death Blossom's going to come out. No real counter coming through besides just killing Boo there, and they end up doing that. They do pay for it with 1, but in the end, Valpo just come back stronger with a team kill.
Yeah, they didn't even commit the DPS ults. They used everything else around it, but it worked. And I like this Brig adaptation from Night Fury. Like, we just kind of gave up a little bit more damage. We gave up Trance, but we gave up a lot more. We gave up a little extra CC. I think this was the right adaptation, considering MWM has played aggressively, and you can still counter it. But the double Deadeye coming up huge there, that buys more time.
It does indeed, and they're going to definitely have less time than Valpo now, as it is going to be below 2 minutes and 3 seconds soon enough. But they've got the ultimates to come back here, do WCU, so...
Yeah, they do. There's at least Shatter Coalescence coming in for WCU, so they can keep this rolling, but I'm concerned. I would say I'm concerned about that Graviton Surge, and there it is.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the one that you wanted, as SpongeBob drops the Shatter in response to said Graviton Surge, and they're going to be able to lock them all up, not going to be able to touch, and it looks like they're going to be able to complete the map. 2 map completions on Havana, something unheard of. So.
Okay. Yeah, this is wild. I didn't expect we'd be here. To quote Plankton, and speaking of Spongy, I didn't expect to be here. So here we are. It's going to be a little under, 2 to 1.5. Who can get themselves farther? And that's kind of been the thing about this map for Havana, is most of these fights have been pretty dominantly won. It's kind of just been like one fight, no real contest on cart, move on to the next point. And I think that is going to be the important thing here. We may see the first close spawn hold. I'm actually surprised we didn't see this sooner, was the Supreme frontline hold that's kind of grown popular. I expected a team like Valpo to maybe pull that out. Like, why wouldn't you? You're right there. But with that in mind, yeah, WCU has no reason to change anything, and considering they have the first attack, they might as well just keep this going. They've found success in finally being able to kind of move as this unit in this brawl comp and be able to take control of it. So if they can keep this going, the boost from Lucio has been crucial for them. But meanwhile, for Valpo Viken, they're going to modify their double shield, and I like that a little bit better. The Torb's an interesting pick too. I do like that. You want to talk about dissuading backline invaders? That's a great way to do it. So I would be very curious to see how long this Torb stays around.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting indeed. Molten Core is just such a good space creating ultimate and space denying ultimate. That it could work out well for them in the end, especially on this defense. They only have to win about 3 or 4 fights to get this in their favor, but Boo has already just blown up Little Flaps, as this is going to be WCU just winning this fight out off the back of that one pick.
Hey, I love identifying that strength there and just punishing Little Flaps. We know if we can break the shield and we can overwhelm them. I like that decision. The Torbjorn's still holding in well. Usually there for anti-dive, but I suppose you can do that. I say that, but Boo is absolutely just popping right now.
Yeah, and I was talking about Boo in our intermission, just waiting for them to pop off and get their the value that they needed to just put the team on their back, per se, as they are waiting for the respawns to come through, as it's just the Orisa left for the time being. I don't know if they're going to have a good recontest here, so...
No, I think this recontest was a little too late. That Reinhardt charge also dissuading it. Can anybody... They will make it, but it's going to be a rough recontest here.
Yeah, but losing Spongy Bob is going to be huge for the recontest from Valpo Beacon. The Scoot does go down to Boo, but the respawns coming through from Valpo are going to be enough. There's 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have Nano, they're going to have Rally, and they're going to probably have this Molten Core as well online.
Yeah, but everybody's just slowly feeding in. They will get the recontest. It's one at a time, Joker. It's basically done at this point.
Yeah, there's trying as they will. They're going to get the Lucio touch again. But for how much longer are they going to stay? Aberoth finally has this Molten Core. They're not going to be able to touch any longer because of it. And, well, there it is. Round 3 is completed. And they've got a very good good win condition set here.
I mean, consider it more of a celebration, quite literally shooting confetti out, I guess, in some ways. But, yeah, there's the win con in sight. And 2 minutes, that's 2 to 3 fights, depending how diligent you are about dying if you die. And I mean, WCU have to take a forward hold here, right? Like, you can't just give up. You can't play the back corner like you instinctually want to, right? Like, you just can't play that. You have to play this forward hold because there's so much time you need to burn out. And considering you have basically until the end of this point, I don't see a world where they don't contest this. If they don't push this sooner and they don't take this forward hold, they're gonna regret it, I think, come the map end.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you here. And, well, they are opting for a couple of characters that would be normally seen in a close hold, but it does not look like they are going to be using it. They're not going to be using the strategy.
That's, oh boy. Okay, I mean, there is a lot of damage out there, like you said, and they can still close the gap really quickly, but again, there's like one target for Aberoth, and that, even if you put the resources into stopping Aberoth, Scoot's still going to do a bunch of damage, so I hope they can keep this pressure on the DPS line, because the DPS line has gotten so much done.
Yeah, they definitely have indeed, and we'll see how it goes forward. As it's going to be up to Boo to keep Aberoth in check for the time being. They're going to be throwing in these rockets from the far end, and a nice boop comes through, disrupting Boop from that high ground. And it's going to be harder to get any real good sightlines on Aberoth now, as they're going to come forward, look to get this damage going through from any of these DPS to open things up here. So
there's nothing though, Joker, and there's the opening pick, and it's not what you want to see.
It's not indeed, and now the thing it's crumbling all around WCU. They've lost all their people. They did take down Little Flaps as well as Aberoth, but there's just so much damage coming out from Valpo. It does not look like they're going to have a touch. It is going to be the Reinhardt, but for how much longer, as they're going to lose MWM to the Deadeye. And that's going to be Valpo Beacon. Take the map, take the series in a 3-0 fashion.
A very dominant 3-0 fashion at that, too. You could just kind of tell WCU was just had control of this. And again, Little Flaps just showing up in the play of the game moment. You can't, and this has kind of been something I alluded to earlier. Little Flaps has literally been running this Reinhardt game. You've been struggling. You really can't beat them. Playing them at their game wasn't just going to work here, and it shows just in the final result. You tried to play their game, and you were punished for it. So I'm hoping in the future WCU will find the game they want to play, force everybody else to come to their level, and meet them at it.
Yeah, I definitely think they could. It's just about finding who's more comfortable on specific roles
In
instead
your
of
roles,
just
yeah.
instead of just having everyone be a flexible player. In the perfect world, everyone is a flex player, but you
Yeah.
want to be able to specialize in things, and that's when you can grow more and as a team and as an individual, as a player. And I think
Yeah.
that if you're going to go forward for this WCU squad, that's the biggest thing. Just specializing in something instead of flexing around.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the roster is plenty big there, and there's still time as we go to day 2, and I mean, there will be future NECC events. So, this is going to be some good footage to watch back. I think you'll learn a lot, considering that this is a strong team. This is a team that you will see again, likely in some form, and this is going to be like a good gatekeeper for you that you're going to have to pay attention to. So, a dominant game to close out the night, Joker, and I mean, wow, just what a game to be a part of.
Yeah, what a game indeed. But it's over now, and well, we have to say goodbye until tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. It's been me, a Joker's Ransom, and him, Sovdanum, on the cast. Thank you all for watching. Peace out, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Take care.